fringe of that ultra-Orthodox objection still remains. You will see them showing up at pro-Palestinian rallies, and they have been doing it consistently for many, many years, not just since October 7th. They're associated with groups like Torrey Tarta, who are pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. You can see them here. This is in a German protest, and they have a few non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say, authentic rabbis are opposed to Zionism. Here's a pro tip, by the way. If you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are, in fact, authentic. And it's especially difficult for most Jews to deal with this kind of thing because, as you can see, the other flags that are being represented here include, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that's dedicated to the idea. As you can see on that flag, they've got a gun on the flag. They want to destroy Israel and the Jews who live there. It's just very offensive to most Jews to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough that they're wearing this kind of keffiyeh, talis, and things like that. But anyways, that is, nevertheless, the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in a political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in English as the Bund. And this was a group that said, no. Zionism is a bad thing because it's going back in time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically kind of a communist government. And so they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist sections of the Bund. It survived with certain people in America as a Jewish worker circle and so on, but that was also a principle of opposition to Zionism on the basis that he was moving in the opposite direction of what all society should go. This is why, social democrats tend to oppose Zionism, and there were Jewish social democrats at the turn of the 20th century as well. Finally, much smaller group, but still nevertheless significant in some ways, the so-called diaspora nationalists, who were led by Shimon Zubko and had some success in implementing their notion of the appropriate form of Jewish political expression in the interwar period in the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and also in short-lived Ukraine before it was taken over by the Russians. Dubno's vision of Jewish political expression argued that they should, in fact, be more invested in their own communities around the world and not seek to go and create a state. And Dubno's vision, he felt that existing as a diaspora community actually represented a more advanced form of social organization than statehood, and that Jews were in a unique place to actually express it in the future. So you will see occasionally a diaspora nationalist objection to Zionism, but it was especially prominent in the 1920s. It faded away in the 1930s under the influence of techno-nationalism and fascism. So, nevertheless, these are three principal oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still kind of like an idea as opposed to an actual expression in the state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically anti-Semitic about it, since I've just described to you three reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although they're very hard to find with actual people today. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution, or devolution if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet. Just like the Jews are a very old people, antipathy to the Jews is also a very old phenomenon. But, we see it in much the same ways, and, when it happens, we recognize it. I think to myself, for example, how many times have I walked to synagogue on a Saturday and some car drives by and someone rolls down the window and yells, some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and they yell, Free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred for Jews, but I hope to demonstrate exactly.
Yo, what's going on, man? How are you? What up, big dog? Watch your William Montgomery. No, it's right here. You can see the screen. On William Montgomery podcast. Oh, he's talking about the professor Henry Edmondson is talking about the various movements of design. Israel's acting in a positive manner on the Zionist beginning this summer, left to bring back that isn't all the time. It's a contentious subject and has been for about 200 years within Judaism. There are groups, Jewish groups, Greek primarily, Jewish groups that have been anti-Zionist. One is what's, for lack of a better term, ultra-Orthodox. The the segment that feels that we should not return to Israel until Mashiach comes. I understand the legitimacy of that argument. It makes a lot of sense to me. There is an argument to be made. The second one is the Root, which was like a Jewish socialist movement, particularly in Russia. And that one argued that basically Israel should be established in its current form. It should be, it's too bureaucratic. It should be established as a socialist state, which I get that one too. I don't think it's me. And third, which basically states this is another socialist movement that was popular in the interwar period. So from like 1918 to 1979 or so, that makes an argument that Israel should be established in its current form. It's not, not in its current form because it is built on the idealism of communism or a socialist strategy or philosophy, I should say, and strategy. I think these all make sense, particularly the first. And while it's considered a fringe group within Judaism, it is not. There are there are at least 10,000 people, particularly focused in New York, who feel this way. There's a segment of Judaism, and I know that that echoes in the diaspora. And the idea, in that third one that I mentioned about the socialism future, um, I empathize with, but also one of the movements is focused on the diaspora and that Jews should be doing what they can within their own countries to be able to bring about Mashiach and perhaps uh, one day have Israel. I'm of the mindset that Israel is everywhere, and the reason why I say that, it doesn't say in the Bible the borders of Israel. It just doesn't. It doesn't say like, oh, it's from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River, Sinai Peninsula to the Golan Heights. It does not say that. It does not say that at all. It's very vague. And I'm someone who feels as if Israel eventually will be the whole earth. Now, does that mean that everyone on earth gets slaughtered who's not Jewish? I think people should have the opportunity to become Jewish if they're not, if they wish. And there's a certain contingent in Judaism now that is very, um, it's very exclusionary, even to Jews. Israel can be very exclusionary even to Jews. Um, there are people, particularly in, well, I don't even call them fringe movements, but like not mainstream centrist orthodoxy, who are not allowed birthright because they may not fit a certain political philosophy or religious philosophy. And then Israel allows people in that I don't think they should allow in. People who just go to like a Reform temple or whatever they want to call it, Reform synagogue, and they're there for like 6 weeks. And then they just did it because they married some rich guy. But basically, there are ways to pay rabbis and bribe rabbis to be able to have a conversion that's really not seen as a kosher conversion. And so it's a very contentious, and controversial subject. I'm someone who feels that, honestly, guys, no one is a good enough Jew. I'm not a good enough Jew. Ben Netanyahu isn't a good enough Jew. The Rabbi Lau, the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, is not a good enough Jew. Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, the chief Sephardic Jew, the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, is not a good enough Jew. And compared to what we are, I think I realize what a Jew should be. And thus, I think we all need a conversion of some sort, or at least need to improve. And that would mean that when Mashiach comes, he's supposed to unite the nations, but also teach us all exactly how to uphold the mitzvot. So basically, like within Judaism, much of our teaching have just been passed on from the rabbis. And these are men who make mistakes. They are fallible, I should say. And it becomes an issue, especially when you get in the nitty-gritty of Judaism, where it almost becomes like an obsessive compulsive way of living. And it That's fine if it is consistent, but it's inconsistent in other ways. Like, um, so we're not supposed to drive on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I've known rabbis in particular situations, I don't agree with this, who consider themselves Orthodox, who take Uber on Shabbat. I don't agree with that. That to me is a loophole that they're exploiting. And some, no, it's not that. It's not that anymore. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with combustion and the benefits of combustion. Basically, striking a match on Shabbat is prohibited. Now, on the flip side of that, isn't it? Yeah, it did. So that's an issue. Very good. Very, um, an excellent observation. What about the electric car? So generally, we consider the electric car to be alcohol or prohibited. To ride an electric car, we consider it to be prohibited. However, there are, and Judaism is an ever-evolving religion, and there are arguments to be made that once you can completely program a car from start to finish, you may be able to take them because there's no combustion. So what does this mean? Once you have like a waste situation where you can program it to come to your house, or Waymo, I should say, you can program it to come to your house at a certain time, pick you up at a certain time, drop you off at a certain time. There's an argument to be made that you are not violating any of the prohibitions of Shabbat. You should be allowed to do this. Now, there are some really minuscule aspects of this because we're not supposed to. Here's the thing: there's a segment of Judaism that says you're not supposed to interact with electronics on Shabbat due to that combustion. Due to that combustion. However, this was very contentious about 150 years ago, where people said, "But electricity is not combustion," and the majority of rabbis said, "Yeah, but it's close enough." But when you really look at it, they're separate things. Fire and electricity are separate. In the Bible, it doesn't say you can't use electricity. So it's kind of been one of these things that, while people think that it's been something that we've done for 3,000 years, it was a guess of the rabbis 150 years ago when electricity was becoming more popular. Are you able to use this? It, yeah, I mean, it's really not even anything much, just striking a match, basically. And that's the issue. That's the issue. But there's a bigger issue. I mean, there are all kinds of issues here. Really, I think you see it gets very obsessive compulsive. That, like, before I started streaming, I had to fight, and I mean fight. I could write a book. I thought about writing a book, and I think I will write a book one day on my journey of it would just be a book on how to be an Orthodox Jew in the modern world. And what just a specific part of this book would be the negotiations that you have to have with employers, and in order to observe certain holy days. Like here, there are all kinds of just confusing aspects, And I remember I was working on this project with a very large company, Fortune 100 company, and I was working on a project in Irvine and working remotely on a project from Israel for our Israeli segment of the company. And I'm in the diaspora, which is outside of the land of Israel, generally, like outside the borders. And traditionally, if you were in the diaspora, when you would celebrate a holiday, you celebrate 2 days. And the reason why you celebrate 2 days is because you didn't know specifically when the holiday was going to be sometimes because you didn't have phones and you didn't have telegraphs and email or anything like that. And so to ensure that you celebrated on the correct day, you would celebrate 2 days. And sometimes the message would take a while to come to your city to say like, okay, it's sundown on this day. So you celebrate 2 days. So that means during Passover, the first 2 days are holidays. The last 2 days are holidays. During uh, a during Rosh Hashanah, that's 2 days. During Shavuot, that's 2 days. During holiday known as Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret, those would be 2 days. During Sukkot, those are 2 days. Everything is 2 days except really Yom Kippur. And the reason why that's different is it's really not explicitly stated because that's a fast and it's just too difficult to fast for 2 days. We don't fast when we fast without water and without food, and it is pretty difficult. It's not just like without food, like some things. Okay, so everything's 2 days. But then I work with a team in Israel, and I tell them, okay, we've got Yom Tov, or we've got a holiday coming up. I'm going to be on, let's say, Monday and Tuesday. They're like, why are you going to be on Tuesday? And I say, because I'm in the diaspora, and we celebrate 2 days. I know that you're in Israel, and you only celebrate one day. So what is this? So here I am. We're both Jews. We're both very. I mean, they were more secular than I. But yet, I'm having to take 2 days off, and they only take one day off. And they asked me, what are you talking about? You're taking 2 days. And I said, look it up. It's 2 days in the diaspora. This has been the tradition for 3,000 years. And they look it up, and they're like, oh, right. We didn't recognize that diaspora celebrating the holiday for 2 days in the state. And it's been that way for 1,050 years. And yet, who the fuck really knows? I mean, we don't. We really don't know. But I remember this one incident, or incident where it wasn't an incident. I should say that. But um, this one time, this one, um, this one, this one experience that I had, where here I am thinking to myself, I'm working on an Israeli project with an Israeli team, and they're not able to advance the project because I'm going to be off, and I'm doing it for a mutual religion, and it's like I'm more religious than they are, and that's how it is in the diaspora. I just thought that this was it doesn't happen very often, but it did, and so we had to delay the project by a day so that when I returned we could continue, and we did, and it was very successful. It was one of my most successful projects here. But uh, well, essentially, we were transitioning the Israeli part of the company from Asia to Europe, and we were um, doing a lot of software transitions, and basically one segment of the company was being run out of Asia, but then the company changed, and this was pretty popular with Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies. EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and then there's North America, and there's South America. It's actually called um, Latin American Organization, but basically it's South America. It also includes like Central America. But those are the global areas for like major companies on which you focus. There's like Asia, Pacific, Islands, and Australia, Europe, Middle East, Africa, North America, and South America. Those are like the big four. So we're transitioning. It, well, yeah, I mean it's a global company, so that's what we did. And we were transitioning part of the business, specifically in Israel, from one of those to another. And we had to do it by the end of the fiscal year, which would have been like June 30th, 2021. And we did it by, it was like June 15th. We had like another 2 weeks. We were all done and it was really successful. But anyway, previous to that, it was like May, it was like late May or early June. We had a holiday on the Shabbat where we celebrate getting the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Moses. And when we were celebrating it, I explained to the team, I'm going to be off Monday and Tuesday or whatever. And they're like, okay, but why are you missing Tuesday? And I'm like, because I'm in diaspora. And don't you know, we celebrate our holidays in 2 days. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I know you guys do it one day, but we do it 2 days. This has been like since what? Since at least the fall of the second temple, so at least 2,000 years, at least 1900 years. And they're like, actually before that, it was like 25 years. And they're like, oh, we didn't really think about that. So I'm like, yeah, so we'll have to delay this one day. And they're like, okay. And we did, and we were still early with our delivery, and it was very successful. But now with all that garbage, and I call it garbage because who the fuck knows? But that being said, this all goes back to Genesis and when God created the world. And this is an argument that I make to even like the most orthodox of Jews. There are loopholes in the system, or anybody who's religious for that matter. For as good of a Jew as I am, I'm as good of a secular theorist as well. I see the world in both ways. So when someone says to me, well, okay, so I would say this, like when I was working and had a career, it was very important that I would take Fridays afternoons and leave a little early so that I could be home and at synagogue by sundown. And issues arise, especially during the summer months, or well, actually during the winter months, I should say. So from like October to May, where the sun, at least at my latitude in Southern California, it begins to set as early like in December, about December 22nd or so. The sun begins to set about 4:18 in the afternoon, which is very early. And you have to think, okay, I have to be home by then. I have to get changed, I have to shower, then I have to walk to synagogue. So I was leaving work about 3 o'clock. That's what I that's Thursday night. On Fridays I leave at 3. And I would do all this work to do that. I would make sure all my food is prepared and like everything. And like I didn't have to do anything for that just 24 hours or 25 hours. And I would think to myself, I'm doing all this. reality, if I go back to Genesis and read, on the seventh day, God rested, that's cool. But we don't know exactly what day that is. So what am I saying? Yes, traditionally we have an idea of what day it was. We can calculate back 5,785 years. But in reality, that hasn't been necessarily accurate just because it's very hard to keep track of time during such a long period of time. Exactly. So there's an argument to be made, an excellent argument, that any day could be Shabbat, meaning like today, it's like a Tuesday, but today could be Shabbat. And what do I mean? If when God created the world, if that's the story with which we're going, as an Orthodox Jew, He could have created it on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, on a Friday, on a Saturday, or a Sunday. There are 7 days in a week. We don't know exactly which day it was when He created the world. We don't know. It's not a perfect science. So just through tradition and such, we have fallen on agreed that like Friday night to Saturday, Friday to sundown to Saturday to sundown. It's Shabbat. But that means that there's only a 1 in 7 chance that we're correct on this assessment. 1 out of 7 is approximately 14%. So basically, there's a 14% chance we're right. But that means there's an 86% chance that we're wrong, meaning a much higher percentage. So when thinking individuals really start to dissect the numbers, and even many people who are religious and they start to have these arguments with their rabbis, the rabbi says it's just something that we do out of tradition. And the people say, okay, well, that's fine. But doesn't it say that if we celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day, it's punishable offense by death? Yeah, that's true too. So aren't you taking a very big risk by just assuming that Shabbat is on a single day? There's only a 14% chance that you're right. And that's when a lot of people fall out of favor with religion and say, okay, that's fine. I see these traditions being done, but nobody really knows. And that's why many Jews are skeptical. I mean, not just because of that, but these are excellent arguments to be made. So with all that being said, I do the traditions to the best of my ability while still maintaining my common sense and a secular mindset to some extent. And I wait on Mashiach, our Messiah, to someday teach us the actual way. And until that day comes, we're all just doing the best that we can. Whether it's that team in Israel with which I was working, whether it's the chief rabbi, chief Ashkenazi rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief rabbi of Britain, whether it's all of the rabbis in the United States, whatever it is. And that's just the Orthodox world. That does not get into the conservative world or the reform world, which I can tell you that's not foreign. I don't know really any conservative Jews. I know some who have become Orthodox, and maybe they grew up in conservative or perhaps reform, but I just don't interact with such worlds. They're almost different religions. In fact, traditionally, I think if Judaism were seen under a different light, they may be considered different religions, but they're not. I mean, we all consider ourselves Jews, but like even who they consider a Jew versus who we consider a Jew differs, and that causes a lot of tension. For instance, I can trace my mother's bloodline essentially back to my mother. Someone in her family had a DNA test. It was for the National Geographic Project, which is something that happened in 2004. And I have an uncle who was or at least back to 4 people who had this genetic cancer, 4 women who had this genetic cancer treatment. Okay, great. That may be better than anybody else. But and there, I'm not the only person who has this kind of online experience. It's pretty common within Orthodox Jews. But then we run into an issue where, let's say, within Orthodoxy, we have someone who converts, and let's say their mother converted 3 generations, and she has children, and those children have children. And usually, what happens with the conversion is it occurs, then we don't really talk about it. We don't remind somebody that's the past and we look towards the future. All right, that's fine. But then those kids, let's say of this generation, think that they have the same bloodline as I do, and it just doesn't turn out to be that way. And it's very disappointing to them when they find out that they don't. It shows that they have escaped confidence, and it can cause a lot of contention. Now, with all that being said, we didn't always within Orthodoxy determine a person's Jewishness by women. Back in biblical days, it was both your father and your mother. But that changed like 2,000 years ago. It's been very consistent since then. Okay, so then we have other movements within Judaism, specifically the conservative, but actually specifically the Reform, that in 1982 or so stated that you could become Jewish from both your mother or your father, which causes a huge amount of issues. That to me is a different religion, but it hasn't been determined that way. But okay, that's fine. So then what happens is we get people who are like Jewish summer camps, who are matrilineally Jews, and that's seen as the gold standard of Judaism. And then you get people there who say they're Jewish because their dad is Jewish, and they're just looked at as non-Jewish. And they're told that they're non-Jewish. And then they go to their mom and dad, they start crying, and they say they don't consider me Jewish, and it's like, yes, contentious. And it's just very, very complicated. When in reality, these are all human made laws. They're not necessarily determined by anything but what somebody said, some rabbi said, either 100 years ago, or 30 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. These are just some of the difficulties. So back to your original question, what are my thoughts on Zionism and anti-Zionism? It's very complicated, and that's why I feel whether you're Zionist or whether you're anti-Zionist, if you want to be a Jew, everybody needs. I don't want to say it's a conversion, but everybody needs to play by the same rules. And when Mashiach comes, I don't know that day, Mashiach will teach us what to do. So that's enough Jewish time with Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Let's go to your next one, Advisor. That's it. Hey, and whether you're Jewish or Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or Tao or whatever, never forget, no one really knows. I don't know. The chief rabbi of Israel doesn't know. The top imam in the world doesn't know. The Pope doesn't know. In the end, we are, if we're being truthfully honest with each other, everybody is a pastor. It just means you don't know. You don't know. You just do the best that you can under the carpet of essentially, under the in the environment in which you are, but nobody really knows. So if anybody says to you, or anyone out there watching,
Why are you taking a Uber in an electric car?
that's Shabbat. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. I see that as um, to say that Shabbat could be today or tomorrow or anything but Friday. So if that's the case, then it's fine for you to take a Uber. It's basically like a chess game, and it's like, all right, well, I've got you in checkmate. However, I've got you in checkmate because of this movement. And somebody's like, well, I've got you in checkmate because of this. And it just basically comes down to nobody really knows. So that's what were your thoughts on William Montgomery's performance on the Wilson Senate? So, Tony, why not? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery's stand-up. Are you serious? Well, I, I must say, while I appreciate it, it doesn't surprise me because of my mother. And that's the number one fan this entire time. And with all of the William Montgomery knowledge that I've created from these podcasts, I think I can destroy the William Montgomery career, perhaps. Uh, Dog, I'm watching it. I'm watching it right now. It's weird. You can hear it. I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast. It's William Montgomery's show. No, 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 no. I am. I'm watching the William Montgomery show, but you guys, you're really watching the podcast? Yeah, I'm watching William Montgomery's podcast. It's the William Montgomery show. I know about Tony Chan. So I'm watching them in reverse, and I'm on episode, maybe episode 39 of 168. So that's absolutely true. I even said at that time, the best part of the show is the last 5 seconds when they goes, and they go shh, dun, 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 and then he's like, "Who the fuck said that?" That to me was the funniest part, and I still think that's the funniest part. It's a very funny part of the show. Um, it is not the best. Well, I want to also go back and say that I think it's a good idea that um, he does the um, he has the people at the Record Austin podcast company or whatever do all of the editing for him because I don't think Grant. I think they did allow Grant to do it, or he does it now or something. But when they were just starting off, he was doing all the traveling um for stand-up comedy, and he just didn't have time to do like talk about and stuff. So I get why they just need to have it. And I recently learned that Casey Rocket is no longer doing Club Tony. Did you hear that? Yeah, he's doing like he's moving to I think Chicago. Or like he's like was born in he's moving to Chicago to work at Sandy. For a month. He's doing like residency, and I think he's gonna fly back and do the Montgomery show. Montgomery show. But he's not going to be Kill Tony. And a lot of people on Kill Tony are upset about this because he's one of the I studied the art of stand-up a lot more than most people, I would say, at least in a discussion forum. And in order to be funny in front of that audience of Tony, you can't go out and just be a storyteller. And a lot of these quote unquote stand-up comedians aren't traditional stand-up comedians. They're storytellers. Like who? Like Bert Kreischer, like Joe Rogan, like wait, that's fine, but their observational, their humor is through a story, which is different than if you ever saw traditional stand-up comedians who would have like one-liners. They would be joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. And the thing is to be very random. People, right, right, and it just could be like a little riff, like a song. Like one thing he always says that I don't know if he always says it, but he said it on one of them, and it just becomes like very popular on Kill Tony. He just goes, "Never made it as a wise man," and then like that's his joke. Like that's just a song that's there. But and then he'll like go do this like riff. He'll do his crab walk or whatever, and that just people really like that. Um, but what ends up happening on Kill Tony is there's a saying: you either die a hero or you live long enough to be a villain. And like, what am I saying? Basically, if he gets out while he's on top, people will really like him. But if he keeps staying there, like David Lucas got to the point where he like wore out his welcome. The fans didn't like him anymore. They don't think he's funny. They literally like they killed Tony somebody. Probably has him as one of the worst comedians that they've ever had. And the thing is about David Lucas is he's just not that creative. No, no, it's not that. It's not that. Because I don't consider myself racist and I'm not from Texas. I think that I can say as pretty neutral because I didn't like come in when he started here. As a neutral party, he just reuses his own jokes. And he does do some joke theft, which, believe it or not, I'm okay with being a joke thief. And here's what I mean. Like the joke thief, the big joke thief event happened in 2006 or so. It could have been as late as 2008. Between Joe Rogan and Carlos Mencia. Do you know this story? Okay, so it's on camera. It's on camera if you ever want to see it. Okay, so basically, okay, do you know what the Chappelle show was? Okay, so Chappelle show was like a phenomenon from like the year 2003 to 2005. It ran like 2 seasons, but then it ran like a little bit of a third season. And then they basically said that we could give you like a $30 million or $50 million contract, but you've got to put on your dress and you've got to play that. He's like, well, I'm not going to do that. He went to Africa and disappeared for a month. But he had like he had like a black, like African American, like it was more than that. It was black, meaning like it had Africa and Europe. It wasn't just necessarily. He had like a black, um, what do they call those kind of shows? Uh, Skit show, basically. And Comedy Central thought, you know what? Let's do this with someone. Latinx background. So they make it like a Latino sketch show. And so he had a show known as Mind of Mencia. And Mind of Mencia was not as popular as Chappelle's show, but still gave Carlos Mencia a lot of visibility and made him a very popular comic. Well, what he would do, what Carlos Mencia would do, is he would go to the comedy store and see younger comics who had good jokes, and he would steal them. And Joe Rogan got sick of this. And a lot of other comics did too. To the point where they would dim the lights when Carlos Mencia would come into the belly room and the main room to warn the comics that Carlos Mencia was there and not to do any new material because he's going to steal it. And because he had his own show, he's going to be able to basically win the argument like, well, I'm the big comic book star. That's my joke. Now, he's not the first guy to do this. One guy who was infamously a joke thief is Robin Williams, the actor, comedian. Robin Williams would steal people's jokes. He would just get drunk at the bar and just do coke and just watch comics and steal their jokes. Then the comics would approach him later saying, hey, you're doing my joke. And he would just get out his checkbook and say, okay, how much do I owe you for that joke? And he would just write him a check for the joke. Now, normally it's not seen as a bad thing to sell your jokes if you're doing it before the person starts using it. But if you're having to confront them, that's where it becomes an issue. So anyway, Carlos Mencia is at the comedy store. This is early days. This is before Joe Rogan podcast started. This is Brian Redband who just followed Joe around the green room and videotaped him, just doing like random conversations with people. And Carlos Mencia gets up on stage and they basically he starts doing some of his jokes. And somebody complains or something like that. Joe Rogan gets up there and he's like, what are you doing? You keep stealing the art of the people who are here and portraying it as your own. This is wrong. And he's like, what do you mean? What art am I stealing? Like, who the fuck are you? I have my own show. You're just like the Fear Factor guy. And Joe's like, fuck you, man. All our friends come here, or my friends come here, all the time and they complain about you stealing their jokes. And Carlos Mencia is like, what joke have I stolen? And Joe Rogan's like, you stole my friend Ari Shafir's joke. And it's basically like, all right, so the president wants to build a wall, right? This was like a long time ago, 25 years ago. The president wants to build a wall, right? Well, who do they think is going to build it? And it's like this joke, ha ha ha, because like Latinx people were like, don't do that. And if they don't build the wall, who else is going to build it? And Carlos Mencia allegedly stole that joke. And Mencia's like, well, I don't understand. I don't remember stealing that joke, whatever. And then they go out to the front of the comedy store and they ask Ari Shafir, like, did he steal this joke? And he's like, yeah. He still, like, I used to open for him and he would steal my jokes. And a lot of other people had the same things. All right. With that being said, I know I'm getting toward joke after joke after joke after joke. So then Joe Rogan he was banned from the comedy store for like 5 years or so, more than that, like 8 years. And that's when he started the podcast. And he would do shows at other stand-up venues, but he wasn't allowed back in the store. And then his show gets really big, and Carlos Mencia is seen as a hack because he stole all these jokes, and then Joe Rogan is seen as the best, the person who won. So this is getting back to the argument about joke theft. So there's this issue that arises, and it happens in music too, that like, or any kind of art, all art is borrowed, no matter what it is. Somebody had to hear from someone else to make it funny or whatever. Or a song that to make it catchy. They borrowed it from someone else. All right, so what ends up happening is somebody hears something or reads something and they think it's funny and they add it to their routine. Well, or they think of it organic. But there's something known as parallel thought as well. For instance, like you and I could both think something is fun, like we come up with a joke that's exactly the same, but we didn't talk about it. We just came to the same conclusion of the same joke. It's not super common, but it does happen. It happens in marketing, it happens in music as well. So, who deserves credit for it? Should I get credit for it or should you get credit for it? It's usually first to market is the person who gets credit for it. All right, so moving into the modern day, every joke, I mean, I even see this with comics and maybe too. There are certain categories of jokes that very few people think outside the box, but they have like racial jokes, they have gender jokes, they have political jokes, they have like hard jokes. They're just like certain categories. Back like maybe 40 years ago, there were other popular ones. There were like blonde jokes, dead baby jokes were popular. There were racist jokes. But you read a joke book. And if you read a joke book, you're right. They have different categories of jokes. And basically, we're at the point now in comedy where I don't want to say every joke has been told. That's not true. But especially with how many comics there are, that let's say I'm going to just go do stand up. If I come up with a joke that I think on my own, let's say with you, and let's say we come up with a William Montgomery looks like a red Sasquatch joke. That's our joke, and we probably get a few people to chuckle at that if they really do. Someone else has made that joke somewhere. That's not that creative, and because of that, we came up with that joke on our own. I mean, I just came up with it right now. But somebody else can come out and say, "You stole that joke," and the thing is, we didn't. We just came up with it right now. We parallel thinking to the same punchline. And so I'm at the point where, because all of the jokes have basically been told, maybe 100 years ago it was true as well, but not everything had been recorded. So it's very difficult to prove. But now we've been in like at least 50 years of stand-up comedy consistently being recorded that all of the good jokes out there, or not every single one of them, but many of the good ones have been recorded and um, they've been documented in some way that you can go back and say, well, this was Chris Rock's joke, or this was Dave Chappelle's joke, or this was Rodney Dangerfield's joke, or this was George Carlin's joke, whatever. And then what happens in comedy as well is people just slightly change the joke and make it their own. And is that a new joke, or is that just that's just an old Louis C.K. joke, or that's an old Dane Cook joke, or whatever. It's like it's just one person's opinion as to what they feel the comedy is who owns that comedy. So I'm at the point, and I think that this would be, I think it'd be fine to do, but I'm almost like I don't think joke theft should be a thing. If you can tell a joke better than I can, go ahead and tell it. Because even if it's my joke, if you can make an audience laugh more with my joke, then that's fine. If you want to give me credit for the joke, then that's fine too. But if you don't want to give me credit for the joke, I almost am okay with that because was it really my joke? Couldn't somebody else have come up with that on TikTok or come up with that on Instagram or on YouTube or saw it on an old comedy special, whatever it may be? Like basically everyone is built on everybody else. So for one person to say, well, you stole my joke is to me not that valid of an argument anymore because everybody stole everybody's jokes. So with that all said, I think that these comedians now who go out and this gets David Lucas, who says that David Lucas just steals people's jokes. That may be true, because what allegedly David Lucas does is he just goes on Twitter and looks for funny jokes, and then he puts those in his act, and that's how he gets jokes, and which is considered like a hacky way of doing it, when it is what's allegedly he's done. Um, what I'm saying is, I think that's fine. Basically, it's best to, if you know where you got the joke, to credit the person. I think that should be seen as a very high act. But no longer do I think that someone shouldn't be able to tell the joke because someone else told that joke back. And why do I say this? Because there are a lot of jokes out there, a Lenny Bruce joke, a George Carlin joke, a Richard Pryor joke, that nobody's going to hear anymore because those guys are dead. So why should you be able to bring those jokes back? With that being said, what are your thoughts? I get that. I get that. I'm not going to argue that. And I think that you're right, probably, that to some extent we are just scratching the surface on what could be funny. However, if you use the argument that you can't tell that joke because someone else told a similar joke 25 years ago, well, then you can use that argument to prove right. You understand how they could have some overlap, though, basically. Um, Are you okay with someone just saying, this is an old Lenny Bruce joke that I'm going to do in honor of Lenny Bruce, and then they just do their stand up?
Yeah, I think it's
I don't know if you have to say the second part, but I'm going to agree with you. I think that kind of stand up, I don't understand why people don't do that kind of stand up. I don't understand why some, I've seen it now a little bit, but, okay, for instance, okay, there was this guy that killed Tony, like, almost 2 months ago or so. His name is Timmy Numbers, and he was very popular. I talked about it last episode. And he did this whole, like, no, we're from Jersey, and we eat pizza, and I like to, I like to have sex with a lot of chicks. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like that kind of mentality. Very much like Andrew Dice Clay. And when he got up there and he started doing it, Kill Tony or Tony Hinchcliffe was like, I usually hate when people do someone else's act and you're obviously doing Andrew Dice Clay's act. But you did a good job at it, whatever. Here's a big joke. And then Timmy No Breaks said, I don't write, throws the book into the audience like he just rejected the book. But if you actually like look into Andrew Dice Clay said that he didn't come up with that character. That it was just a riff on John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone. And he used to do a bunch of characters, and they were all okay. But when he would do that character, it killed. People loved it. So he just made that his act. So basically, like, even Andrew Dice Clay didn't come up with that originally. So for Tony Hinchcliffe to say that this Timmy No Breaks is just doing Andrew Dice Clay's act, isn't that kind of like, not really, he's stealing John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone's act from whatever. Basically, what happens is, in comics mind, a certain joke gets associated with someone, and that's like their joke forever. When in reality, they didn't necessarily come up with it. And so I think that it's great to, I think it would be great. I think that somebody should do other people's acts, word for word, but just give them credit. And I think you could tour with that. I think you could be very popular with that. Like, hey, I'm going to do an old Dane Cook album. I really used to like this. Shout out to any Dane Cook fans out there. And here we go. It's 100%. 100%. They should have covered. Yeah, but like, yeah, there you go. So, comic book. And then to say that that's brilliant. Yeah, I love it. Full circle. Because yeah, no, I think it's really good. I think it could be really popular. Um, it's almost like people doing a play, like, you know what I mean, like Shakespeare. That could be, and you could add your own jokes to it, but it just could be the structure. So here's what happens, and this is what modern comedy has become, and it gets back to Casey Rock. So these comedians, it's very important for them to have like an hour to be a big touring comedy. And it takes them like an entire year to come up with an hour of material. And it's much easier to tell a story to fill an hour than to do joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. When you do joke after joke after joke after joke, like a gambling gun, it takes a lot of work to remember all of that, and also to come up with that much creative material. As as opposed to just telling a story, which is like to take up like a chunk of like 5 or 10 minutes. It takes a lot longer to come up with like within a story. You might have 5 jokes in it, but if you're doing joke after joke after joke after, you might have 60 jokes in 10 minutes or so. And I find that comedians are much more leaning, at least big time comedians, they're much more leaning to political commentary and stories, and they've moved away from that fast hitting joke after joke after joke. And with Casey Rocket, as he said, he's more of a storyteller. All of these comedians say that though. They all say I'm a storyteller. Joe Rogan says that. Bert Kreischer says that. Conspiracy says that. Even Dave Chappelle is a storyteller. But what they do is they build you up for a really big punchline. And that's cool. I don't find that many comedians anymore doing joke after joke after joke after joke. Rodney Dangerfield was great at it. Um, like the one-liner, oh, yeah, exactly. He is rare that he does joke after joke after joke. And that's why his comedy set works really well for Kill Tony because he knows how it works. He's got 1 minute to make people laugh as much as possible. So instead of him going in and just telling some joke that could flop at the end, or telling some story that could flop at the end, he's going to tell you 3 to 5 jokes. Maybe 2 or 3 of them are going to land, and you're going to think he's a funny person. And because he has to do it so often, he writes them on a piece of paper, and people are okay with that. And then he tells the jokes. And I think that works much better. That type of joke delivery works much better than telling a long story. And what Casey Rocket, what he allegedly said was something like, I'm more of a storyteller. I'm going to tell you a longer joke than just 1 minute. In order to make people laugh in 1 minute, he's got to do all that sticky shit that I'm going to crab walk and never made it as a white man and all that other shit. Or never made it as a white man and all that other shit. And he's kind of a zany guy, and it's hard to keep the momentum going week after week after week when you're doing that. When um, when like if you have a bad week, the people in the Kill Tony subreddit just absolutely shit on him. And they say, "Oh, I remember when he was good. He's not as good as he once is. He's a hack. All these other things." So by Casey Rocket saying that he did Kill Tony for a few months, he's been a comedian for 15 years. That's a long time. And now he's just gonna do this residency. He's gonna continue to do the William Montgomery show. I'm sure he'll be back on Kill Tony eventually, but I see why he made that decision. Basically, to be funny within 1 minute is very difficult. To be funny within 10 minutes, I think some people may say it's much more difficult, but in a lot of ways it's easier. If they say to you, you have 10 minutes, not you have to fill 10 minutes, just you have 10 minutes to make people laugh as much as you want. Okay, that's fine, because you don't have that cat or that bear at the end that is going to cut you off. And so I understand why Casey Rocket is making the decision. No, his stuff is usually longer than a minute. He has a story to tell. He wants to make you. Right, or at least, or at least people will laugh, even if it's not a joke. People will just laugh at his delivery. Um, it's exactly right. What is funny? mean, it's a very philosophical question. But what if? But what if they didn't mean to make it cause laughter and it makes somebody laugh? Okay, well, you said it had to have the express purpose, essentially, to make someone laugh. Oh, okay, I agree with that. You said, I, you said something. I mean, we can go back on the tape, but it was anything that someone does to cause laughter. And I disagree with that. It should be just anything that causes laughter. Right. I think. I think that it does. Right, which is very vague. Hey, you and I have been playing this game. It's the oldest game. It's the oldest board game in human history. Do you want to play it? No. It's older. Go. Oh, wait. It's been continuously played. Let me look. Um, let me look. So it's called Mancala, and it's pretty simple, but it's like fascinating. It was played in Egypt, like in the pyramids. So it is versions of the game date back past the 3rd century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. It is among the oldest known family of games to still be widely played today. You do? All right. Well, I'm sending you an invite, and we're gonna play. Okay. Well, I want to play with you. It's it's kind of a fascinating game. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Let's look it up. I'll look it up right now. Yo, dog, is there some kind of like strategy that always wins in Moncala, like there is basically in tic tac toe or other games like that? Yo, great question. So here's the deal with Moncala, specifically the most common version of the US Moncala. Is there a perfect strategy like tic tac toe? Yes, kind of, but it's more complex. In 2000, it was proven the person who goes first in standard Kala, 6 pits per side, 4 seats per pit, can always win if they play perfectly. Oh man, so there is like that. It is. So yeah, there is a perfect strategy, but it's a lot more complicated than tic tac toe. Most humans can't memorize it. Oh, so maybe they're not. Key to winning. Yeah, Doc, how you doing, man? Since they have people who are 18 and more now, they want to talk to adults. How you living, big dog? Jewish history lecture. Word, Doc. Are you big Luke Ross fan? Okay, what do you like about him? Okay, very well. What other streamers do you like? Who's that? Okay, I gotcha. Do you like any games, Swampy? You like Halo? Halo Infinite? What one do you like? Did you ever play Halo 2? Word, Doc. What's your favorite weapon? In any of them? In any of them? Word, Doc. All right. What are your thoughts on the plasma sword? Do you like it? Did you ever play Team Swords in Halo 2? Oh, okay. Well, it's pretty baller. What's in your agenda for tonight? Riser? 24/7, 365. Welcome, Zoo. Where's up? Zoo, how's your day going? What happened, Zoo? What happened? Come talk to me about it. You lonely. Okay, did you get on any dating websites? Why won't it help? Zoo, I do, but I don't let anybody chat in it because people spam it. With VC, dog. Say anything you want in the VC. You can DM them to people. that I can watch Jewish history lectures on one and talk on another?
Let's see.
Like that. 33 devices, son. Word. Pardon me. So what are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do? What are your favorite things to do? Oh, Taik, do you play on Xbox Live? Yeah. Oh, you play on, what do you play on? How was that? Is it a good, is it a good experience? Okay, Taik. Very cool. So it comes with Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3. What ones are there? Okay, what Halos are there? What was the last one you just said? What's ODST? Oh, okay. Just really like Halo 1 and 2. Great dog. I played a lot of Halo 2 though. Online. That's baller. How'd it go? Why'd you lose? What's it mean to be sweaty? Very cool. Do you like sports? Why not? Okay, you like UFC. You know there's a UFC this weekend? Let's find out. Victoria, I think? UFC. UFC this week. Alright. UFC of Korea. Korea. Um, so we've got UFC. It's going to be Holloway versus Korea in 3. You going to watch it? Word, dog. Word. You going to check it out there? Right. Do you ever buy them? But
especially for the face.
or what were your thoughts?
Very good.
Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? Do you know what Plato is? Plato. It's an app on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. Download it. It's got like 30 games on it. Things like mini golf and archery and darts and billiards and like poker and checkers and chess and Uno. It's got like everything. No, it's not computer virus. I'm playing it right now. Yep. If you download it, it'll it takes like 1 minute to create an account, and then you can play all these games for free. And it's really a smooth game or a smooth platform, meaning it doesn't crash. It's not really heavy on your system. You have an iOS or an Android device. Okay, do you have an Android phone or a Windows phone? Or an iOS phone? Do you have an iPhone or an Android device? Okay, so that's an Android device. Yeah. Well, hold on. Hold on. Is it an old Nokia or a new Nokia? Do you have an OG Nokia with like Snake? Why do you have that phone? Yeah, so you decided I don't want an iPhone, I don't want an Android device, I want like a phone from 1998. How do you even get that phone to work? No, I mean you get like cell service with it. Can you get email on it? Okay. Wow. Why did you go with that and not like Android or an iPhone? Yeah, but you can always put a case on your other phone that makes it pretty strong. So why? How long have you had a Nokia? That's true. For how long have you had a Nokia? You just messing with me. You've had a phone since 1998. Shush. They didn't even have email on cell phones back then. They didn't have cameras on them. Well, it's not from 1998 if it's got a camera on it. Like 2000. What kind of music do you like? Bruno Mars? Who's that? Is he from 1998? All right. You like him? Have you ever seen him in concert? Did he give you a shout out? Since you were the only person there? Because nobody's heard of this fool. All right. Do you like oldies music? Why not? It's a great question. I define music from the 50s, 60s, and early 70s as oldies. You heard me, son. 50s, 60s, and early 70s. You've never heard of the Beatles? Have you ever heard of the Beatles? Why not? What is your genre? Is that what kind of music is that? Have you met Mas? Are you guys your manager? Does he have a Nokia from 1998? Oh, that's tight. Does he play Snake on it? Does he play Halo 1? Does he use Xbox Live? Oh, that's tight. That's tight, and that works well. I got you. What is what? Where? That's Jewish history lesson. That's Jewish history lectures. You want to listen to them? Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear it? All right, Doug, you're gonna hate it.
How that's happening. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and then we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first form of antipathy to Jews is actually the most normal of them, the most kind of like human and understandable, and that's basically xenophobia.
Yeah.
This is something we see in the ancient period among Greeks and Romans in particular. You see it in Greek and Roman literature, and it basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work one day a week, they were therefore considered slothful because that was on the Sabbath. That was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans. number two, Judaism requires a fairly high bar of commitment, for example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were, like self-selected and things like that. And so it basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the basic functions. So here's another one, for example. Jews keep kosher. And so if you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, hey, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and you say, sorry, I can't eat that food, say, oh, what's wrong with you? Share with me. So that's just misunderstanding the reasons why they're not eating with you as a form of resentment or hatred of other people. So this is something that happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't quite understand each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens, and it happens to all peoples. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism, and as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, or to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like sort of a granddaughter religion. But the relationship of the mother and the daughter is especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. Who are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, then what is the Christian people? What does God think of this relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does he mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium after the common era. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews, which are just, mind-boggling, bizarre, like this crazy idea that Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to, fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual purpose. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when printing became popular, and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely, and unfortunately we're still dealing with this form of medieval Judaism as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believe was likely the final form, but I was optimistic, is what we would call today modern anti-Semitism. This is when the actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and, sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of scientific sounding term. And basically the content of modern anti-Semitism represents the departure from the religious roots of anti-Jewish hatred.
Yeah, because I spam people. So now I just spam people.
One, that the Jews must
Oh, I'm live on Twitch right now.
separate from a religious
Oh, yeah.
or a national identification. Like now they have some kind of quasi-scientific
I'm live on 22 different YouTube
association with their very beings, their very bodies. And secondly, the idea of conspiracy.
Yeah, if you want to find me at
the way
Twitch,
this race works is that
I'm live
all
on.
connected. It's a grand, awful, diabolical plan to dominate the world. And that's basically where we were living from the 1880s to the Nazi period through the late 20th century until finally we come to this fifth form, anti-Zionism. What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections that we talked about earlier, and why is it fundamentally still Judaism? Anti-Zionism is basically this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimacy to the modern state of Israel, saying that unlike all other countries in the world, Israel somehow should not be allowed to exist. That it is based on fundamentally flawed, fatal flawed principles that means that it is something that must be eradicated completely, something we
I have more social media than
Canada or England or any other state will say it about Israel. And secondly, anti-Zionism argues that all Jews, not just Israelis, but all Jews around the world are somehow equally culpable for establishing this so-called illegitimate state, that they are so-called complicit in this crime of Israel's existence. And that's really what this anti-Zionism is all about. So what I'd like to do now is to walk you through a few examples of how you see just how inappropriate, illogical, and fundamentally hateful this argument is, and how it distinguishes itself from the earlier forms of opposition to Zionism that we can understand based on legitimate grounds, whether or not we agree with them. Let's take, for example, as a litmus test, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It's not, for me, it's not my favorite form of defining anti-Semitism, but it happens to be something that is in the news because a lot of political debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not as a, but let's just use it as our litmus test. So if you look at where I pointed the arrow here, we should say clearly that criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is an anti-Semite, you would have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing. The Israeli Knesset and politics there's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments. So there's certainly a whole boundary in this definition that says that criticizing the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is off limits. There are, however, some things which go way beyond it, and that's what we're going to focus on. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. Let's look at some of the detail and see why anti-Zionism really goes beyond the level of appropriate criticism of government and gets to anti-Semitism.
They know me so well that
accusing Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Sometimes called this Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why an anti-Semite might want to do this is because part of the reason why the need for state Israel is present is because of the genocidal attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of refuge for them. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge that is saying it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Force because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you have to wipe out, you have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in armed forces who come from other countries or have various, affinities for other countries. So we're going to set that aside here. Anti-Zionism means denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. All other countries seeking to establish national homelands for their indigenous peoples, that is somehow okay. But for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as a national movement of the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN resolution that says that French nationalism, American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalism, these are somehow racist. But Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. It's a fundamentally flawed argument. As you can see from this map that indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that voted in favor of it, probably primarily those who are deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, that you get a really a sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who objected to this particular resolution. building on this idea of equating the Jewish national movement with racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, i.e. Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. They hold Israel to a different standard of what is acceptable. And we see this especially today, and we see this in actually a rather brilliant article that was just published yesterday by Zach Goldberg in Tablet. And basically what Mr. Goldberg did was he went and looked at some of the major media resources, and he said, okay, how many times is the word genocide used in connection with, and then he identified half a dozen odd recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. I won't go into the details of separation between them. But as you can see, when you connect Israel to genocide, that's a phenomenally popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide, and so on. When you say Israel and genocide in one sentence, you get a lot of hits. So therefore, that has suddenly become a tremendously popular thing in much of the media space. And he points out here, I'm actually reading a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it would constitute a striking historical outlier. Perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking of hostages. The first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of its reported victims. And potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted groups combatants have deliberately embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might possibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victims. Specifically, for Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms, Israel's military campaign, having achieved its core objectives, would likely cease. I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing, and my entire being rebels against it. But the bottom line is, there's so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages, and hardly anyone saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages. You murdered many of them. You still have 20 of them. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas and saying, force them to release the hostages, and the violence will cease? That's something that still bothers me. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis. There are lots of examples of this, very convincing metaphors. So Israelis blood, harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to Nazis. That happens everywhere all the time. You see a swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time with Israel and other things, such as the horrific massacres at the Tree of Life synagogue that occurred actually before October 7th. Of course, we see it today in the terrifying murder of two Israeli staffers walking out of Washington, or the horrible attack on the peaceful protesters. Okay, I hope this video sort of explains what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred. Yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the state of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by aligning yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, you may be buying into a much larger agenda than you're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video is useful to you, and I hope that we see an end to the violence, a return of the hostages immediately to their families, and the cessation of all of the attacks and suffering against them. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been conducting research for the upcoming Rome cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That even though it's not dealing with the Rome material, it's in a very close by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will go into, God willing, next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Benbassa, a fascinating historian who's also a politician. She's a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit de Bayonne. I chased down an article by Anne Zink on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit de Bayonne, you can see where it is here, it's sort of like perched on the very western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of that story. We'll tell you that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. Let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot specifically. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time the Portuguese Jews began to move there. Jews were expelled from France is not unified like it is today. There are different territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182 and then invited back, and then expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the Hundred Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows these so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of that country. And many of them made their way to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit. And many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil, and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border. And there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto-Jews. They used to be called Marranos, which is in itself a derogatory term, meaning swine. So crypto-Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who, they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger Catholic population. There are those who deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety and living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes are still marrying other crypto Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. chart here, you can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them were impoverished, almost all of them producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade, about 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to bank. Small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Santa Cruz is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic, so they're involved in all kinds of things: wool sales, and chocolate, and tobacco, and you name it, all kinds of soap, and making soap, all kinds of things that are going on there, and they're definitely very useful to them. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese New Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews, including crypto Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings like Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's really interesting part. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there are openly referred to as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or Jews, reflects the reality that is developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner by Anne Simmons, really went down into the local archives, demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms of the Portuguese families, declines. They employ a Paris priest to serve as this kind of go-between, to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own Kaddish and their rights. And they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you would have in a much more well-developed in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flouting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own real estate. They don't have to wear the well, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that we can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing things that happened at the end of the 1700s. But they were the descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? For generations, about 25 years. That's 3 times, that's 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity for 12 generations? And if you even want to say that the Jews who are sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance in Bordeaux and Bayonne, much greater, I think, in many ways, than the famed convivencia that you see in the south of Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Can you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne really drives home in her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on, can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, hey, France is going to be good around. We're going to be completely Catholic. Of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are playing to all kinds of different agendas, and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you have real humanity express itself. The non-Jewish population of the Dom saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they were linguistically very well adapted, that looking at basic studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and yet find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research as I prepared for another kosher rebel cruise in France, this time in Bordeaux, the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to the liturgy. Many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look and consider the prayer book. So many events and experiences of the Jewish people are layered into the fabric of this prayer book, and as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the book of Gerard Nahum. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which he's been studying all his life. His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne and taught at many universities, and Nahum is especially associated with Rabbi. He's a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Judaïsme et Judaïsme à Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So here's what it is. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? It's certainly lost in the sands of time, because by the time we first get records of Jews, they aren't referring to their settlement, so referring to Jews that we have been there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rua Judaica, or Rue Judaïque, the Jewish street. And if you look at this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille John in 1890. It presumes that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see that in fact it does have the name Esther, which is in fact a woman named of the name Esther. We know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that is set up for Claudia Esther, who's one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Esther is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classic of the Jewish symbol. The seventh branch menorah, in particular, really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early and very popular in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Journal argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahum says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belonged to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong his argument is personally, because why would it say Asterius, although the last three letters kind of indicates like a nominative case of Greek. The thing itself, unless it's a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking the 500s, and known Jews already living at this time. They also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the years 333 or 334, and it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact a Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years. That's the most of his stuff happens. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in the Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Yahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh and the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely in passing because he was going through Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggested, maybe this guy's actually maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left this very rare travelogue, and that's how we have it today. It was a mistake to inscribe it. But anyway, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is the Ulach prayer, which is well known, particular to men when they pray in the morning service. The Orthodox world typically do not pray this section called Taik, which are penitential prayers that are led immediately after the essential part of the prayers, the Shema Esrei or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. So according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Beit Din sits, that is the court of Jewish law sits, so this happens also in heaven, therefore it requires additional prayers to expiate our sins. So that's basically what this Taik prayer is. And there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called the Ulach, which is the first 2 words, and he is merciful. God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Mozart Philos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, but not too much discussion there. And they composed this prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in the regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahum brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troy, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi named Yehuda Barelius Steve records the actual story, but it much earlier. So we're definitely now talking in a realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. So the story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders, and he puts no skipper on them, and just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable I won't be enjoying kosher river sushi, let me tell you. At any rate, according to the legend, which is reported from the 12th century onward, these three boats went to largely southern France. One went to Arles, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine geographically. It's really difficult to go all the way around Spain to enter from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legendary. And the Jews disembarked there and they established really good settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul, which would have been a Roman territory. So according to the legend reported, this 1407 manuscript, there was a king who reached the Bordeaux, and they originally treated the Jews very well, and then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews and began to persecute them. And so they had two brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel adds a degree of very similar to the whole story. But anyway, these three people get together and they each compose a section of a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies of horrible things. After this victory that was considered so successful, and actually it is very beautiful. I can tell you that we tend to rush through it because we really like the same time. It's very sad kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautiful. So actually enjoy it when you have plenty of time without it. This prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures and is included and appreciated to this very day. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise through the unusual heart of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating sort of travel log taking a pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I had come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Burdigalense or Itinerarium Burdigala usque Jerusalem, meaning the Bordeaux itinerary or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes really, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. You've got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnight traveling by a donkey or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you have like horse rentals, horse rentals, stuff, places switching horse rentals like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over. But 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. You can even see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and with several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this: change at Stomatai, leagues 7, change at Senone, leagues 9, city of Astates, leagues 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land of Israel, which is only lot more detailed information about what to see in connection to the Bible and things like that. So that's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things associated with it. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars. For example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible? Or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was the time when there was a huge kind of like quote unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There's a lot more, fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople coming, saying that I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle versus Judaism tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time? Perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites. These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he's one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi, he served as a chaplain, and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Khalil. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of land Israel, huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we should take this itinerary at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in Christian scriptures? Why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making his way around Israel and just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and spend time in Jerusalem? Fourth question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially events that occurred to particular, as I described, in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars, preceding Klein, and he quotes them in his article on this topic, suggest that perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation who was of Jewish ethnicity but was practicing Christianity. And there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time we get to the 4th century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinating, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, but to Jewish legend. Both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in the Jewish community. Is it not possible, as Professor Klein, that pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible. stuff. They kind of added so much more stuff. I have huge awesome references. Uh, what Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by Bordeaux Pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux. They had made this itinerary and he pulled material from them. Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the first century, but only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of this itinerary because there's significant populations in Bordeaux and Lyon at this time. We know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Galia, Rabbi man of Galia, that is towards Roman France. That's mentioned in the Septa of Arabic. There is a Rabbi Yudan in Galia, Rabbi Yudan from Galia, and he's mentioned in Sikta the Rabbana. These sort of all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic relations there, and so much so they would produce at least these two figures who were cited in very, very ancient texts. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution to Genesis, and it was really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. I think that's absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching this short video. I'm so glad that there are other people who find this stuff so interesting. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the Douro River Valley with kosher river cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of Crypto Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, we're going to move to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I'm going to have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the Temple at Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. has this fascinating legend. And we'll look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence. We do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterios, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time you get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have geography of a place called Mont Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street, and a port is called Port du Jeu, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rashi, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population living there. Where they came from exactly is not clear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. The first of them was in 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control, it was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300-odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, from being attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So, if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession: 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how do you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish communities could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion, and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous, or the price is too high. So it seemed that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pastores. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096, so this is like a century after the First Crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and the Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel. Well, a lot of locals and populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pastoreux uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated with cash-bearing industries like money lending, like minting, like crafts, silver, goldsmiths, things like that. And so they were a favorite target by the Pastoraux, and they suffered horribly in the year 1320. The upper church, and the Pope in particular, defended the Jews, like they did with blood libels, things like that, saying this is not right, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, when the Pastoraux had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament meant that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. A lot of sad stories about that, but I won't get off track. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time Lutheran because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially crypto-Jews, who had been making their way up to Bordeaux from the 15th century and on. Again, you'll recall that in Spain, there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to regard themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians or conversos, sometimes called Marranos, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg were very prominent sites. The New World, Brazil in particular, and also just across the Pyrenees Mountains, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux, identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately openly as Jews. That combines with the sort of contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as, these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they're married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese. Even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France, they are openly living as Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from Papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and Constantinople, which are regions that were controlled directly by the popes rather than the French community. And so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. And over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux, the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Constantinople Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic, they have their own ritual Provençal, but you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right, schools. They set up bikkur cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick. They set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews from Avignon claim a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been Christians at all. By the time we get to 1806, which is where I'm going to cut off this, because we're going to enter into the modern world of some amazing things that affect Bordeaux Jews this time. You have 2,131 Jews living in Bordeaux. 1,651 of them were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazi lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all kinds of different strands of thought coming in. I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to join me. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in 1755 when a great scholar named Rabbi met another remarkable scholar from Bordeaux. It's a really fascinating story. It's got a little bit of humor and experience. So first of all, who was the Rabbi? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azubai. He's an incredibly important scholar who lived in the year 1724 to 1806. I've actually studied personally many of his books, and one of his books I've actually read multiple times. Great encyclopedic scholar, tremendous special interest in manuscripts and fascinating. The reason that he's especially useful for us is because in the year 1753, when he was in his 30s, he was asked by the community of Hebron, he lived in Israel, he was asked by the community of Hebron to make a circuit through some of the larger communities, particularly in Europe, to collect money for the struggling community. And so he did this. He went and he became like a mashulach, as it were, a messenger to collect funds for the yeshiva in Hebron in particular. He ended up being especially good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his many travels, he wrote down a travelogue, which is called Magal Tov. It is one of the most remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century, which also produced a whole series of amazing documents. But this book, Magal Tov, is just, first of all, it fits within a long history of Jews going on trips and describing them everywhere from Benjamin of Tudela to, your Aunt Sadie going to Boca and writing about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing faraway places, and the Chida does it phenomenally. He writes with a sense of adventure and curiosity, and he provides all kinds of fascinating details. Many of them really quite scurrilous, really surprising, quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the kind of stresses they have going on. And it's a remarkably important source for understanding of major Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a great, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading standard rabbinic books. But Magal Tov, this really comes out by. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is preparing for the kosher biblical season 2 Bordeaux this November. And there's a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he had with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew, whose name was Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, also known as Pereira. He was born in 1750, a rough contemporary of the Judah, and he lived until 1780. His story is like many Bordelais Jews who came from Spanish Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother picked up and fled Portugal, and they ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted Jews. Jacob at this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptismal name of Francisco, and that's when he became Jacob. He had a brilliant creative mind, and then he was a lot like the Fida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background, he didn't have the advantage of that kind of training. But he invented all kinds of fascinating things. He's considered one of the fathers of modern Judaism because in the 1700s he invented and built calculator, mechanical calculators. He authority for college support, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Taik. He was an engineer. He designed a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed on transatlantic voyages. Really, really fascinating. He was an educator, and he was also, not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community, in particular, we'll talk about that in another video, but he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Oregon for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded philosopher of business. His main claim to fame was that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute how to speak. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques before King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of £800. He was a big hero for inventing this particular method of using finger shapes to represent sounds. He wrote about this in a book in 1778 entitled Observation sur le son des lettres. It was published by the Académie royale des sciences, Observations on those who are deaf and mute. Absolutely fascinating. Now, in his travels, the Rabbi went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in the year 55-15, which corresponds to July 20th, 1755. And the Rabbi was just overwhelmed with it. You can imagine that personality-wise, they probably have a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you. It's quite fascinating. I should mention that Nagal Tov is really quite an amazing book. It's been published many times in Hebrew original. It was very, very hard to find English translation, which of course we have at the University Library. Translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman, published in 1996. Now listen to this little history. Now, an astounding thing of wisdom to descend from Signor Jacob relate to me. With his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf to it. The sages refer to this interesting because in Talmud, a person who is both deaf and mute is considered invalid in all kinds of ways, not only in terms of the obvious disability, but also in terms of legal agency and so on. There's a question about the level of intelligence and so on. And Professor Pereira really changed that. So let's go back to this. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception. He never was able to reach that word. And bring him to a state of speaking whereby he can reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him in writing. Yes, yes, and no, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy language. He's teaching Jewish, deaf, mute kids to be able to write in Hebrew as well. And with his mouth, read in the books of both languages. Amazing issues. And he could understand Tanakh. He could understand the Bible. And he, Rodriguez, was also confident. And he gave with them signs on the joints of his fingers, right? And each joint he made is a sign for one letter. And when he wanted to speak with him, with great celerity, would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letter for the word desired, and the mute person, after much practice, straight away understood his question. And now with my own eyes, I saw in his house a lad who they said was a mute, neither hearing nor speaking. And I saw him talking to me in the holy language and in French. Now here's the funny thing. And my eyes watched Signor Jacob, indicated with his fingers his mute, and immediately would he indeed reply to his question. And as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner, right? He decided to hey, I'll try this out. So he started making gestures with his fingers. For I did not know the signs which Jacob had selected to his meaning. I was just making it up. I didn't know that the system was off. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by the sight and was upset that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right? Professor Rodriguez said to him, "Oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send that message So that is actually what it sounds like. This phrase, send the finger. I looked it up in Hebrew, the original here is shalach etzva, it's the literal translation. And of course, the Chidah with the tremendous erudition is quoting a verse from Isaiah 58:9, which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain, Siddur says that this phrase, to send the finger, is like an aggressive gesture. And there, Adam, like people who are arguing, what will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, very important, the Italian commentator, quotes it, and the Latin commentators, Marshall, who refers to it as the digitum medium, which means the middle finger. So essentially, what happened was the Chidah, in attempting to communicate with this person, or at least jesting, joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the voice in consternation. But Professor Smith was able to assure him that the rabbi didn't mean that actually. You really get a sense of the humor that the Chidah records in his Maggid song. It's really worth it. At any rate, the Chidah is clearly very impressive. He ends his description of his visit to Professor Ferrer with the phrase, Baruch Homne Adam. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge to his students. What an amazing scholar. Development, teaching people definitely to speak up. Now we'll shack up with this. Amazing story. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really interested in looking at the figure of Abraham Hurtado, a very important activist who was from Bordeaux and had a lot to do with the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. And this actually, it's not a slow process at all. We talked about it in videos in the past about how, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment that had essentially a corporate structure into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. And what exactly that means? Well, that also didn't happen automatically. They had a petition for it. It took a couple of years. This is part of first, then the Ashkenazim, all kinds of interesting things like that. But right now, I'd like to take a few minutes to look at Abraham Hurtado and specifically his role in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating moment. It illustrates the complexities of French Jewry, which is fascinating. Okay. So first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon, where they were natives, after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake, not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. It was, a fire broke out that destroyed much of the city, and then a tsunami. Imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, totally destroying Lisbon. It allowed, however, for a new creative force to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles, such as the middle of the 18th century, but also there's a kind of a mood in Lisbon that we should just get rid of all of this old stuff. And Peter Pombal, in particular, very, very important political figure, who was one of the major reformist activists who led the country at that time, and in fact got rid of some of the most obnoxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. At any rate, focusing on Hurtado, however, according to many accounts, according to very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born on the 30th of July of 1756. Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, it's an incredibly tragic moment. His father would have died shortly after conceiving his son. However, Francis Molina, who was definitely the greatest authority on the Jews of Bordeaux, especially the argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the account's are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, was born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many other Jews of Bordeaux at this time, in the maritime trade, working in insurance for that international commerce that's just burgeoning in the century. Now, let's just recall what's going on in French Jewry at this time. Remember that as of 1306 and later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And there's distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, the Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region, also in neighboring Bayonne. These are Jews who are technically Christians as well. The Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time we get to the 16th century, as we discussed in the previous lessons. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the mouth of the Rhone River in regions that were originally under papal control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. Important duties of Carpentras, for example, having gnomes in an important place. Sometimes these are called the population of Jews, and many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also living in Bordeaux. They're not the same as Sephardim. They have their own right, the Provençal right, which is largely been lost, but they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews were. And then, of course, you have on the eastern part of France, neighboring Germany, you have a mass of Ashkenazi Jews. And they are very, very different. And again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity. And certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is very close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctively. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about observance of traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered an undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations as Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. A lot was changed in the 18th century. A lot of the change was a result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce. Guillaume Chrétien de Marion de Malesherbes. That's really hard. I know some French, but that's really hard. Malesherbes is how I refer to him now. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in 1787 edict giving Protestant civil rights. Because although we're focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they persecuted them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constituted a massive population in France, and they had to somehow come to terms with it. So ultimately, in 1787, with this edict of tolerance, they said, okay, fine, you'll have civil rights as Protestants. France will still be technically a Catholic country. This is before the Revolution, but we're going to stop, like, for example, not registering your marriage. When you get married, okay, that will be marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic Church. So this essay and this edict that came out in 1787 caused the Jews to say, hey, what about us? Should we be emancipated too? So it turned out that the state responded, no, we weren't thinking about Jews. Although Malesherbes himself may have actually been Jews. But this sparked a whole feverish activity in the last years before the Revolution, trying to figure out what should be the position of the Jews, or more specifically, what should be the position of the various Jewish And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man, he's very articulate, he's wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation in Bordeaux. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Dugas went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met at Malazère and they explained, how they felt that they should have the same kind of rights. Now, let us recall that because they were technically Christian, because they had been converted, even though they were identifying as Jews, they still had this Christian driver's license as it were. They could go anywhere they wanted, they could attend universities, things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase in rights if Malazère's project would be advanced. They did not, however, have the imagination to think of all Jews equal French citizens. They'll be subjects, but they didn't quite think that way. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its rights. And, there's things maybe some advances could happen to the other population. Now, we can read this in a couple of different ways. It does seem, as Rabbi prepared to argue, that the Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much higher status, wanted to preserve that distinction, and they didn't want chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction that Alexander was proposing. What they did was they hired an historian, Rabbi, who wrote a 150-page memorandum defending essentially the uniqueness of the Sephardic. Let me read one page here from his work, which is interesting, in which the Furtado and Lopez Dugas write a little commentary on top of it. It says, a Portuguese Jew is English in England and French in France, but a German Jew is German everywhere because of his customs from which he deviates rarely. Right? So essentially, what's a Portuguese Jew is a Sephardic Jew. Sephardic, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live. They culturally mold themselves to the cultures in which they live, but not the Ashkenazi Jews. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different, may be incompatible. When he says English and Germans as brothers with the same mother, then the brothers are very different. They say, we are not like those people, those Ashkenazi. That's essentially what they're saying. So we're getting a sense of some of the seams of the internal Jewish community at this moment of great change. Now, what ended up happening was the Malazère was won over to their cause and said, yeah, it's a good idea, we should move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that, it wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was conversion and assimilation to the larger French body politics. But all of this was rendered moot by the French Revolution that would break out just a few months later. And a much more radical solution would be proposed. And that's something that we've talked about in previous lectures, and we'll definitely talk about on this cruise. Okay. Fascinating stuff. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you. I love those two solutions. One of the reasons it's so fascinating is that the photo because those things very deep of the changes that affected the Jewish community and prophet speaking specifically about the people emancipation, which occurs primarily in Paris, that's where most of the things, especially where else, and scientists are talking about transition from a pre-modern state, really a medieval state, to a modern state is so crucial for the development of modern Jewry all around the world. In many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, we all have to look back to what happened in Paris and in Bordeaux in these few decades that traversed the 19th century. To understand how do we get to where we are now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do I mean by this emancipation, this change to modernity? The term emancipation is kind of a weird term that was decided on, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century by English historians who try to describe the shift from modernity to modernity. It's not precisely the right term. It's a term that was borrowed primarily from the American context of the emancipation of the slaves in America, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they clearly were a much lower status. All kinds of legal disabilities, residence restrictions, lots of institutions were closed to them, universities, and so on. So really, the only way to get ahead was to leave altogether and to convert to Christianity, because in modern Europe, the states did not really have a conception of a secular identity possible for all citizens. And that term is also states. So the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens was really the seed of modernity for Jewry, and it happened on a very sharp day, 1789, with the French Revolution, as we should discuss. Now, the reason why it's not precisely the same as emancipation is because with enslaved, within limits, they had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They could have as many children as they wanted, enemies, laws, and so on. All kinds of special restrictions on them. But nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom. But this is not the case, obviously, with the African American slaves in America, who were enslaved in many ways far worse than they had been in those ancient times. It's not even like a comparable type of emancipation which happens right around the same time, the emancipation of the serfs of the Russian Empire. Like the African Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated, thank you very much, free from all things like that, but they were not given any resources to actually take advantage of that emancipation. So a lot of the things that were actually the support in modern times, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for it. But that meant that if they weren't producing quite enough agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to the slow industrialization of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe, and led to the increase of the population in the rural sectors, and into urban sectors, lots of major changes. These are not the same things that affected Jewry, especially French Jewry. So let's go very quickly to what happened in the French Revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and Venetian Jewry, and later all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen that was passed by the National Assembly in August of 1789. And this is a really important document in the history of the world. It basically declares the same type of things that you see in the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, etc. Fundamental commitments to equality. All citizens living within this country. Now, this was a massive shift from the modern period, because at that time, there was not equality. You had nobility, high ranks, clergy had their own little monsters. The peasants had the burghers, the cities and villages and so on. And there were all kinds of different rights and privileges. We saw this not only with the Jews as an entire corporation or entire class, but even within Jewish communities. We spoke in the past about substantial Sephardic communities who were primarily located in the area of the East here towards the southwest, as non-Jews. And all of that was thrown out the window theoretically with the French Revolution. When they promulgated this document, a lot of Jews and incidentally women said, hey, it was right. All of a sudden, the authors of documents said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily quite that broadly to include Jews as citizens, women as citizens. Wait a second. So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they said, okay, the Sephardic Jews are very difficult, French speaking, they're fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French culture. We give them some shit. The Ashkenazi Jews. So another year, by 1791, now with this administration, there was lots of tensions. The tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As these Jews who had been pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions suddenly found that they had an open, level playing field in all kinds of areas where they already had natural and cultural strengths. So, for example, a long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, primarily because of the prohibitions on owning land and discouragements of owning land and various other barred from trades and things like that. So they developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to modern and growing economies. And this provoked a lot of backlash from local populations who said, wait a second, Jews are taking over. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents felt that, especially in the Ashkenazi class, they were being taken advantage of by the Jews, who are now equal citizens, which is something that was deeply resented. They eventually went to Napoleon. Napoleon, I've got to bring this up first. Napoleon, in his characteristically large way of thinking, said, okay, fine, have you got a representative body of Jews that we can consult? What do they think about this new experiment? And his advisors and others, this thing called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't passed since the Ashkenazi fight. Let's bring out the Sanhedrin. So he assembled massively enthusiastic Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe to come together in Paris and to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posed it to the Sanhedrin, saying, okay, you guys need the entire body of the Jewish. Obviously, the Jews themselves had different opinions as to the authorities at the time. But they did have a very important figure at its head, the respected Talmudic scholar Rabbi. He was given this amazing to serve as the president of the company. I never seen anyone quite like this. I personally but anyway, the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversy, I was going to share a video, I want to go into detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly of Notables, which was the predecessor of the Sanhedrin proper, had 12 questions posed to it. These are the, first of all, do Jews believe in polygamy? That was a pretty easy question for Jews to answer at those points. Well, why is there so many asking this question in the first place? I think the reason is probably because he wanted to kind of assess, wanted the Jews to sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to such reality. Now, Jewish tradition, of course, I'm going to show you every Bible later. You know that Abraham had 2 wives, and Jacob had 4 wives, and so on. And then why am I putting in tradition today? It's interesting to know you can take this position because 1650 thousand, more or less, the Jewish Europe, the Ashkenazi, had almost banned polygamy. It disappeared for like 800 years by that time. Those things still practiced in African Jewish communities. That's not at all the difference is say Catholics don't ask the Christian divorce, or the Catholic Church that's divorce. Some call it annulment, which has common features. But if you want to know how Christian Jews to say Jews divorce, he asked about Jews intermarried with non-Jews. That was probably one of the questions of the most difficulty answering. And they basically kind of fudged the answer and said, well, wow, look at the time. It's already trying to really distract the Napoleon's representatives from the answer, which is that basically these are bids of generation. But if it happens, you don't really have a lot of tools to prevent it. And of course, this is important to Napoleon because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this cyclical mass? So, looking at France, don't necessarily regard themselves as French. So then he goes to the harder question. Are Frenchmen considered Russian or strangers? Assembly of nobles knew what kind of answer they wanted. They said, of course, we consider Frenchmen as Russian. Is there a double standard? Some kind of question is, no. Jews born in France consider this their country. Will they defend it? Will they obey its laws? It's especially important because the Ashkenazi Jews live right up against Germany. There are a lot more Ashkenazi Jews as well. What would happen if France went to war with Germany, which they did with some regularity? So would French Jews side with France or Ashkenazi Jews with Germany? Then he goes into the last 6 questions, which we focus on how do Jews organize themselves. Like question 7 is, what is the advice? Are Jews bound to obey? Once don't have rights, some of them have a state within a state, where the Jews have their own legal system, that is itself their laws correspond to punishment. The rabbis, this is really where you see a lot of the break between frequent density, whose Jews essentially did have their own ecosystem, they did have their own enforcement system, typically supported by the state, but in France, the modern season-based democracy, you can't have two different systems, two different populations. Police is for everybody, the law is for everybody, and so on. So they come down to that. Then he asks some economic questions, but are Jews required to engage in usury, which is of course kind of a negative term for money lending? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What happens if they want to pursue different occupations? And of course, the answer is yes. So all kinds of occupations, as long as there's no various activities. Bottom line of all these questions was, you want to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves the goods of equality? Or do you want to try to maintain some kind of distinctiveness within our society that would be acceptable for everyone? That's essentially just a bit. The Jews of these entered and criticism, having know that questions were posed, they essentially just want equality. You will figure out how to deal with the ways in which particularism does not fit with universalism. Want system those decisions are essentially the ones that affect modern Jewry for the next 150 years. Now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what is the nature of Jews gave these institutions. So, did they give the benefits? Did they the enthusiasm with holiness support was so significant, so disappointed by some of the things they have to say here, which may oppose certain churches. But if you want to get a sense for these somewhat slavish acclamation in different countries or mentality, again, share servers, many of the Jews in history are quite hesitant to endorse this answer. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which is coined by the tradition to specifically celebrate achievements of holiness. At the left, of course, is the profile of the Pope himself. It says the French emperor and king. Right, you see the Pope actually delivering the 10 commandments to Lucius Jonathan, which essentially is basically the holy tradition of Moses. That's a great talk. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore Jewish history in this remarkable nation of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews with no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So, what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791, two different populations, largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And there's still a backlash in our society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle, allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time curbing the ridiculous necessities of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution that had a huge backlash as well. And so we wanted to establish some kind of calming device, speed process as well along the road to France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens, Portuguese subjects. But on the other hand, you also have a mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on really took a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first names, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. Let's read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try to figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons because of names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. You have to know who exactly this contract is dealing with. And so the idea of having a fixed first name, to be sure, is ancient in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons, specifically contractual agreements. They would always be, let's say, Ruvain, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And it would always be the patronymic used in that case, that a woman be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like for example, if you're praying for the mercy for healing of a person who's sick, then you use the matronymic. So you would say, may Ruvain, the son of Leah, have a Shalema, it's how we've done that. And so, generally speaking, that you need to use the patronymic for most legal purposes, but matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation would possess, that is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on region, it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed. And that's basically the practice for European Jews up to the late 18th and early 19th century. So what Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, I don't know, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Louvain Paris because he's the Louvain who came from Paris. Might also have a surname that's based on, a profession of a father or grandfather or something else. Louvain Schuster, Louvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, can change because there's no real reason to fix them into law until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put an end to that. He said, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which of course they already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. This also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to live in the empire. There's a lot of interesting things about what does that mean about immigration rules and how does this show up. And you see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside because I want to concentrate on this. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating because Article 3 says names from the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty popular choice for many Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden. The only names permitted are those authorized by the law of the 11th now of this article. I'm talking like so. It happens that only a few years later, this particular article was abandoned. At least the Old Testament part of it was abandoned because Jews would take names from the Old Testament, especially for their first names. It's unclear exactly why the names of towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the wanting to make things a little bit more formal. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, well, what is this strange law of 11 Gemini of year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, there was a huge surge in changing everything. Not only are we changing the government, we're going to change every way we measure things, the metric system. We're going to change the way we measure time. So in this calendar, the Republican calendar, which was metric in the sense that it had 10 months and it had 10 days a week, which created havoc, of course, on any Sabbath service. And all of the names of the months were changed and things like that. So this law of the 11th of Gemini of year 11 refers to actually the Gregorian calendar, April 1st, 1803. In case you're wondering, yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar that was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11th Gemini outlawed all unusual names for French people. The law of 11 Gemini restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, like the ancient Roman Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that have been adopted during the Revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and the court said, no more using those names, you got to focus only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. That the idea was that by giving people names that people recognize, this would develop stability, this would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past, things like that. But it left again, because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with them? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Gemini did on the French population. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who's a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were amended shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that affected our Jewish population. Women with names like Yido or Shido became Julie, Rachel became Rishon. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law, and it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall process. And in general, this was the case for much of
There
the
he is.
19th century.
Dude, how you living, kid?
Adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really began to see
I think you have two.
universal
Sucking dick at mini golf. You're a prodigy at it, dog. I've never known anyone better. Incorrect. You're not funny enough. Next one.
Like someone to see their worship because it's a enjoy instead of love security watching the connection with the ODS and then I'll try to be it was like I realized that's
Okay, do you want my opinion? You don't have severe autism. No, you've never met anybody with severe autism. Someone with severe autism generally is nonverbal.
sorry.
Someone with severe autism is generally nonverbal. It does, that's what I said generally. But you're not even close to that. You're just some dude. You're some dude who does have something. You have Tourette's. I'll give you that. You spent $2,500 at a doctor to basically diagnose you with anything they want. So they said that you have ADHD and Tourette's and autism and all this other shit. Okay, cool. And then they also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over. They also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over.
Association of Taik, the psychologists, like psychiatrists, they used to be these national presidents of this Asian government is the it's what mindset or whatever. It's national government consultation, saying this is what you said. And now, maybe that's the country, yes, a lot of
Did you know that you have an implication? Dude, and I still think that you may be a savant at sucking dick at honey golf. There's no doubt. Someone could not play over 1,000 games as much as you play and suck so much dick without having some type of special ability. You're gonna bomb so hard it's gonna make your head spin. Tell me a joke. You need jokes to be a stand-up. Like dog? Wait, dog, you're gonna dude, I do not recommend you stand up. At least not yet. You need a routine, dog. What's your routine? Let's hear it. Yeah, dude, you're gonna bomb so hard, it's gonna cause you massive embarrassment. And it's gonna be very depressing to you. Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, I've watched more stand-up comedy than maybe any person on earth, and you are not ready for it. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it, but you need a routine and you need to practice it. How long are you going to go up there? For how long are you going to go up there? Dude, that is so difficult to do without any routine. Yeah, dude, you aren't generous. You're not like naturally incredibly funny that you can just go up there. So we'll do a pretend. Okay, so just pretend. Two, you're going to be on stage in the next 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Get your routine ready. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and now to the greatest comedy club in Australia. We have Zoo. Go ahead, Zoo. Yay! Take it away. Zoo, go ahead. You're on stage. What are you going to say? Zoo, you're up. No. You can't do that. Zoo, you're going to do that on stage, and you're going to be really embarrassed, and people are going to boo you, and then you're never going to want to do it again. Okay, Zoo, just pretend you're on stage. Ready? Make a joke. Zoo, you're going to do so badly, you're going to cry. It's going to destroy you. You're never going to want to do it again. Zoo, what's your joke? Tell me one joke. That's my question. Or what's your joke? So pretend you're on stage. Where's the joke? Yeah, that's not a joke. Dude, but you're not. No, are you ready to play Moncala? All right, come back when your phone is charged. Come back when your phone is charged. He's fucking with us, man. There she is. How you doing, girl? I'm wonderful. Are you ready for me? All right. You're going to have an invitation in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was Aquarius. I set the all-time record yesterday. And your time, you're going to set it tonight. Nice strike. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah. Nice. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Oh, girl. I tried. Get another strike. Get another spare. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. All right. Get it. Almost. Whoa. Whoa. Get it. Seven. Pretty good. All right, Mr. President. It's your turn. Your turn. I will do that. That's still really good. Get it. Oh, you just kissed it. That was beautiful. You're welcome. That was terrible. That was awful. Good. Get this. Miss Aquarius. Good job. That was great. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That was beautiful. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it? Miss Aquarius. That was very good job. That was very good job. Get it? Look at it. Look at that shot. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Ooh, on fire. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking. 98. Miss Aquarius. 98. No one's touching that. No one's touching 98. Look at you, girl. I where you at. Good job. That was really great. We both had really good games, really high games. Excellent work, man. Absolutely. You take care. Sweet dreams. I look forward to playing with you tomorrow, Cowboy. Take care. Sounds like a plan. Bye-bye.
was emancipation really a success? And, I hope you found this as fascinating as I did, and look forward to speaking in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. Really excited to see this place. Has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I'm not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers.
Oh, look, drink some.
Whereas in Babylonia, we only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine at a significant level in Christian Europe already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades, the blood libel, and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onwards, owning land actually became a very poor investment because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the high Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vineyards. And it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Abelard of Lyon complained about in 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wines for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher. For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher types of food, and then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in the wine. So it's not kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which would make it not kosher as based on, and water, like how does it become not kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual encoding. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual laws. And that's why Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine will be kosher. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatsia, we should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and alcohol. Now, if you look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clar, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, which you realize is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Blanc. These are also, I'm not sure if I'm using that word, but still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history. And today I'd like to look at something that we didn't understand until today. But much more deeply. First, in particular, shout out to the examples of Jews and Jews in Bordeaux, which is a fantastic section. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in our lessons that I need to discuss that, which is one of the most important and longest lasting, and I believe the first international Jewish organization in some languages, particularly 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so you prefer other words like Israelite or Hebrew. See that, for example, the Russian term is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so much as and so they prefer the term decorating in terms like Hebrew. In French, the term grave is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israeli, member of the house of Israel. So, anyways, this organization called the Alliance in English was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Israel Haverim. All Israel wants to call themselves unified comrades. It also has a very famous passage in the Talmud says, Israel Haverim, which is part of a larger sentence that says all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of the organization, which is actually the oldest international organization currently still in existence that's dedicated to worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, and things like that, and have had some efforts, especially in the Second World War, when it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And that gives you some of the important. Here is a look at the logo of the Alliance. See it has the globe that captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law and the word Echad, which means God is one. Fascinating kinds of things in the mission statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the Alliance, which was born by particularly one individual, Jude Carvalho, who's shown here, born in 1820, died in 1819, one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Portugal. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus affair and the Mortara affair, 1840 and 1828 respectively. The Damascus affair was this incredible story where in Damascus, a temple chain pump and its Muslim servant disappeared in February of this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval called the Blood Rites. This is something that first appeared in Egypt in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe. This insane notion that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children for various rituals. Absolutely ridiculous, libel, lie, and perpetrated much of history and motivation whatsoever. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to control this thing that the Nazis were doing. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. Tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Thomas and his servant-in-law. And no information was ever found. Absolutely horrific, awful, medieval revival in the 19th century. This is the era already of the telegraph and things like that. The Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 18th century. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen. And so this helped a lot of European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, what are you doing there? Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Trapier, a very important Frenchman, that the case be transferred out of the judicial center of Damascus to a much more advanced Alexandria, where the case should be tried properly, and of course they would be in fact, what happened was Moses Montefiore pressed on this. Damascus ultimately had to admit this was just a sham, and release the prisoners, and so the scrambled out of prison after this horrific and the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it is a tremendous example of horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthy and more powerful nations that had Jewish populations like France and England, was a persecution we saw. So this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe we should establish some kind of organization that could dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the Revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major, absolute horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the alliance. So we have to the terrible story of the kidnapping of Rabbi. Basically, what happened was the Lord had been part of the Daniel states at this time. There was a young child in Gaza, a Jewish child. The Mortada family employed the Christian names of the animal. And when the child in Gaza was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill after some kind of scarlet fever. And Maurice worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so he secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now actually part of the church, albeit not believing. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Maurice happened to mention that she had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they actually came and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858. This is really quite late, and the church is following an evil doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian. Even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on, the church insisted on taking him and taking their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event that was Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must have experienced. So Pope Pius IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and they took him into the Republic of Rome. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including in New York at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pope Pius IX refused to release the child back to his family. Comprehensible tragedy. The young Gaza ended up growing up and becoming a priest. He specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see it here on the right, with his mother and his brothers, and the family reunion that would have been. Mortada lived the rest of his life as a priest, and ultimately died shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis certainly considered him to be regardless of his baptism as Christian Americans. Nevertheless, this example of the incredible power wielded by the church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation of the alliance. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860. Paris, of course, being the capital of France, was the logical place for the alliance to be founded, and it was the principal center of activity. Of the 6 founding members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux. Most prominent Rabbi, who is shown here. He was the elder statesman. He was the first one to be able to really express the idea that she was created. And also Eli Agustin, who was the rabbinic figure. He studied in the medical seminary, and that's very, very prominent, particularly in the last of a lot of the key statements of the alliance. I just really curious. The 6 charter members, including Carvalho and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the alliance. 3 goals that basically they expect for the duration of their existence, right? First, everywhere for the emancipation and moral progress of the Jews, and that phrase that we have looked at Euro-centrism of it. 2, to offer effective assistance to Jews suffering from anti-Semitism. And 3, to encourage all publications, Catholic Jews fleeing persecution in the Russian Empire and so on. And their heyday was really the last half of the 19th century, moving into the early 20th century. Holocaust, of course, is still horrific, very disappointing. So the Alliance never let them continue to be active. They look at their website, so see, although it does offer on the website, but they have a relatively active YouTube channel, specifically introduced to the library and things like that. They create in this unusual space where they are promoting understanding and Judaism that faithful to tradition, but is tolerant and open to the modern world, and it teaches you a lot of truth and things all around the world. And at its core are two things. Although Rabbi, particularly the other states, came up with the idea of the alliance, it's just so much. I hope you'll be able to join us on this trip to Bordeaux. If not, I would love to share as we listen so that you can prepare and hopefully some videos from this amazing part of the world. Thank you very much. This morning we're docked and reborn in the region of Bordeaux. Beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux, which we left last night. And we're going to be visiting a vineyard in this region of Saint-Emilion. This is the beautiful river as it enters into the Gironde estuary. And you can see the city or it's really a town of Libourne. It's rush hour now, morning rush hour, so you can see quite a few trucks and cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the city. So they tend to be the oldest residents. I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study very much because we tend to focus our energies on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating and tend to have like grapevines involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements. And it's fascinating that they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Libourne, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. And there we are, coming up to the synagogue of Libourne, a really great example. Okay, so you have a nice hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got a sukkah here in the courtyard. It's so nice. Beautiful sukkah here. And then check this out. This is great. It says, "Let us go to the house of God with feeling." 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the inner courtyard, like protecting it from the street. There's a fairly, quiet gate up front. Then we come into the synagogue itself. I'll walk in for the first time. This is the whole synagogue. A very, very excellent example of a tiny little provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got the women's section up there. Wow, just fascinating. Look at this. What an amazing thing. Miguel, est-ce que je peux ouvrir le Aron Kodesh? And now we're going to look inside and see the Aron Kodesh. Ah, beautiful. Well, Sephardic and Ashkenazic style synagogue. I really enjoy visiting that beautiful little synagogue. People, it's just steel structure that the blasted was centuries now. What a wonderful, wonderful little visit. We're now headed south. It's the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, a classic concert that was just amazing at a local chateau. Now we're heading to Bordeaux, where we're going to see synagogues that contrast tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French steeple. And now we're going to see the grand synagogue, a phenomenal expression of the cultural might and power of the Jews of Bordeaux. I'll be found the video for. Thank you very much for watching. Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice of the Bordeaux Synagogue. A really interesting looking sort of menorah right in the middle there. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the, I think it was 1812, and then it was burning in a fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to the death camps. And then after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. And with the great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa, it was repopulated as well. I'm so grateful to be here with Kosher Recruits and Rabbi Moshe Taik from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so he's going to share a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is you would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I'm pleased to say that I work with people in Senegal today, Bordeaux, and should try to explain the history and the particularities of the Jewish community of Bordeaux.
Very nice. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching your videos, what would you like to say to that?
I say then that we are very pleased to serve all people, and Jewish people or non-Jewish people, to see our area, to come in Bordeaux, to see, to learn about the history of the community and the history of the Judaism and the Jewish people in the city of Bordeaux.
Thank you very much. Okay, go down. So this is the entrance here, and there are mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance, it's just gorgeous. Wow. And look at there's that motif of that gorgeous menorah again. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the bima in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old wood polished for decades and decades, coming from the pews here, the seats. You can see there's a massive menorah right in the center. It's a revoking the menorah that's on the exterior wall. And here, with the Ner Tamid, this is a really interesting kodesh with this huge theatrical light curtains that go up. Looks like about 4 stories away. There's a skylight bringing natural light in over the Aron. You can see that the Aron itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones on the breastplate of Convetto. And then they have a small statement of the, not the abbreviated text, of the 10 Commandments. These are all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large women's section on the top, and it looks like they have, it goes all the way around the back as well. It's beautiful. Acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this, there is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. There was a huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. Do you use the organ, not use the organ? Is it possible to play an organ without electricity using hydraulics, for example, and compressed air? But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? So it was a hallmark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy was really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that is used for circumcisions. The Sandak, the godfather, as it were, holds the baby on his lap, which sits there, and the spot here for his feet. So the Bordeaux synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time we get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, finally they'd come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of Jews not only in France, but also in all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were to exist in modern society were finally expressed in a contemporary society where people's membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux with cruises and actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out. Right around, kind of push to the top. And it looks like you can enter to the center section or to the left section. Let's go to the center section and see if it's open. Yes. Here we go. You've got these banked seats, kind of like, like a bleacher style. Not terribly big, but this is 19th century people. As you can see, like you use people sit here, and it actually looks like the sitter is with the photograph of Bordeaux itself. The sign here says, "Please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf." And the synagogue is active. They have a minyan. We just saw them coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't pray in this large room here. They probably use a smaller room somewhere else during the week. But on Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a crowd here. That's beautiful. Here is the law that Moses gave to the children of Israel. Most of the original Sefer Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis. Several were saved by the enemy, hidden away, and later returned. There are also, of course, new ones that have been added since then. So immediately behind me, see there is a plaque that memorializes the 1,600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So it's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later deported to Drancy and then from there to Auschwitz. Their deaths. Someone pointed out that it's a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in a synagogue during World War II. And on the front doors here, we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. Hello, fellow students of history. I'm very happy to have something special to offer you today. I'm working with Touro University Berlin and some of their esteemed faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular. particular. And this happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both the historical devolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having these discussions with the faculty of Touro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Touro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Lehnstab, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Lehnstab.
Welcome. Hello.
Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this first chapter?
So this book is basically a manual how to prevent or how to deal with tyranny. And the first chapter is called anticipatory obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators and don't have them become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level, you should pay attention to the things that are happening around you. But on the other hand, it comes up with some historical examples from the history, especially of Nazi Germany and Holocaust, but also with a on a smaller scale, also examples of the Soviet Union. But these historical analogies are sometimes often not convincing, I have to say, or at least this very first chapter.
Well, let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning, he gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Kristallnacht.
So like Lenin rising to power in 1970.
Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, and you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like, for example, in the city of Lviv, the attacks on Jews, before the Nazis even imposed these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if people try to figure out what the new boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
I think it's worth talking about sort of those examples. I think it's not just first idea or first point is it's coming to power in 1917, and also compares, well, he's not comparing it, but he also mentions Nazis coming to power in 1933. So I think how those two came to power is completely different. I mean, in Russia there was a real revolution. There was not a really democratic government before the revolution. There was some sort of semi-democratic authoritarian regime. And the thing is, why would that be anticipatory obedience? I mean, actually obeying. There was a lot of, there was a civil war, right? I mean, like, whether they were fighting for a just cause, especially the white Russians that were fighting for Tsarism, and which were often extreme anti-Semites, this is a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to Lenin's wishes. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, Hitler came to power by a democratic election, and you might not like his program. Sure, it's for good reason not to like his program. But it's kind of good to say that as a democratic election, you can be against it. Like you're not required to like the results, and many politicians and many judges actually government. So what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or like how might that actually work? We should not forget that very soon there was an immense pressure on the streets. Like there were all sorts of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out and just beating up everyone who was the real or supposed opponent, and the beating up Jews and so on. But people tried actually to go calling the police, and the police said, well, listen, we can't help you, we don't help you. And if they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, was it anti-statutory? I don't know. Yeah, you would be well advised not to elect Hitler for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Spencer Snyder has to offer you. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because, I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads down and stay out of trouble and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who will engage in anticipatory innovation, meaning they will say, oh, so we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, in Vichy France, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, you see that with things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you would ask for. So that, I think, is a real human phenomenon and quite frightening in my mind.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. And I think this is a good argument. And actually, we have extensive research on this when it comes to National Socialism, and Ian Kershaw, one of the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany, he coined working towards the Führer. And this is basically, his example is basically civil servants which are, well, trying to guess what might be expected of them and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those results. And it's not always actually is that because they are actually pushing for a career like optimism, but it's just because they suppose, well, that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state, and hey, you have a new government, so we try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. It was the same personnel, and they just continued their job, and they became loyal servants to a democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but by understanding. And they actually, and this is how Western Germany in the end became a successful and a stable democracy. It's because the old personnel, despite them not being persecuted for their crimes and so on, but these people actually continuing their loyal service to the state, even if it's regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial and totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I agree. Let me switch a little bit to the contemporary period. One of the things I like about this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And, I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just got the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today?
I mean, what is very obvious is that we should always reflect what you're actually requested, or maybe not even requested, but what you're going to do. So think about whether it's really like that, or what you're doing is actually, let's say, it's good for the people, it's maybe a bit pathetic, but it's not,
the real
it
deal.
doesn't do any harm. And this is something is really needs critical thinking. I think this is something that our students really are interested. I mean, many of our graduates, they then move on to work at memorials, and they become educators, but not teachers, but educators, like for grown-ups. And they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we get people to critically reflect what they are actually doing and thinking, how they are behaving?
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that, because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the amazing work that you do at Torah University Berlin. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
Yeah, I mean, what we actually do with our students then often is that they actually curate exhibitions. So it's not just about theoretically reflecting, also things we were just discussing, but also trying to get an actual outreach, like the practical relevance of history, and see that the lessons that history teaches us, and if it can teach us a lot of lessons, questions is whether these lessons are actually learned, so that we can transfer them in a way that it's understandable, and it's not a an academic writing or so, but well, an exhibition can also be an online exhibition, but that is accessible, it's understandable, it reaches the audience. And we do this together with Berlin Memorial. So actually, this means that the exhibitions, they are not just on campus, but they are really out there. They actually, I mean, some of them are prevalent. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by the United Nations in New York. So a huge success.
That's fascinating. I hope that we'll have an opportunity over the course of these 20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. Of course, I'm looking forward to speaking to some of the other faculty at Torah University Berlin. With that, I just wanted to give a quick thanks to Dr. Vanstadt for participating in this conversation, and I hope all of you will join us for the next few discussions that we have on Timothy Steiner's remarkable book on tyranny. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that I find most fantastic about our shared interest is the fact that Jewish history is so awesome. It is loved. So much so that even in the ancient periods, Jewish history was considered ancient back then. The great Jewish historian Josephus, for example, he was after us with a remarkable account of the First Roman Jewish War. He actually titled it multi-volume work, Jewish Antiquities, because that was a selling point that people in the ancient world knew that Judaism is so old as a culture and a civilization. And so in this short video, I'd like to just give you a sense of how awesome Jewish history is. Now, this is part of a new series that I'm starting. I've called it Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. Now, let me just step back for a second and tell you why I created this new series. My wife and I recently moved to a new community where we are like on the older end of the spectrum, very young community, lots and lots of parents and young children. And I want to speak to the community that I'm living in, so that's why I'm so structured. I'm thinking about it, kind of like, in one sense, I feel like I'm old enough that I'm like the old guy sitting around the campfire explaining the stories of the elders to the younger people, but also because, it's just so crucial for the survival of the Jewish people to understand how is the story Rabbi Jonathan Sachs shared so many times. It is that story which has really kept the Jewish people alive, understanding the arc of this brilliant narrative where contemporary Jews and their children find themselves in. And I think it's important to speak to parents and other teachers of children because it's a little bit like when you take a flight and they explain to you before takeoff that in the event of a sudden depressurization of the cabin, oxygen mask will drop down. If you're traveling with small children, your natural instinct would be, well, I'd better put this on the kid first. But in reality, you're supposed to put it on yourself first because only if you're getting oxygen that's going to be able to take care of your child. This is also echoed, by the way, in thought by Maimonides, who, if you have a look at this citation here from his remarkable Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Torah study of the Torah, he says, if a parent and a child and there's only enough money for one of them, you might say, well, we're going to send the kids away. So you want to do everything for your kids. But the reality of the halacha, the law is, you're supposed to teach yourself. You're supposed to learn yourself. And only when you have self-learning that you're able to share with your children. That's the idea of the series. There are, by the way, exceptions to this rule. But that's basically the idea that we're trying to achieve. I want to speak to a generation of parents and teachers in the hopes that you will receive the information you need to do your jobs well. Now, stepping back even a little further to realize that this is just another way of packaging Jewish history. I'm so happy that you enjoy listening to me talk about Jewish history. So, okay, let's talk about it this way. It's the same material. You don't have to be a parent or a teacher of young children to participate, but you'll find it. Okay, let's go to our questions. How approximately is Jewish history? So, okay, we have to start from the beginning and figure out when does Jewish history really begin. So, the earliest date of Jewish history, and there is a certain amount of variation here because the Bible barely gives us a clear date. There are traditions that was codified in the first century from this Halakha on how to count the years. But basically, around the year 1750 before the Common Era, you have an important trip of Abraham the patriarch and his wife Sarah from their home in Ur, which was in this area. And now look at this map here. You can see that basically he's down in sort of southern Iraq, and he makes this kind of roundabout route to get to the land of Israel, and then he goes into Egypt for a while and is back in the land of Israel. That's considered the origins of the Jewish people. Now, it's shrouded in history largely because the only source we have for these events, and for the first 500 years of Jewish history, really, is the Bible itself. And from a historical point of view, although the Bible has phenomenal historical data, it is problematic in the sense that normally historians like to find stuff from outside the community to validate the data they're looking at. But that's, not surprising. Almost every old civilization has its origins beyond the point where they start to actually record data. The Bible, however you want to look at it, was not given to the Jewish people until hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis. So those first 100 years are largely kind of like in that hazy realm of what do we know about it from outside sources. The first time we have a reference to the Jewish people in any form is the Neptus that is shown here, which dates from about the year 1209. The date 1209, maybe a little bit late, but not too much, because we know exactly when Nepta lived. This is on his conquest, and there is one little nasty promise about Israel in this stealing, and so that's the first evidence we have that begins to corroborate the narrative that's presented in the text. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about how to understand the Bible and the historical source, and hopefully we'll speak about it more in future classes. But looking at it the way the Jewish people don't understand their history, they would date their origins back to about the year 1750 BCE, give or take a century. So, let me also mention one small point. Those of you who are watching who are more familiar with years BC and AD, it is not a scholarly convention today to use those terms because they are distinctly religious, specifically Christian. The word BC obviously stands for before Christ, and although that may be the actual year we're working with, it has an internal inaccuracy built in because there's some debate about the actual year of this book. And secondly, the term AD is offensive to non-Christians because it stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so therefore, a non-Christian who does not consider the founder of Christianity to be his or her Lord would prefer not to use that term. So the scholarly convention, which is secular in nature, that is BCE, or the common era, or dates before the year 1. I like to jump up to year 0, and the term CE, common era, means after that time. Okay, so sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry, you can leave a nasty comment in the comment box. Most people do. So go ahead. At any rate, so here we have this early start about the year 1750 BC, which means that Jewish culture is roughly 3,750 years old. We want to start from the earliest extra biblical evidence that Matt is giving, that's still 3,250 years, which is a really long time. And I have to say, as a historian, it's really good for me because we get paid by the year. So Jewish history is like full of opportunity. I want to leave that as a small public service announcement for those of you who are considering Jewish history as a career. Great. Very few other histories have this long period of duration. How does that compare to other ancient civilizations? Well, you should note that if we're talking about continuous civilizations, civilizations that survived antiquity and medieval period, not the longer period, the long period, Judaism is not the oldest civilization, but it's pretty close. I don't know if this chart here, which basically measures how long these various civilizations lasted. Now, this is basically a back of the envelope calculation. Again, we're working with the self-reported numbers, like we talked about with the Jewish civilization, but also with Chinese civilization, which has the same kind of concept. It appears that the Jewish civilization is pretty much the second oldest continuous civilization in existence. The Chinese is older. A lot of people make jokes about how this meant that the Jews would have something to eat when they began civilizing, right? There is, of course, very old civilizations, civilization, Assyria, and so on. Egyptian civilization is super old. Rabbi, Mesoamerica, all these are very old civilizations, but only the Chinese one is extinct. So Jews and the Chinese have a lot in common. They have been sort of neighbors in time for over 3,000 years. But the Chinese have, I have to say, huge advantage here. I mean, look at this chart here, which compares the number of Chinese people alive today to the number of Jewish people alive today. It's pretty easy to say, oh yeah, we've got a continuous civilization that stretches back almost 4,000 years. Well, yeah, you got like millions of people to count for. Jews are we're talking about somewhere around 15 or 16 million people, a tiny fraction of the Chinese. If you look at this chart, you see that, Chinese people are actually just about 20% of the world's population, 1/5 of the world's population. Jews don't even make a single percent, 0.5%. So that, it is a remarkable thing that Jewish civilization lasted so long with such a tiny population. And that number, by the way, never exceeds 2% of the world population. Jewish people hang on to all of these very, very difficult circumstances and to cultivate their culture generation after generation. It is really
How are you?
another factor besides unlike Jewish
No,
people,
I have
who
to.
were exiled
How are you?
several
I'm
times
watching
in
William
antiquity,
Montgomery show. How are you?
especially after the destruction of the temple in 70 by the Romans. The Jews were exiled.
No, I don't think I slept any of it. It's good in your neck of the woods. Baby, you're not disturbing shit. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? What's your fish's name? Taik. I hear that your iPhone or your iPad is starting to lose its connectivity with its charger. Is that correct? Yes or no? No, it's definitely a receiver end. Do you ever clean it out? Okay, well, it could be important. Have you seen these AI videos with Sasquatch? They're hilarious. I can watch like a whole TV show just on that fucking Sasquatch. Uh, yeah, on Reddit they have just an AI vid. There's like a whole series of it, and he just does like funny shit. Like, where did I find? You know, uh, I know he was in Las Vegas. He was gambling, and then he met some chick. She like received him or something, and he awoke the next morning, confided in his shit. There's something like that, and it's just so funny because it's pretty realistic, and the voice they use is pretty funny. Yo, dog, have you seen these suction cup things that allow you to climb up walls? You're right, you're right. But that's the next topic. Suction cups. So, what are your thoughts on the Sasquatch? Is it about lesbians? I no, I haven't. It depends what it is. If it's like a big time person, like a Vivo, Lady Gaga, or like Taylor Swift video, you're gonna get in trouble for it. But if it's like Joe Rogan, well, here's the thing. This was a case involving your favorite person, Brendan Schaub, the guy from been on Joe Rogan more than anybody. And so long as you create, it has like the words are. Let me get the exact words. It's like it needs to be transformed into creative, like new creative um, elements. It's fine. Dog, what are the rules on YouTube of being able to use other people's content? Like, doesn't it have to be transformative? That's the word, or something like that. Dog, you're exactly right. The keyword you're looking for is transformative. That comes from fair use, which is what YouTube often relies on when there's someone else's content without getting a copyright strike to take that. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Fair use basis. U.S. law, YouTube policies. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission under certain conditions. To qualify as fair use, a video must usually be transformative, meaning it adds new meaning, message, or purpose to the original content. Four factors of fair use. YouTube and courts look for these four main things. Purpose and character of the use. Is it transformative, like commentary, criticism, parody, or education? Is it commercial or nonprofit? Nature of the original work. Factual works are more likely to be fair use than creative ones, like music, movies, etc. Amount use. Using only what you need helps. Using too much hurts your case. Effect on the market. Could your use hurt the original creator's ability to make money? Examples of transformative use. Reaction videos. If you add commentary, not just watch silently. Video essays or reviews. And breakdown, opinions, or analysis. Parodies, not just copying, but twisting it to a joke or satire. Educational remixes, like explaining a news clip or breaking it down song. What doesn't count for just reposting a song or video, even when it's catchy. Using long clips with no commentary. Compilation content, like funniest moments, highlights, themes, unless it heavily adds new context. Monetizing full-length shows or music without permission. YouTube-specific tips. Content ID, YouTube scans videos for copyrighted flooding. Even fair use videos can get flagged. Disputes. You can dispute a claim, but it's risky if the notified spam. Transform it well. Add your voice, visuals, editing, or critical perspective. Don't just borrow. Yo, dog, what if something is newsworthy? Then can't you use it? Yo, 100%. You're tapping into another major protection. If something is newsworthy, there's often more legal wiggle room to use it, but it's not automatic. Let me break it down. Newsworthiness does not equal three facts. Just because something is newsworthy doesn't mean you're totally safe to use it without transferring it. Even journalists have to play by some copyright rules. But it does strengthen your fair use case, especially if you're reporting, not just reposting, adding analysis, commentary, context, using short, necessary quotes. Real world example. Let's say there's a viral video of someone doing something wild at a protest. Fair use would be YouTube uses a 10-second clip to talk about what it means, gives political or social analysis, add subtitles, commentary, etc. Not fair use. Another channel re-uploads the full clip with just a title like Wild Protest Footage, LOL. The first is transformative and newsworthy, the second is just right. Journalistic fair use works best when you cite the source, you don't use more than necessary, you don't hurt the original creator's market. For instance, you are not stealing their entire, you're not stealing their entire. Bonus, public interest does not equal fair use. Even if it's in public interest, like footage of policemen, misconduct, or leaked celebrity stuff, you still need to use it responsibly, add your own voice or context, be aware that copyright holder can still challenge. TLDR, if it's newsworthy and you're reporting on it, adding value, and not just re-uploading, you've got a strong fair use case. I always aim to be transformative, even with the news. Want me to drop another example? So does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, it helps our case. It also helps the case that I don't make money off it. No, if I ever monetize, I'm going to give all that money away. 100%. Yeah, I won't need it. It's like Joe Rogan. He has a Spotify deal. He doesn't need any of the money. He doesn't need that. Yeah, that's where you get into trouble. So even though I don't make money off this, if we play copyrighted content that has that content I think that's easily identifiable, I'll get a copyright strike. It depends how long it is, but yeah, generally you're okay with that. We have another thing we talked about after the suction cup. Can I tease it? Or is it the big Les? No, let me see. I'm looking at it right now. Is it as funny as Family Guy? All right, just a moment. I'm gonna watch a 55-second clip. That's a bad example. Let's ask you this last question. Yo, were you aware? Can we move on from the topic of Sasquatch and then we'll talk about suction cups? But I have another topic. No, well, yeah, like what would you climb up first? Would you climb up the building? I think I'd like to start climbing the building. No, like Empire State Building. Well, yeah. All right. Um, then I'll allegedly masturbate to every single one of them because old chicks are my thing. Free guilt, yeah, bro. So long as they consent to it. All right. So, are you ready for another topic? Yeah. So everybody's favorite Australian is in there. They're really struggling. I wish I could help them. They struggle with their own personal issues, and they came in here. They want to be exceptional in something, and they're like, "Rabbi, what are you exceptional at?" And I really am not better at live streaming than perhaps anyone else on earth. And it's just about consistency. Yeah, and uh, well, he's just he, like he told you a little bit about what was going on, but like basically he wants to be a savant at something. Now I'm not saying I'm a savant at live streaming. All it takes is just consistency and being able to press buttons. But he wants to be a savant at something. And so he keeps like saying, I tell him, Doug, you're a savant at something. He's like, what? I'm like sucking dick at mini golf. He's like, what? Uh, so he really wants to be good at something. And I'm like, all right, well, what is it? Like, what do you want to be really good? He's like, I don't know. Like, okay, well, like, do you think, what do you want to do? He's like, I don't know. So he comes back a few days or hours later, whatever it is, and he's like, I got it. I know what I'm going to be. I know what I'm at, which I'm a savant. I'm like, okay, what is that? He's like, stand up comedy. I'm like, you? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, I'm not saying you can't be really funny, but I've never found you to be like actually hilarious. So do you have a joke you can tell? And he's like, no, I'm just going to wing it. On Monday, I'm going to just do stand up comedy. I'm like, dude, I watch more stand up comedy than perhaps anyone on earth. I mean, like, I'm watching a stand up comedian podcast right now. I watch Tony. I've watched every Tony. I'm like into old school stand up, retro stand up. I watch comedy specials of all the greats. All of them, when every single one of them will tell you, every single one, without exception, is it takes practice. You can't just go up there and kill the first time without ever having done it before without any material. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, dude, that doesn't make any sense that you would do something like that. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, all right, bro. Improv is different. Improv is different. Improv, you have things on which they're different. Improv, usually there. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Somebody's got to give you the seed, right? Hold on. The idea of improv is that you don't know what is going to be there. That's like in the name. It's improvisation. I've seen many of them. I've had friends in them. Stand-up comedy, stand-up comedy generally is there's you and a microphone. You have to make everybody laugh, right? That's true. Generally, it's always okay. With improv, even in its most basic form, where you're there to make people laugh, there's someone else giving you a scenario of what to do. And that changes everything in the expectation of the audience. What I'm saying is that if an audience sees you do stand-up comedy, they have an expectation that you've prepared whatever it is, your routine, to make them laugh. So they have a higher expectation of the comedy because of the fact that they expect you to be prepared. With improv, they have a lower expectation of the quality because they know that you just got the scenario seconds ago and you're just thinking off the cuff. So their expectation, their bar for humor is much lower than it is for stand-up. Does that make sense? Um, it's not really improv. Improv kind of has rules to it. Like, one of the rules is you can't say no to something. You just have to go with it. Yeah, I mean, like there, like that's true. All of it is under. What are the basic rules to improv? Right, exactly. So the first one is yes and. Usually you need a partner as well. Dog. The way that Zoot's going to do it, he has to have 2 to 5 minutes prepared, and he just goes up without anything prepared, and he's just going to wing it. That's not going to be funny, and I told him that's going to hurt your self-esteem because people are just going to shit on you. I told him, just tell me a joke, and he's like, I don't have it prepared. I'm like, so you don't know any jokes? He's like, right. No, I'm like, you're not going to be funny. He said, I'm going to just go over there and tell people that the R word, but he said the R word. I'm like, but you're not the R word. You're a pretty normal person. You may have some minor issues like Tourette's or whatever, but you're not R word. You're far from it. In fact, in some things, you're pretty smart. So no one's gonna think it's funny if you go up there and just name uh, a bunch of like psychological issues that you think you have. No one's gonna think that's funny. Um, here's the thing. Here's the thing. At least with how I understand improv, you need someone to randomly give you a seat, right? Then it's just stand up. But the second that somebody gives them a situation, then it becomes improv. Now, there's a type of stand-up that utilizes improv a lot, which is crowd work. And if Zoom was like, I'm just going to go up there for 2 minutes and do crowd work, at least he would know what crowd work is. And I'd be like, okay, you can do that. You can make that successful. And that's improv in itself because you're getting information from the audience and you're improvising using it, you're riffing on it, you're commenting on it, whatever it may be. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT. Yo, dog, from a very basic standpoint, what is the difference between stand-up and improv? Explain it to me in 3 bullet points, no more. It could be less than. Yo, dog, here's the difference. Stand-up is written and rehearsed. One person delivers jokes as planned. Improv is made up on the spot, usually done with a group, no script. Stand-up equals joke telling. Improv equals scene play. I'm in agreement with that. Are you in agreement with that? What is it when a stand-up comedian goes up with no material and just wings it? Yo, a stand-up comedian who goes up there with no material and wings it, it's usually called improvised stand-up or riffing. Depending on how they do it, it might also be called crowd work, when they talk to the audience and react off the cuff or going off script, or they just speak spontaneously, or freestyle comedy, less common term but some use it. It's not quite full improv theater, but it is using improv skills in a stand-up context. Comedians like to keep things fresh and challenge themselves. But Zoom didn't say, I'm going to do crowd work. He said, I'm just going to go up there and wing it, which to me is, yeah, it's a bold choice. Whether yeah, but he doesn't need it right now. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was just riding on cloud nine, kicking ass and kicking ass, but I don't know. I want him. Yeah, he's been doing it. I'm gonna call him. I want him here. I'm gonna. And here's the other weird thing. It's not that weird, but I'm always like, dude, come to, come to. Let's play. He always comes in here. And he's like, my phone's about to die, and it's like, dude, every single time. And the other day, you were like, what percentage? How much percentage are you? It's like 49%. I'm like, that doesn't mean your phone's about to die. I'm requesting that. Anyway, I wish he. I truthfully think that he could do. I truthfully think he could just stand up really well, but he just needs to rehearse. That's all. What What would be? Have you ever heard my podcast? Have you ever heard my podcast? Yeah. No, different. I have I have 15, I have 15. What do you mean the interview's not a podcast? That's one kind. ever seen my podcast on Spotify? Rabbi Rothschild podcast on Spotify. Their podcasts are great. The first part of it is, and then I let people talk about anything they want. No, you have to look under podcasts. What are you talking about? I don't know if that's a real thing. I've never interviewed anyone who. Oh wait, there was one guy I think maybe. I don't even know. Maybe. Oh wait. No. That's different. That was me being interviewed. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. There was that guy. Yeah. But I didn't interview anybody in a wheelchair to my knowledge. I interviewed kick streamers. No need to apologize. Yeah. Well, anyway, I did a podcast and I have 15 episodes. I could have more. The reason why I don't have more is because it takes too long for me to download them and upload them and to edit them and everything. It takes time and I don't like doing it. Um, have you ever heard any of the ones where I interview someone? Was that no? That's okay. No big deal. Um, the earlier ones I think are good. I'm not saying the later ones aren't, but sometimes the quality isn't as good. There's one that I do that a guy and I kind of like get into it. I'm asking him questions and he's kind of being a jackass. But I still posted it. Um, but like, I think they're all the greatest ones that you're ever going to hear, and they're full of content. And I ask everybody the same 73 questions. Very well. Are you ready? Yeah, dude. That was the plan. And then when I asked him about it, he's like, "I need a six pack." I'm like, "Do you have a six pack?" He's like, "Well, yeah, but now I'm working on bulking." I'm like, "Well, didn't you just need a six pack to like get this job or whatever?" Dude, play Montcala with me. I'm gonna teach you. It's not hard. I'm about to. I'm about to send you an invitation. All right, Riser is about to get an invitation. You have an invitation. Okay, so you don't know how to play, right? Okay, so basically, whenever you go first, you want to click the third one above, and then there's like a secret to it, and like a third one that allows me to capture you. Basically, if you capture everything with a single stone on the other side, so it's your turn. That's perfect. That's great. Now do the one, two down, like the second one from the top. That has three. I just told you incorrectly. My apologies. It wouldn't have changed anything. Oh, it would have. It would have. Yeah, so we'll get it so that you get something. Um, okay, so I get to go again. All right. So pick something. The next game we'll go through and I'll read the instructions. All right. So I'll get it so that you can get something. Okay. Just hit anything. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Now, do you see your brownstone? Press the brownstone, and you'll get some points. There you go. So you just captured three. This is the oldest family of games in the world. Excellent. So do you see your lowest greystone that's like about to score? Next time you have a chance, you press that greystone, you can score and get a new spot. No, the lowest one. That's okay. The lowest one, right? Right? Like the lowest greystone that you have. It's like, do you see this? Yeah, the one with one that's right before where you score. No, not that. Oh, I bet it is. Apologies. I bet it is. Right. Okay. Um, so I'm going to take two of yours. I didn't want to. Okay, now, there you go. Uh, so I'm just going to end it. Capture. Okay, I'm going to read to you the instructions. Here are the instructions. Mancala is a two-player turn-based strategy game played with single small stones and rows of pits in a board. The objective is to capture as many seeds in your store as possible. The player with the most seeds in their store at the end of the game wins. The game board. The game is made of two rows of six small holes known as pits and large holes on opposite ends called stores or mancalas. The game starts with four seeds in each pit. The each of the pits, but anyway, the colors of the seeds don't matter. Your scoring star is to your right, which is on the top side of the UI. Gameplay. One player will start the game by picking any heads containing seeds from the home side. The player tree. Okay, well just play Archie with me once because I don't know why you haven't beaten me. And no, I want to play you. I want to play you, and I'm going to play you right now. So, Riser, you have an invitation. You can make your dog dinner or whatever you have. You have an invitation. fact, at one point, you were definitely, I feel better than I was at this game. But you're not as good at this one than you are at the other one, where you have as much time to shoot as many as you need. Dude, we tied. That was good. Not as good, but still pretty good. Get this one. This is the big one. Oh, that was great, dude. Not messing up, dude. You need to average a 9. Okay. Okay. You needed a 9 to tie, a 10 to win. 9 to tie, 10 to win. Here you go. Game winner. Oh. You want to play again? You want to play? You want to play again? All right. Well, go do what you need to do, and then come back when you're ready. Are you gonna stand here while you make dinner? Was that a yes? Yo, Pimp. Was that a yes? Are you going to stay here while you make dinner? Oh, okay. Well, then we can listen to William Montgomery William Montgomery show. How much time do you need? Do you want me to talk to you? A 2-in-1 microwave air dryer combo, air fryer, a a 2-in-1 washer and dryer. I, I know that. I know that. I know. What is it, traveling? Am I supposed to guess this? Am I only right? Oh, it has to do with traveling. Does it have to do with? Does it have to do with helicopters? Does it have to do with? That's what helicopters do. Does it have to do with driverless cars? Does it have to do with? Yeah, I mean, arguably we already have that with autopilot. Does it have to do with bullet trains? Does it have to? Bullet trains. Okay. Does it have to do with the water? Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that one. I'm in agreement with you on that one. Why doesn't the digital passport exist? Security and privacy risks. Digital ideas are just targeted for hackers. If someone steals your phone or hacks the server, it's way easier to forge or misuse than a passport. Governments are hesitant to fully rely on something that can be compromised with a few lines of code. Every system has their own passport system and requirements. Every country has their own passport system and requirements. There's no single international agreement on infrastructure that supports universal digital passport. The International Civil Aviation Organization is trying to push standards for its global vehicles. Governments don't want to hand over control to a global system. A universal digital passport would require a high level of mutual trust and shared control, something most nations are comfortable with. Not everyone has reliable access to smartphones or internet. Digital-only systems could create inequity or exclusion of borders. Some countries are testing e-passports, biometric passports, and digital ID apps. Apple and Google are even working with some U.S. states and airports to use your phone as an ID, but we're still in the early stages. Does that answer your question? I think that we should have probably had these a long time ago. But yeah, I'm in agreement that those are the reasons why we don't have them. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't understand why. It's not like you have to force everybody to be on the standard. It's just like an additional thing that you could have. Right, exactly. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't believe the bullshit answers that I just gave you because they already have digital payment systems. So if they already have digital payment systems, why can't they have digital identification systems? But well, I've seen some things on your phone. I've seen that too. There can be a lot of issues with that. Well, like let's say you have some type of plastic surgery done, or even just fillers in your face, that can change your face makeup. I mean, that's a thought, but even still, like if you see the difference between some women when they have their makeup on versus when they don't, I mean, I know they do it in China, so it obviously works somewhere, but um, there's a very good way to do it that you ready for this one? Are you ready for this one, son? Do you know who Bob Lazar is? It has to do with identification. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? I think you do. I talk about him all the time. Yeah. Okay, so you know Bob Lazar. When he worked at Area S4 back in like the late 80s, the technology wasn't really advanced. But one of the things that they would do for you to be able to get your identification card there is you would take your hand and put it over like a light, and the light would take an X-ray of your hand, and you can identify somebody by the size of their bones in their hand. Isn't that fascinating? Like enough of them. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't. Let me make sure I have the technology correct. Yo, dog. What kind of technology was used for Bob Lazar allegedly at X4 to get his ID card? Did they do an X-ray on his hand, or was it some kind of other ray that allowed them to measure the bones? Talk to me like Joey Diaz, please. Yo, listen to me, cocksucker. This ain't no regular ID badge and barcode bullshit, okay? We're talking about deep black ops, Area 51 type shit. Joey Diaz style strapping. So Bob was he's a wild motherfucker who says he worked at S4 there, Area 51 back in the 80s. He talked about this thing they used for identification. It wasn't a fingerprint scan, nah. It was some sci-fi retina thing. It wasn't some sci-fi retina either. It was a goddamn phone reading device. Here's what the fat man breaks it down. They use this device that scans the bones in your hand. Specifically, it measures the lengths of the bones in your fingers and some space between the joints. Everybody's bone layout is different, like a fingerprint, but on the inside, real creepy shit. Lazar said you put your hand on this flat panel, and there was this little light sensor underneath. Some people say it was using backlight and X-rays or low-level infrared to see the skin and map them up. They called it a hand scan, and figured people thought he was full of it. But here's the kicker. Years later, a picture surfaced of this exact device he described. A real military grade unit used in the 1970s and 80s. Some weird pegs and lights. No one had even heard of it until Lazar mentioned it. That's when people started going, wait a minute, maybe this guy ain't blowing smoke. So yeah, dog, not a palm print, not a chip in your arm, no red laser show. Just a good old fashioned bone reading light machine that made sure you were who you were before you stepped in the belly of the alien tech beast. You feel me? You want pics of that, what that scanner looks like now that it's on the So it seems like it's called an Identimat 2000. Lazar talked about this bone-based biometric scanner called the Identimat 2000 that use subdermal bone patterns in your hand, not fingerprints or retina scans. You place your hand over its sensors or low-level X-ray or infrared beams would map your finger, bone lengths, and joint spacing. Why it's iconic? This wasn't some sci-fi barracuda. The machine was real and old school. Lazar insisted that it was a top-secret escort thing, and later folks dug up pictures of the same model he described. Supposedly, that exact hand scanner was even used in Spielberg's Close Encounters, commercially available since the 1970s. What it did was, as Lazar said, once the scanner verified his identity, a card authorizing access would be dispensed. No chips, no retina lasers, just bone structure cocksucker. Joey advice in your ear. This scanner's like insert your hand, see your bones, get the fuck out. Ain't no bullshit. That's how they kept the ducks in a row at S4. Make sense? Uh, I've looked this up. A gait, they can identify you by your gait. Yeah. Could they test your hair, you ask? Yeah, but that would be more like DNA testing. That could do it. Those would be unique. Who's your favorite Canadian musical artist of all time? Biggest Canadian music artist of all time. Do you like Rush? Do you like Celine Dion? No one knows who that is. Yoda, give me a list of 50. Is that a girl? All right. The number one all time is Alanis Morissette. Yeah. Why don't they have that? Oh, they are. They're number two. Nickelback. Everybody hates Nickelback, but I really like Nickelback. Dude, there's something interesting about the name Rockstar. It's fucking amazing. I also like their song "The Day Nobody Died." I look forward to that day someday. Dude. I mean this. There's some okay. When I say Nickelback, what do you think? Right. Exactly. But what else? What is wait, exactly. Exactly. What does that name mean? No. Generally it's seen I guess in football, like there's a position called a nickelback or the left back, nickelback. But it has a deeper meaning. Hold on, it has a deeper meaning. the meaning of this band is actually like something really fascinating, but I don't remember what it is. It has to do with science stuff. So just one moment. Dude, why does the name Nickelback band have that name? It comes from the phrase "Here's your Nickelback." Oh, it was catchy, Canadian, and weird. What does it mean? Just that? Okay, so you're right. What position is a Nickelback in sports? A nickelback is a defensive back, or the fifth defensive back in a field. Okay, but um, so that's why I thought it was called that, but it's called Hidden Nickelback. Okay, fine. But there's an even deeper meaning to this. Yo, dog, what is this like scientific theory, or it's something that I don't know exactly what it is, but it's Nickelback. It's either like it's like deep science. It's really important to like the world though, in the universe. What is it? Yeah, Nickelback isotope for nickel in physics. Um, nickel alloys in science. No, nickel isotopes and nickel-based nuclear reactions in astrophysics, especially in supernovae and nuclear fusion. It starts in supernovae. In some supernova explosions, massive amounts of nickel 56 are created. Nickel 56 is radioactive. No, no. What are the different definitions of nickel? So Nickelback the band, Nickelback the football position, Nickelback in science, nickel isotope produced in supernovae, decays in cobalt. It's a huge part of what makes dying stars shine. Nuclear-based catalysts. Nickelback is a fruit and cash stone. There's something about Nickelback that dog, can't you use Nickelback to like determine the age of this universe or something? You're probably talking about nickel 56. And yeah, this bad boy is actually used to understand how stars die, how supernovae evolved, and how the universe works. The radioisotope of nickel created in huge amounts during supernova explosions, like when a massive star dies and gets what it explodes with dust left in space. Scientists study the decay rate of nickel 56 and similar isotopes in distant stars. God, there's something more to this. Is Nickelback used in like time travel at all? Not directly. Is the term Nickelback used in any science fiction? No, there's something to this that it's not telling me. The term Nickelback, I looked this up like earlier this year or last year. What are the definitions of Nickelback? Band, football position, slang, usual slang, pop culture, Nickel 56. Not really, not really. No. Fuck. There was something that I read. It was really advanced, and it was like Nickelback had to do with it. It was like a band, and it was no, it was some type of scientific thing. I, I can't find anything about it, and that's really bothersome. Dude, there's this lady on Blue Sky. She's such a bitch. Her name is Lady B Middlemaster Deal, and she reports all of my accounts. Fortunately, she is not awake 24 hours a day. But this fucking bitch, and I say that with a capital F and a capital B, needs to stop reporting my fucking account. If you ever see this, you stupid bitch, I know I'm never mean to anybody on this, but I'm mean to you, you fucking bitch. I'm, I say that Lady B, Middle Master Neil, like, I don't really think you're a beach. I think you are just doing your job. But quit being a bee, girl. I'm trying to bring world peace. You're over here being a socialist, atheist, humanist, empath, mostly harmless, sweary cis woman. You're a proud mom of two, nanny to Finley. Fuck Finley! And warning, make it hang nuts. What the fuck does that mean? Save the bees? I'm all for all the shit that you just said, woman. The opposite of woke is cut. Don't be a cut. Okay, whatever that is. What happened to what? This woman who has made it her duty to be like the hall patrol of Blue Sky just goes around and reports me whenever I have an account. Then once she reports me, it gets banned right away, which is cool. I have over 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used, so it's not like it causes me too much despair. And I'm making them at any given time. But it's just like, mind your own business. But once you push the record button, basically it goes to the moderation team of Blue Sky, and then they have like about 100 people around the world who work 24 hours a day. And anybody who gets put in that queue, they review why they were banned or why they were reported and ban the people. But the fact that they see Rabbi in it, they just ban it automatically. How much more time do you need? What are your thoughts on Alanis Morissette? Go. You don't know who Alanis Morissette is? Oh, Taik. What'd you say? Nobody knows who that is. Patty Mail? Oh, Patty Mannix. Yeah, I know Patty. She's not Canadian, is she? Wait, you're not talking about the person from Doug? Yeah, they do. It's a television show about a kid. He's got a best friend named Skeeter, and his crush is named Patty Mayonnaise. Dude, it was on. It is. It was on Nickelodeon, and it was also on TV. Okay, who the fuck is Patty Mayo? Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's up, ILY? Can you hear me? Fuck you, ILY. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. Who is Patty Mayo? On what? On YouTube? No one knows who that guy is. All right. How many hours of footage does he have uploaded to YouTube? I'll wait. Does he have 3.5 years? 3.5 years of 24/7 content, baby? Like lemonade stands? Yeah. I mean, normally like zoning doesn't allow for that, right? Yeah. Yeah, who gives a shit about that though? That's like a British thing. That they need to get rid of those laws. Those fucking what are they called? Yo, dog, what are those laws in England that don't allow you to block a neighbor's sunlight? No. They're called the right to light. Do I know why all apartments look the same? Well, many times they don't all look the same. Many times it's because it's the cheapest way to have something look based on like a certain architect's plans. Right. law because yeah, you do in case one of them gets boxed and fired. The odds of that are far less. Basically, I could prevent an entire building from getting outside if I just start a fire in the stairwell under your laws. Right, right. But those become damaged and they're not as strong, and people mess with them. When I was like in my late teens, early 20s, I lived in a place that had one of those on the side of the building, and people would be drunk at night and grab onto it and just like slam it, and um, they'd be really loud and they would keep me awake. But I always thought it was kind of cool, so I never got mad. But that can happen. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of saw the fire escape as being kind of an old timey thing. So, uh, no, so I don't know if you can imagine this, I'm sure you can, but imagine like a seesaw, and, okay, so imagine a seesaw that would go up when the fire escape was not in use, so that people couldn't climb up it and like do damage or whatever. But what people would do when they were drunk is they would like get on their friend's shoulders and grab it and pull down so that they could go up. No. This is like a fire escape with like stairs. Like, haven't you seen the fire escape on the outside of a building in like New York City? Yeah. So it was like that. And those things, I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So let's come up with a better idea. Like, imagine a fire escape that, I mean, I guess, yeah, because usually it's in a high, like a dense area, and the price, the property value mean that every square inch will make your building cost more. So instead of having an actual stairwell, you just build it on the side of the um, building, and then people can walk under it, and people can walk under it. They don't, I mean, these are like an old building, so usually they don't use them anymore. But like the building I was in was like it was like a national historic building, and so like they couldn't just like do all kinds of changes to it without destroying like the original intent of the building. So one of the things that they had was these old timey fires.
electronic is out of the door because it, like a lot of times with a fire, it can cause, uh, like the power goes down. But yeah, have you ever seen when you get off a cruise ship that's like sinking? Well, yeah, I mean they have life raft boats, but the way you get into a life raft boat is there's this thing that like would stick out of the window or off of the side of the ship, and you slide down it, almost like when a plane, if a plane ever crashes or whatever, and you need to get off. It's like a big inflatable thing, and you just slide down it, but it has some friction so that you don't slide down too quickly, and then you slide into the life raft. No, I mean you couldn't do it for like a building that's like 100 stories tall, or you could do it for a building that's like 10 stories tall. Well, maybe not 10, but like 5. Yeah, I'll get you. It's on. I saw it on Reddit. It's really cool. It's a cruise ship. Uh, yeah. It inflates in 90 seconds. Okay, type into Reddit cruise ship escape slide, and it's the first thing that was posted 4 years ago. Damn, that's interesting. It inflates in 90 seconds, and people board a raft. No, it's not a vertical drop. There's like it like expands so that there's like friction. So it's like you're going out of a birth canal. Yeah, but you don't drop. No, no. I've seen. There's another. There's another video that I've seen of somebody going down it. Okay. Um, okay. So then just go to the media part, and a lot of these are water slides. Not what I want. I don't want to skip slides. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's not that bad. It is a vertical drop, but imagine it's like inflated on the inside so that you go down it, but you go down slowly. Which segment goes? I mean, unless you were really, really fast. Okay, I found it. Okay, are you ready? Okay, type in how a cruise ship is evacuated. It's under oddly satisfying. So they actually take, yeah, but do you see how you put your hands on the side to slow yourself down? Exactly, that's what I said, like a birth canal. No, there's moving air there. The issue would be if you went too slowly and somebody came in right behind you. But that's why there's a little light inside of it that tells you when to go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the one that I'm seeing is, yeah, you see, do you see the guy's hand that can slow you down? Right. So imagine that, but it doesn't have to be straight down like in a crucial building. Let's ask Chat. Let's ask ChatGPT about how high this could be. Yo, dog. Imagine I was building a building, like a really big building, like one of those buildings that billionaires grow, but I didn't have enough money for a fire escape, and I want to have like a cruise ship evacuation tube. How high could those cruise ship evacuation tubes go without hurting people? Like, could it go all the way to the top, or does it have to stay at like 5 floors high? How could that work? That's a wild idea. Using a cruise ship evacuation tube kind of system for a skyscraper and break this down. Okay. How high could it go? Height and speed limits. The higher the tube, the faster you go when you slide down because of gravity. Speed increases roughly with the square root of the height you drop. If you drop from super high, like 50 floors, people would be hitting crazy speeds, risking serious injuries. G forces and the body increase with speed and turns. Too fast equals risk of collision, broken bones, and worse. Cruise ship tubes usually max out at around a few stories, like 3 to 5 floors, because of these risks. Could it go all the way to the top of the skyscraper? Nope, it's too dangerous. But if you segmented the tube into multiple stages with slower sections or gentle slopes, then maybe. Another idea is to use air resistance or water mist to slow people down. Or build a staircase style tube with multiple exits every 5 floors where people could stop, wait, and then continue down. So that's the idea. You could have one that expands, but it just every 5 floors you hit like a big trampoline and then you go down to the next one. Oh wait, I've seen this. I've seen the design for something like this, but it was created after 9/11. Uh, it's a it's a skyscraper parachute. Type in skyscraper. Type in skyscraper parachute into Reddit. Yeah, but type in skyscraper parachute, and the first thing that comes up is damn, that's interesting, and that's how you can get people out in like a big fire. No, it's the first thing under. It was posted 2 years ago. It says after witnessing the horrors between having to choose between burning to death or jumping to their death during. Just type in. It's the first post under relevance. Oh, it's also the first thing in media. It's also the first thing in media. Yes. Yeah. It shows a guy jumping out a window. Um, no, this one is 12, but 12,000. No, it's a real person doing it. Type in Just type in after witnessing the horrors of people. Well, after 9/11, there were all these people who felt badly for the people who were burning, and like you could see them in the footage, just like hanging outside the window with like all these flames going around them, and it was so people were, and then they would jump to their deaths, and so people came up with this like 25 years ago. Yes, it does, and I'm sure you could make a better version of it, like I don't know, smaller, more compact, probably with like more parachutes, flame resistance, or maybe have a USB charger inside of it. Right. It expands. You just stick your tushy out of the window and you expand the tushy out. Well, you don't fall, it's a parachute. Exactly. What'd you say? Not like an octopus? What'd you say? Oh, it could be because of heart attack or something. I don't know. It shouldn't be the case, but I don't know. But then you see the guy land, and he's really safe. I've got a way to be able to say, well, hold on, I'm cutting you off. What was that one? Okay. What about a series of drones that just hook you to a harness and then fly you out? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, you could just like have it on top of a fire department. And okay, I saw this the other day. It was on Reddit. This oh yeah, police are already starting to do this in the United States. So it's against the law in the United States to equip drones with firearms, but they're starting to use them like at police stations that they take off from the police station and they're able to get to the crime scene or whatever faster than the police are in a car and be able to give them like a visual of what's going on. And they're just automatically deployed. They don't have to like they don't have to manually drive them there. They just have to know the location and then these drones fly over it and basically allow them to apprehend people or whatever. And this company that I saw, because it's illegal for them to use a gun with a drone, which I hope is forever, but I'm sure they'll make some change that they'll allow in the future. Um, what they do is they have the drone, like I've seen it for people for like for mass shooter incidents where you, let's say you have a mass shooter or whatever, the drone identifies the mass shooter and like charges or like flies into the guy's gun and puts like this substance on the gun that disarms it. Yeah, I think that's illegal in the United States. But no exceptions to that. Because if it gets the wrong person, then you have someone who's dead. I'll believe it when I see it. Hey, I just had someone who wants me to officiate their wedding. Ah, 3 minutes ago, they said, "Is the clit chewing rabbi available to officiate my wedding?" And then somebody else, some chick said that, and then some other chick said, "The phrase clit chewing makes me physically recoil." And then the girl wrote, "I wonder if he actually uses teeth or if he just thinks clit chewing sounds hot." That is actually really, really good at eating pussy. You got that right, girl. eight minutes ago, she made a screenshot of what I write, and she wrote, "This guy is basically an artist." I love it. All right, how long is it going to take you to make your fucking dinner, dude? All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Here's William Montgomery.
Can you hear me? Do you think that William Montgomery should call this podcast the William Montgomery Show or the William Montgomery Podcast? And why is that? Some people do. Yo, Doug, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away. Hold on a second. This other chick wrote, I unironically love the Rabbi vibe. It's very funny and have to respect the depth and commitment. That's tight. Okay, you want to play table soccer? All right, are we going to play and you're going to be closer to the phone or you're going to be 1,000 miles away? Yeah, you need to be closer to the phone. Nobody can hear what the fuck you're saying. That's true. There you go. You sound way better. Okay, do you want to play tactical or active, dog? I'm not sure. Okay, so tactical means you go, then I go, you go, and then I go. Active means we both choose what we want to do, and then it goes at the same time. We're going to do active because I think it allows us to do more. Okay, we're going to play 5 goals to win, one versus one, and the amount of passes limit is going to be 3. Yeah.
Do you know what color the Netherlands jerseys are? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. Okay, you have to make a move, and I think you can move two players at once. There you go. And you can move two players at once. Like, well, you pull back on one of the guys, and there should be an arrow. Yeah, there you go. This is active. Well, no, I'm hitting the ball this time. There you go. Okay, well, we can play the other way next time. So you can kick the ball with. There you go. Oh, fuck you. That's the first goal you've ever had. Really? I thought it beat you 5-0. Okay. Are you going to go? Oh, but
There's one you have to predict like 8
right, I like it. And you can like block the other player. But I think this is the superior way to play. Yeah, this is a superior way to play.
No.
For sure.
For sure it's not.
Fuck you, dude.
But it's not.
I even said we're gonna play the five. You said, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's what I'm. That's what I'm talking about. This is a superior way to play. Because then on each turn, we're both doing something as opposed to you go, and then I go, and then you go. I didn't either until I randomly played against somebody. Oh, fuck. That was great. No, it'll just stay up. It'll just stay up. Oh, really? I'm going to try to pass it. Oh, this sucks. Now, this is a bad spot. Yeah, this is the security. Oh! Okay, you ready to go the other way?
Yeah, but actual
5 holes to win tactical, 3 past them. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
For as much as I give dude shit, and I give him more shit than anybody, I really like it.
Exactly. He always comes in here like Kramer on Seinfeld with something like, I got it. Like, what is it that you got? I'm going to be a savant at stand-up comedy. I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me I was going to be a savant at comedy. Like, okay, what's your first joke? He's like, I don't need jokes. It's like, okay, so you're just going to go up there? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Do you see why this is an inferior land play?
No.
It's so slow.
Yeah, but it actually gives you an opportunity to place for like the last one, so like crash. Like it's already hard enough to start to see that game.
Oh, and notice there are more guys on the field in this game than the other.
Yeah, because now you can actually pass.
That was beautiful. That might have been. You can't just take a shot on goal. But if you make it, then it doesn't count. You just want a version of the game. If you make it on the first shot, it doesn't count. It does count in the other version, in the active version. No, it does not count here. It counts in the other.
I should have gotten it.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it to be beneficial to have a bunch of guys in the box, just because you can stop a lot of people.
Oh, it's like I can't do it. It's small.
Do you know? Do you know who Alanis Morissette is?
No one knows.
She had one of the greatest albums of all time, known as Jagged Little Pill from the 1990s. Haven't you ever heard the song? It has the song Ironic on it, and isn't that ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the very price that you just didn't take. 'Cause who would have thought if the girl Mr. Play It Safe, he was afraid to fly, packed his suitcase and kissed his kids goodbye. They just slow down, right? Take that, right? And then the plane crashed down. Well, isn't this nice? And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic. That is good. Okay. Do you want to play the shit version, the one that you suck at, or do you want to play the one that you're pretty good? Tactical or active pickup? Okay. Do you want to play archery?
We played glass.
I suck at this game. You want to play literati? You want to play basketball? That would be fun. I've never played that. Shut up. Oh yeah, that's like Cards Against Humanity. But it would probably be too hard to just.
Extremely tight.
Alright, haven't you ever played Cards Against Humanity? Oh, okay, so there's like a uh, there's like a card that they put down, and then you have to choose like what card matches up with the other card, and it's usually like really sexual, and then people vote, and then it awards points by who had the best, um, who had the best, I guess, I'm dirty. Tilt. It's 42-5.
That's so happy.
No, it's A-H-S. Ash is A-S-H. I put Oz, like, when you relax.
Barely
Yeah, that's where you want to swap out your motors.
use the same word.
Yep. You have the letters to do it. Two and Ted. That was really good, dude.
I needed that one.
Do you know what coast to coast data means?
Yeah.
You're amazing. Did you know what it was before me? That some do, but not.
It's the rest of my life.
Those two days. Let's look it up. Yeah, there's two days. Yeah, it stands for an, a dry form of lava resembling plankums. Whatever the fuck that is. You have a villager up. Wow. Oh, your goal is to at least get half of my squares. I'll tell you what I do. Yeah, really. Are you just listening to like Adam? No, I'm listening to something else that's Yeah,
So we should be working on performance about
I agree.
what that focus is actually giving more
No, 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 no.
more
Well, then just swap them out.
I'm still gonna have to use them and I have to redetermine when it's just not giving two good letters or the same letter. They have to raise the trust. Well,
I have, I have 4 eyes.
yeah, that's useless. There's no word unless there's somewhere that's now it gives me no thing.
Yeah,
Is that illegal?
yeah. You can swap.
It's like 92 of Americans, 92% of Americans like have never left the United States. And I don't know like the percentages, but like a smaller percentage than that have never left their like home state their entire life. And a smaller percentage of that is like people that have never left their hometown like their whole life.
I feel like that sometimes. The United States is really so there's a lot to see.
Have you left the United States?
Yeah. Oh, that's not bad. Zah, help yourself. Fuck you, man. I'm sure yeah, yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. I've been to the grocery store. I told you that story. I don't know. I haven't been to the store. That's I have a friend who lived in Michigan, and I went to visit with him, and I was like 19, or no, I was 20 when he was 19, something like that, and drank there, and it was fucking bad, and people were like all out in the streets. It was a lot of fun. And we were with a friend of ours. I think I told you the story. We got stabbed. Did I tell you this? So, we went with some friends, and like, um, I traveled to go see my friends, and I had friends with who, like, I got to know, and we went to Michigan, and we went to Canada, and then my friend, my friend's friend was with us, and since I was 20, and my friend had just turned 19, so we went, it was like, my friend had just turned 19. The thing is, we were going to drink, right? We did, and we wanted to smoke weed, but we didn't want to bring it across the international border because, Taik, you can get in a lot of trouble for doing that. So we waited until we got to the other tip, and we were staying at a nice hotel in Windsor, and we packed with like friends. And one of them was like, all right, I'm gonna go get meat. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, do you know where to get meat? He's like, no. I just like usually you can just find somebody and they'll sell it. I'm like, okay, cool. And when you know it, he came back like 2 hours later or something, like an hour later. And we're like, we're great. I was, what makes like 3 hours later, I must have like he called it like me, I was like 20 minutes myself, whatever. But one of our friends had to go get him or something because he was in a hospital because he got stabbed. Basically, when he was trying to get the meat, somebody stabbed him. And we were like, who the fuck stabs somebody? Like, that was just like foreign to us. Like in the United States, you get shot. shot, but nobody stabs them. Like, it's just not like it's too messy. Like if you're gonna, like our friend was stabbed, he wasn't killed or anything, obviously, but and he wasn't injured that bad. He was injured just to the point where I don't remember exactly what happened, but it was something like this. He goes to buy the weed. The guy's like, "Give me all your money," and our friend was like, "Fuck you," and then he got stabbed, something like that. And um, that was like my time in Canada. Um, what else? Truthfully, the whole fucking time was just like a break. So I was just having a good time and drunk. But I remember the chicks were looking on. We went to this strip club. I didn't like it because I don't like strip clubs. It's not my thing. Um, and my friends knew that I didn't like it, but they liked it. So what we did was we just drank outside a bar outside the strip club. And I remember the girls were really hot. Like I remember being like, "Oh, maybe chicks are really hot." Not like California chicks, but they're like hotter than like. Yeah. No, no. I traveled there with my friend from college was from Michigan, and so I went and visited him and saw his friends and what he lived and stuff. Yeah, and then my friend, we like after that situation happened. I don't think I ever. Well, then the other time we bought like drugs in another country, it was in Mexico, where we went for spring break, which was closer to where we were. Um, yeah, we drove there. We drove to Mexico, and just like through California, and it's called Florida, which is like back home. And my uncle owned a kind of room there, and so we stayed with him. Yeah, fuck. So we didn't just do weed and drink. We got all fucked up with coke. My uncle, he had a connection to Mexico. We brought it from the United States. So we had a connection. Oh, yeah, we bought weed in Mexico. Right? Um, so, yeah, with like, it was just on a plate. We were fucking doing lines as we drove down to Mexico through California. And, um, well, it's a lot easier to bring drugs into Mexico, or at least it was then, than it is now. And, yeah, they weren't, I'm not going to say they weren't doing that, but it wasn't like it was. I'll tell you what, we were so fucked up, and I remember we had to, uh, like, we were so fucked up, and my uncle was like, all right, we've got to leave at like 6 in the morning or something like that. And it's uh, my friend, my friends were all really fucked up, and I was too. And I had been starting cocaine all fucking night. They all fell asleep and left me with the cocaine, and I was like, oh, fuck you, good job. Um, fuck yeah, they won't play archery. Right? Yeah, absolutely. It was great cocaine. I tried to another place too, but it was really good. And it kept me up all fucking night. And then I crashed in the morning. And I was supposed to drive us to Mexico. And I was so tired that I remember saying to one of my buddies, if you want me to drive to Mexico, that's cool. But we're going to have to pull over on the side of the road because I cannot stay awake. I was like driving off the road at some time. And I'm like, is there anything you can drive? He said, yeah. And so he drove us down there. And we got all fucked up in Mexico. I just get really fucked up. Not to the point where I couldn't control myself or anything like that. But just like very I had a lot of get it. I went through it. You deserve it. I had friends who didn't just party a lot. What? No way! I didn't even see that happen. Dude, I didn't even see it happen. That was the most fortunate thing you've ever seen. So what happened? My ball hit a tree or something and it bounced back and went in. Did it hit the wall or anything? The only way I realized that I got it was said the rabbi had one point and I'm like, whoa. Anyway, when we got to Mexico, my uncle, he like knew like this everybody in town because he's like over condominiums on him with his friends. Well, his friends own condominiums too. And my uncle was having another condominium built at the time. It's a long story. But we went and we toured that and this one night we toured this tequila factory after hours. We went to dinner and toured this tequila factory and I got really fucked up. I was really drunk. And but not drunk enough surprisingly to like not get my wits about me. And my friends really wanted to go to a Mexican strip club. And I did not. Again, I'm like not like I have a lot of respect for women. Even though I come here and I'm like, I eat the pussy and all that other shit. I have a lot of respect for women. I have respect for those women because I knew like, hey, we're in another country, basically like colonizers, and I didn't want to take advantage of these girls. And my friends were like, dude, come on, we're only on spring break once, like, come on, let's do this. And we went to the strip club, but I didn't want to go. And I was like, I want to stay in the car. So like, don't be a pussy. Like, come on. Like, and I'm like, I don't want to take advantage of these girls. I don't feel right about it. And I want to stay in the car. And they're like, no. Like, well, they're like, fine. If you want to stay in the car, that's fine. But we were warned for me not to do that. And I was like, why can't I stay in the car? And they're like, you don't know that like there's the cartel and they'll rob you if they see you alone in a car. And so they're like, it's much safer for you to come inside. And so I'm like, fine. So I just stayed inside And wow, you destroyed my biscuit. And I just sat in a chair, and all these girls came up to me. Every single girl in the strip club talking to a few black girls were like trying to get me to drink, and I did not want to. And I did not know. I didn't want. I didn't want to. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. Even though it was nice, and it was like the girls were pretty, I just felt like I was taking advantage of them. And to me, it's very exciting for me to go out and pick up women, but not, or but I like the chase. Like to me, the chase is very exciting to me. And when a girl is just like giving it up, I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing, but I don't know. I just felt like it was a good win. It was, it would have been number one if I didn't have the most fortunate shot of my life that I didn't even get to see. Um, so then we went to the strip club. I did not touch any women from anybody. I did not want to. And then we got back to the condominium, and everybody was like going to bed. And yeah, so my, my friends who did that, they like, I don't know what they did, but then then two of them. So I went to bed because I was just like so fucked up about the year. But my friends were, I didn't notice, but they got hooked and from the strip club, and apparently she was just like absolutely over it. Um, and they like either fucked her or got blown in the bathroom. And then I remember waking up the next day at like 6 p.m. and like really late. And you find out you're awake and yeah, what happened? And I kind of remember what the strip club. I remember that I just remember it was fucked up. And I mean, I remember what happened, but and then my friends were like, yeah, and hooked up with this chick. And I remember we got weed. You could get weed there from like any taxi driver, which is really tight. And uh, just I remember being a little worried about getting drugs there because like the last time I was in a foreign country and we tried to get drugs, my friend got stabbed. And like you don't think of Canada as being a dangerous place at all. The only thing you ever hear about Canada is like it's really people are really polite and really nice. But we had like we had the opposite of like what you would expect. You would expect Canada to be really nice, and if you got drugs, everybody would be really cool. And Mexico with the cartel and everything, they would be the ones who would stab you and fuck you up if you got drugs. It was the complete opposite. Canada, my friend gets stabbed when he tries to get drugs. Mexico, you could get drugs anywhere. Oh, no, I understand that. And while I don't know a lot of Canadian people, I do know a few, and they've all been really nice. But uh, I know it was just an exception. But you would think like it was just an exceptional case. But that's what happened. Yeah, those are the times I was in a foreign country, and I remember wanting to get back to the United States. Not like immediately, but being like, we don't have to say always try to take advantage of us. And like in Mexico, if you like, no matter what, oh yeah, definitely. Have you ever been to Mexico? Have you ever been to Mexico? Yeah. Well, I mean, when I went, it was like 20 years ago. But so like there were just things that I didn't really like. I mean, I was like, in college, so I didn't have a lot of money. But like if you went to um, like there was this bar outside like our complex, like right outside. It was like a sports bar. It's like it was like not a thing for like regular people from Mexico. It was like only people who were staying at this condominium complex would go, and the prices I remember were like, oh, it was something like let's say it would say like a beer was like 1 peso or something like that, or a beer was like, well, okay, how do I want to say it? The exchange rate was kind of messed up. So at the time it was like 14 pesos to every dollar, or something like that. Maybe it was like 140 or 1400 or something like that. But it was like 14 to 1. And if you if you went in there and ordered something, they just automatically made it 10. So they would just take advantage of it just because it was easier to do the math. So, um, like if you ordered on the menu, it would be like a beer would be like, uh, let's say like 100 pesos or something like that. If in some case, yeah, like 100 pesos, it would, it was if it was, uh, if it was 100 pesos, uh, they would charge you like $10. When in reality, it should have been like a little less. It should have been like $7 or something like that. But they just figured everybody was going to be there. Is like a white person from the United States, so we take advantage of it. Um, there was another thing that I found interesting, which was none of the people from the city there would visit the condominium complex. The condominium complex was almost kind of like a fortress. So they had walls in case like the cartel came down, and they had like armed security. And I just remember thinking like at any given point, this place could go like people could like take hostages and stuff. It was safe at one time. I don't know if I would go to Mexico now. Um, yeah. You have an invitation if you want it. Yeah. Play me in archery. 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 All right. All right. Before you go, let's read what people have said about me on Facebook.
Or should I get all the rest that you need? Be ready to take me on tomorrow, okay? Just how big.
Shows. It's get arrested for trees the jail and corrections countries are things you don't want to be a part of.
Dude, totally. That's always
Third world crisis is the first.
right. But then you hear about Scandinavian prisons, and they're like, I've been living there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They're like, we have this communal room, and we have this kitchen. We got a nice view, and then we've got our individual bunks that have televisions and like soccer jerseys, and it's just it doesn't like what's what's the punishment? Uh, yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's an issue, I guess. But like, if you were gay, yeah, no internet. Is that they don't get internet?
I assume that it's limited. If it's unlimited internet, then I would go risk.
Exactly. I've seen people on Reddit who say that they're in jail and they get like use of a computer.
I was, there were guys from jail that I was talking to
That's absolutely ridiculous.
in the jail on my brother.
Isn't that something?
The craziest persons, I think, are the ones that are they're very bad prisoners in South America,
Right.
random things like
Brazil.
Ecuador,
Colombia. Right.
it's literally, if you see the show Prison Break, we're doing a job in all that's like that, where it's like the guards basically are control of the outside, but the inside is just like run by the prisoners, and yeah, some of them, like, they're out for some drugs, they're making money, that's money selling drugs inside the prison, guns, knives, like, they grab their gear. But this is like the thing I disagree with a lot. Like, if any place on earth should have like laws, it should be prison. But for some reason, it seems like they skirt around those laws, and they just don't. Like the guards are like, yeah, just turn a blind eye or whatever, because everyone is equal, therefore we're just going to allow it to happen.
Right. Like I've always felt that like of any place that should have cameras everywhere, it should be a prison. Like 100% everywhere. And it's like, nope, this was an area that didn't have cameras and then kept them. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Like, if you can't remain safe in prison, then Miami remain safe. Did you ever see Narcos with Pablo Escobar's his the prison that he built for himself?
I did watch that show, but I was not good.
Where they have like pool tables and they have telephones, they have the drugs in there. And then the other one that I find was, go ahead. Yeah. So here's a quick breakdown for trade. I don't know what that is. So I'm gonna do two. Yoda, what's the Pablo Escobar jail? Like, what kind of amenities do they have? And didn't you like buy it, or isn't it like today like a museum or something? Or, It was something. Okay. Oh yeah. So La Catedral, like the cathedral, Pablo Escobar's so-called prison, but it was really a luxury hideout he built for himself. So it was built by him in 1991 when the Colombian government agreed to let Escobar surrender on the condition he wouldn't be extradited to the U.S. He said, "Fine, but I'll build my own prison." It was located on a mountain in Envigado, his hometown in Mexico. High altitude, hard to access, and great views made it easy to defend. So, yeah, they had a bar at nightclub, a waterfall in jacuzzi, a soccer field. He'd fly in professional teams to play. Pool tables, giant TVs, and game rooms. It had a helipad, a gym, secret rooms and tunnels, a full kitchen with personal chefs. Views of the city so he could spy on rivals. Guards, which were his own men, not government officials. It was more like a spa retreat with guns than a prison. Did he really control it? Yes, completely. The Colombian military wasn't allowed within 12 miles of the place. He kept doing business from the inside, even in tortured, even tortured and killed guys in the prison who were skimming money, and the government let it slide until it didn't. What happened later? In 1972, after the murders inside, Colombian authorities decided to transfer him to a field prison. Escobar got tipped off and escaped before they arrived. Manhunt was back up. Where is it today? It was looted and abandoned. Today it's part of a monastery run by monks. There's a small chapel and museum honoring victims of violence. Some ruins still exist, and tourists can visit. You can actually see the remnants of the jacuzzi at time. The other one, what was the story of El Chapo? He was able to escape through a tunnel to a house that his friend bought on the outside of the city. El Chapo's tunnel escape was one of the wildest kidnapping stories in history, straight out of the Hollywood script. He's having down. El Chapo Guzman was the head of the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most powerful drug trafficking organizations in the world. He was known for escaping prisons twice a day. The tunnel escape was a secondary jail ring, and it was next level. So it was in 2015, the tunnel review. The prison was Altiplano Federal Prison, a high security facility in Mexico. It happened July 11, 2015. The method was a mile-long tunnel dug directly into his prison cell. How did it go down? Chapo was in his cell and a 24/7 video script, but the one blind spot was in his shower stall. One night he walks in the shower and vanishes. Security checks the footage. It's got this guy. He later discovered he slipped through a hole beneath the shower and dropped into a custom-built tunnel that was over a mile long, had lighting, ventilation, even a motorcycle on rails to speed his right out. Led to a construction site in a cornfield where his crew had bought property specifically for the estate. Literally, they bought a house in a rural area just to dig the tunnel right under the prison and bust him out. It took them over a year to dig it. The insane details. Engineers used GPS blueprints and survey equipment to match his cell's exact coordinates. The tunnel was so precise that it popped up directly in the shower stall. He rode the little rail-cart motorcycle for part of the trip, then escaped on foot. What happened after? He was on the run for 6 months. He did an interview with Sean Penn and Kate Del Castillo, which tipped off Mexican authorities. He was caught again in early 2016. At that time, Mexico said no more games and extradited him to the United States in 2017. Now he's locked up and ADX warrants after for hours. Zero escape chances. TLDR, he escaped from Mexico. I didn't know he was still alive. Yeah, okay, so maybe we'll talk about the same story. Is this the one where a guy's wife learned how to be a pilot just to do it?
This is not the guy's wife. This is some of his henchmen on like the outside. Came back to him and brought every buildings like you're flying right now.
Okay. Yo, what's up with that rider I mentioned? Learned how to become a helicopter pilot to bust her husband out of jail. Yo, dog, you're talking about one of the most legendary 99 jailbreak stories of all time. Not a Lisbon style. Nah, you're thinking of Natasha Bokart. Wait, nope, you're talking about Natasha de Crombrody. No, wait, the real one is Syria Al Kuwari. Nope, but the actual queen and helicopter jailbreak story is Natasha Bokart. Nah, just kidding. But the real one, why does it keep saying nah? The real one, Natalie Ann Steffen. But the most famous one is actually Nora or Noria, depending on the source, before the Madison Bell. Pascal Payet is a female pilot connection. There are actually a few cases, but the OG helicopter jailbreak involved the woman learning to fly to break out her man. That's likely linked to the French gangster war. That's why we said it was French and helicopter companies. When these types of escapes were like action movie level. Closest match to what you described. In 2001 France, a woman named Natasha, sometimes referred to as a girlfriend member of the French Army, trained to in secret in the helicopter pilot. The mission must command out of prison with the child. But the even wilder and more documented case is the Rayon the 2018 helicopter escape. Who? Rayon Fay, the French gangster and military escape artist. This is the one that I inspired by Keith and Robin Nero High School career criminal Island Colorado and escape. What happened? 2018 Khalid escaped from the French prison in helicopter and landed as a American pilot, hijacked at gunpoint by his army officers, including allegedly a woman who helped coordinate. They cut through doors with anchor grinders and snatched Khalid in under 10 minutes. The helicopter landed in a field nearby, where they switched vehicles and they was there a woman who tried to fly. It's rumored that in earlier attempts or planning phases, a female accomplice had considered letting her fly or help coordinate the plan. That was unproven according to French authorities were investigating women close to Faria who may have helped coordinate those pursuits. So, like, I guess this one in 2001, a woman named Natasha did it. But, like, okay, tell me about that one. Yo, tell me about the one in 2001. Tell me everything you know about it, not just that name's Natasha. All the other stuff. Okay, so then they say it didn't happen in 2001, it happened in 1986. Okay, well, then why the fuck did you say it was 2001? Michael Wow, bank robber and attempted murder, locked up in premises now sound prison. His ride back partner was Didi Bajor, sometimes maybe, sometimes maybe, maybe radio. The two basically the perfect crime couple. How she pulled it off secretly, they didn't learn to fly a helicopter. She took lessons under a fake identity at a flight school near NZ, starting around 1983. After months and years of training, she was ready. The escape plan, they went to each other, a white outlet in the Paris area. Nadine flew it low over the city to the prison. Michael and another inmate were waiting on the roof with what looked like grenades, actually nectarines and looked like grenades to steer cars. The helper on the ground dropped a cable of rope. Michael pulled on his Nadine phone. They escaped after that. Michael got a headroom in a later field route to the country. Nadine was caught soon afterwards. They escaped. The couple was eventually recaptured on in a lifetime of 25 years. Why it's legendary. This is literally a ride or die part of the jailbreak. Plus flying students, plus painted frequently love, plus chocolate cockpit members. It inspired security changes. France started installing anti-helicopter nets over prison pointers. It's one of the very true actually prison memories. By 2001, in 2001, there were helicopters escaped by passed out pilot and other inmates, no female pilot included. Well, those were hijackings from outside mountains, white pilots. That's bothered them.
I agree. It is pretty waste. I was watching one yesterday. These guys were trying to smoke a bunch of marijuana from Mexico to Canada. But he served for him, and then some other guy gave him like doing this with no sucking your hair. So I got it. A bunch of like kilos of marijuana. Just like, so I just pitched right and took a look at the fucking rock and sang low and fucking just shore and we had different tons of these fucking marijuana packages running on the shore and they tried to fucking hide them shit and they saw them Mexican police took them to jail and then it was actually in jail. This is in like the 70s, it was like some prison. But they somehow managed to like use a butter knife and a rock to chisel up the concrete in their grill under like rubber beds. And then they just started digging this hole out of the thing. And they literally had to dig themselves out of jail. They were giving a story. And it's really one guy just like together on a pathway. He's like just insane. Never want to go to Cambodia, possibly other countries, because this guy was supposed to be in Cambodia for like 14 days. And like the second day, his drink got spiked. His possibly someone was trying to like kidnappers. His drink got spiked, and he had to pay for these drinks at the bar. He like smashed his head on the bar and cracked the screen of the ATM. Wandered back to his hotel, was safe, and went back to the bar. And the next day, he paid the bill the way out, and he continued on his journey. And he was leaving maybe 14 at the airport, and then I said, no, I have to. They So yeah, maybe no longer.
Nope. That's all.
Yeah, or any unless you get so hungry or unless it's starving.
Yeah, dog. I would take that Norway, especially if you got, what do they call it? They call it,
Emergency parachute mistakes for some fires.
yeah, that and, what do they call it? Come on. Yeah, what do you call that time if you're in prison to have sex with your wife? Conjugal prison. Imagine if you got conjugal visits in that Norway prison and you were with a bunch of cool people. And then you like they all do it. I think they have video games in there. I'm not kidding. Like, I think they have big TV.
Food is amazing.
Yeah. I remember like watching the sunset and I was like, they have a fucking view?
What do you think of the just both populations in prison? Or sorry, not both genders, or all genders allowed
Um,
same prison.
yeah, so I think that
Would that be more dangerous? Do they do it because it's more dangerous, or just because they don't have
they don't do it. People are suffering. Oh, but you're saying,
why
and
do they not?
and
Yeah, just because they don't want people.
yeah, and to rape the women.
Right. But they're cool raping. And
Yeah, that's exactly.
I think rapists should be in that
Um, yeah, usually they are, and then like, they're not in there, and they're there because they're seeing a target, which kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like, um, if you rape, let's say you rape a chick, she's still alive. Which I'm not saying rape is cool at all. I'm against rape, and I think it's really bad. But if you rape a chick, then you're like a target in prison when you should have just killed her because then you're not a target.
So it's incentivizing
Or kill people. Yeah,
to get some prisoners back.
exactly.
You know? I mean, I heard this thing was like, like instances where kill someone. I don't know if the penalty's less or whatever. You kill someone, you have the penalty isn't less. You get like 25 years for some people, but the people that are on the most
Right,
they don't care. It's like they already have their practices.
right,
They literally are like a free pass to just use stuff.
exactly,
They can stab as many people as they want.
exactly.
Yeah, there's people apparently that just get shuffled around from prison like their jams and like they just do that and the jams are just they just shuffle them around and they're just crazy murderers. And I've done video games they love it. They also get paid money to kill people. That's people don't want to do it themselves.
Right. I love those stories of prison escapes. I mean, the issue is like those people that have to live, they're like on the run, like with that on the conscience, all the time, gotta be hard, like sleep and stuff. But they're free, and so it's gotta be better than being behind.
Do you think you could disguise yourself? Right? You know,
I think I
let's say you're on
okay. Yeah, I think it would be okay.
how are you gonna escape from that object?
Well, probably like avoid traveling internationally. Um, probably not. Well, I don't know. Probably just not talking about it. It depends why you're there. It's like there's like a huge manhunt for you. The federal marshals, the U.S. marshals will come get you, but um, probably changing my location a lot, like that could be beneficial. Um, disadvantageous, but I think that like the people I've seen in those kind of movies are everything. Yeah, I mean it depends how badly they want to be. If you're like a stone cold murderer, or probably what they consider worse, like a bank robber or something, then they're gonna trace all that stuff to you. But let's say you didn't do something that was that big, and they'll just wait for you to get picked up for something else, and then pick you up. I would probably do my best to stay on the internet, like every single way that I could. Definitely.
Reading up the
Um, I don't know if that's a good idea, but like being friends with them on Instagram. But I would, I just would not want to. I try to get. I'm trying to get to another country like that, not Canada. I'm trying to get to Mexico. Like it depends what next. Like, let's say I'm going in forever. I'm gonna try to get to Mexico, and if I can't get to Mexico, I would try to get on a cruise ship and something that has docks in another country. Just try to
there's some countries not like extradite you.
yeah. There's some states that don't do it. So maybe I go to one of those states.
Yeah, you know, they're gonna I like the friends.
Well, if it's a federal crime, then you're going to be done for it. But if it's a state crime, I think the state of Florida, they don't think you like hold most things. I think South Carolina is another one. So I would probably try to get early.
Really, so steal a car like from Grand Theft Auto in New Jersey and make it down to Florida. You just have to not go outside those places in your time.
Well, okay, let's say you steal a car and get caught in New Jersey, and then somehow you get away in New Jersey. If you go to Florida, you'll probably do it because they don't have Florida at all. Yeah.
That seems really weird.
Well, let's look it up. I think that's how it works. Yo, dog, let's say I'm in the state of New York and I get caught for Grand Theft Auto, but it's a state crime, not a federal crime. And somehow I get out of jail. Could I go to one of the non-extradition states like Florida and just live my life normally? Dude, I real time. That's not going to work the way you think. There's a breakdown. Non-extradition states. That's a big myth. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's see. All U.S. states, including Florida, participate in extradition. wanted in Florida and you hate it. You wanted to live in Florida. You get pulled over, arrested, and even just ID during the stop. Then your name gets flagged in the National Crime Information Center database. Florida cops will see your drugs. Then what? If New York wants you bad enough, they'll file an extradition. Florida will hold you in jail. New York has up to 90 days to come here. If New York decides it's not what it costs, they might say don't extradite, but that's up to them. All right. What do you think of that? Weren't there some states like South Carolina and Florida that were non-extradition states for something like this? I feel that a state like Florida can choose not to extradite someone from minor crime. That doesn't mean extradition is legal or possible. Just that the governor or prosecutor might say no, not sometimes the more is only okay. Okay, so the only non-extradition state is in the U.S. You flee to a foreign country that is no extradition treaty, like Russia, Iran, or North Korea. You stay in the U.S., but the charging state decides not to pursue you due to the cost or low priority. That's very important in some things. Okay. So, to clarify, basically, there's no state where they're not going to come after you.
Yeah, I think I guess that most countries will probably be something
Probably the best thing you could do is make enough money, if you can, to be able to get a good lawyer and get the charges less.
I guess they would have money to buy an airplane. Just fly to Colombia.
I mean, there's that too, yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be a lot. I'm just talking like, I'm not going to have to do it.
I don't think planes are that expensive on a small little plane.
Well, let's see. What countries don't actually have to get
Assess
I mean, they're expensive. So, Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Yemen, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, Algeria, China, Mongolia, Vietnam, Laos, North Korea, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Cuba, Venezuela. So if you get to Cuba, it would be maybe okay. Kosovo, sometimes Serbia, cooperate. Countries with the treaty and may not cooperate. Even if you have a treaty with countries may not send you back due to no death penalty allowed there, political disagreement with the U.S. Kinds of unfair travel to the military. So those would be France, Mexico, sometimes Brazil, one extradited to citizens, and Germany, Norway, and Sweden. Same deal, main blockade the legal system is too harsh. So like
There's this amazing show called repossession agents, and their job is to steal airplanes. And it's crazy.
and then they say if you're thinking about safe places to run, it's very kind of easiest to hide, most stable countries that won't sell you out of things. So the safest United Arab Emirates, many white collar fugitives have lived here. Qatar, politically chill and not active extradition treaty with the U.S. The U.S. has strong ties most issues possible. Morocco, Vietnam, country, get up doesn't promote goodness. That's when the it's but now that I'm perception, that attention, that show pitch and that show what's so there's
You've got some options. You know, maybe that doesn't have to
yeah,
it doesn't have to look at.
yeah. What about Cuba?
I haven't looked about it.
I mean, I guess if it happens, it'd be difficult to get you on the plane. Is what I mean. Like I don't know. That's
Is there a regular
yeah.
I don't think so. Because, I mean, they have to contact the pilot, the scene, you know, like a pilot. And, like, let's say you're just renting, like, a plane, right? The private airports, they don't have security. So you just, I mean, some security like stuff. You're not checking in. All this stuff. So it's pretty lax.
You kind
But,
of you kind of run into that same issue that you said, like, okay, let's say you're out and running for murder. You know you're fucked anyway. So why not just become a large scale drug dealer? Because if you're going to go to jail, then you're going to jail anyway. So at least try to make some money.
yeah, no, but like this is moving out in the state. That's a that's like rent a private plane and then you know, but yeah, secret agents will still find you probably in those countries anyways.
Seems like you're missing the one.
I mean that yeah. Do I know Bob was that it?
I only know how to identify them by their names.
Okay. That's right.
Would you rather be the president of the William Montgomery fan club or the Bob Lazar fan club?
What
Be the president of the Bob Lazar fan club. Dude, isn't that interesting that there used to be fan clubs that made money off of people? There are no fan clubs. There's like no Justin Bieber fan club. But like, um, even Taylor Swift doesn't have a fan club. She has Swifties, but she has like no real fan club.
what did the fan club do?
Dude, they used to be huge. Like the Beatles fan club and the biggest fan club, like Elvis's fan club, they would send you newsletters about where they were going to be. And I guess with all that information just be published online, they kind of lost their purpose. But let's ask ChatGPT. Hey dog, why don't they have fan clubs anymore? I think like David Cassidy had a bigger fan club than the Beatles and Elvis combined. Why doesn't like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber or Justin Timberlake, why don't they have fan clubs? Yo, that's a fire question. And you're right, back in the day, so the David Cassidy, the Beatles and Elvis had huge fan clubs with newsletters, membership cards, and even exclusive merch. It was a whole thing. So what happened to fan clubs? They break it down. Why old school fan clubs created that internet replaced them? Back then, if you were a fan, the only way to get info or to connect sentence interview. Forums and Discord serve the same purpose, but fan are not official. Artists run their own platforms. Taylor Swift doesn't need a fan club. She's got direct access to her fans on social media, control over exclusive merch drops, and thousand outlets and stories. Massive fan communities like Swifties that organize themselves. Same with BTS Army, Believers, Beehive, Directioners. These are all de facto fan clubs, just decentralized online. Fan clubs used to be a business. David Cassidy's fan club was like a money-making operation. People paid for printed photos, signed letters, updates in the mail, official membership cards. Now the money comes from VIP concert packages, subscription services like Patreon or newsletters, merch sales via Shopify. So an old-style fan club just doesn't exist. Fun fact, David Cassidy's fan club was ordered by over 4,500 members, more than Elvis and the Beatles combined when in the early 1970s. It was regularly received letters, promotions, exclusive behind-the-scenes stuff, tons of merch. The era was peak of the official fan club life. Bottom line, old fan clubs were run like 1970s versions of private fan group. But in the 2020s, fan switched Discord and just got live streaming. We still get the fan, just no time for membership program. Well, I'm going to tell you what. When I go viral, I'm going to have a fan club. It's going to be old school. We're going to have membership cards. And people are going to want that shit. It's going to be like, we're going to reverse it. People are going to be like, oh, fuck, your online shit. That's cool. But are you a member of the fan club?
You said that the dude was it was like some third party fan club profiting on the government. It was like an official one.
Yeah. Do you know what the Partridge Family is?
The Partridge Family.
Yeah. There's a pretty big show in the United States, and they had a band, and then David Cassidy was like the lead male singer in the band, and then he went independent, and that's how he got bigger than the Beatles and Elvis combined.
The Beatles and one of the family bands.
Well, so David Cassidy's fan club was able to, well, okay, let's talk about this for a second. The Beatles weren't an American sensation, they were a British sensation. So it wasn't like they were from here. Also, David Cassidy had a television show, and the Beatles did not, so he was like more in the limelight. And David Cassidy's fan club used what Elvis's fan club did, and used what the Beatles fan club did, and just did it big. So it'd be like saying, like, when Taylor Swift was really big today, she sold XYZ amount of records, and she had the biggest pop artist ever. And you could be like, well, yeah, but what she did actually built off the model that the Beatles created, and they built off the model that Elvis created, and Elvis built off the model that Frank Sinatra created, and Frank Sinatra exactly. Frank Sinatra did it off like Big Crosby had done, and Big Crosby off what Jolson, Jolson did something like that. So yeah, so they were huge. They would like have a thing where like the fan club would be sponsoring. They would use it to sign autographs for 2 hours and take pictures of people. All that other shit. It was a lot like felt like purchase cars.
Literally just gonna say
Yeah.
they had a big convention count.
Uh,
100%
are you thinking from the movie Borat? Yeah. Um, did she have a fan club? I bet she had a fan club, like a small fan club, but she was old enough to be as Pamela. Did Pamela Anderson have a fan club back in the day? Pamela Anderson definitely had a massive Yo, what up, pimp? Join my Discord. Before the live for a couple publicity and fan engagement was done through print media, TV appearances, and events, rather than fully organized fan affair. So yeah, she had one. Perhaps I'm the president of the Kathleen Anderson fan club to this day. Secret. You don't even know.
Two questions. Do you think detention should exist? And second one, have you seen the movie Breakfast Club?
That's the goal. Do I think detention should exist? Yeah, I do. I mean, it provides for disincentive to not do bad things. And, but I think it should be, well, the way the breakfast club worked, that didn't really seem like detention. I guess that was Saturday. And uh, the way that we had detention, I think is the way that detention should be. So let's say you did something minor, like you had your shirt untucked, you get a 15-minute detention. Let's say you had something a little worse than that, like um, you got caught in the home without permission. That might be 30 minutes. Let's say you
You guys all over the back.
yeah, I don't know, something like that. But like, no, that would be worse. That would be worse. But let's say you got caught drawing on your books. That might be a 45-minute detention. And then if you did something bad, like let's say graffiti, it would be a kind of double. And the way that this worked was, it was really fun. I went to school with all the ways. And so if you got one of the detention after school, detention started at 3:15. So school was done. You went to one of the classrooms, and the teacher would put everybody in a different seat in like a straight row, and then look. You would be staring directly at the chalkboard, and they would take a piece of chalk and put it on the chalkboard, like just a little dot, and then draw a circle around the dot, and like a nickel almost. And you would just do that in a bunch of different spots where you were supposed to stare. And then you'd have to sit with your hands flat on the desk and feet flat on the desk and sitting up straight, and you just had to stare.
Also,
No. Apologies, no. Feet on the floor. Apologies. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. And you just have to stare at the dot. And if you stare at the dot long enough, the circle goes away. You just keep staring at it. Exactly. And you weren't allowed to scratch yourself. You weren't allowed to talk, of course. You just stared. And it was dead silent. Yeah, you weren't supposed to. They weren't so strict that you scratch yourself at a time, but you might get a warning about it. And it made you really appreciate time and how long time can take. Because when you're talking with your friends, time goes by so quickly. But when you're in there, it can really take a long time.
it's like a minor deal. It's 45 minutes in jail.
Exactly.
But even in jail, you
And scratch yourself. Yeah. Like walk around, do other things. So I didn't get detention a lot, and it was like something that I would get detention when I wanted detention. So let's say my friends got detention for something, and I wanted to hang out with them. Even though we couldn't talk or anything, I just wanted to maybe, we were getting a ride together or something like that. And I didn't want to have to wait outside. I might do something small, but I remember I really didn't get a lot of detention detention. So one time I remember, because I didn't get a lot of detention, my friends dared me to curse in front of a teacher. And there was this word that I would use, I started using a lot, that I just knew I was going to get detention for saying what I was going to say. But it was like, fuck it. I'm a junior or senior in high school, so I get on the west side. Exactly. So my friends wanted me to say a word, and it just kind of become my word. And so we had this period where, um, like, we would have these reading days, and we would basically have the opportunity to catch up on reading of, like, usually, like, it could be Torah, but it would be like maybe the classics or something like that. And the teacher told me where to go, like in some room, and I go, badass. And he's like, what'd you say? And I said, badass. And he interpreted me saying badass like I was saying to him, you're a badass for telling me you're in this place. But I wasn't necessarily saying that. I was saying like sweet, like badass. That's cool. You know how it could go either way? Like it could be interpreted as me saying to him, you're a badass. Or like badass, that's sweet. And while you not normally can't, you shouldn't say that, I didn't think that it warranted double 45-minute detention. But I remember my friends wanted to hear me say it because I never get in trouble. And they always did. So it's like, all right, I'll get in trouble this one time. And so, yeah. Yeah, so the way that they would do that is you wouldn't spend an hour and a half doing it because that seems too much of a punishment. So you would just have to do it on 2 different days. Usually I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. So you'd have to go for 45 minutes and then 45 minutes for the rest. And you can still think, obviously. Yeah, exactly. And I remember I appealed. You did have the opportunity to appeal any kind of detention. And I tried to appeal this one, and the dean of Village was just like, you can't. And I remember trying to tell him, like, it's a saying. It's not like a bad thing. It would be like saying, I don't know, sweet or cool. It was just like bad. But I think because the word passed. And the other thing is he couldn't go and reverse it because if he did, then it would be like, that teacher would be like, this guy called me a badass. He's undermining my authority. And how are you going to reverse my decision? So I took it, but I really didn't get a lot of detections, fortunately. I was there with a Jewish school. Yes. Yeah. So generally, some are on the same campus, some are separated. So in our case, we had a campus that was mostly separate, but we did like they were separate facilities, though they have some shared facilities as well. Like our athletic fields were shared, but we didn't have really any interaction with the girls, and that's generally how it is. No, not always. I mean, there are some Orange County schools, Jewish schools, where they're all in one facility, and then there are others like it's called ULA in Los Angeles, and they have separate campuses. It just depends on, but they have like high school, they have shared facilities as well. So it just depends on how wealthy you are. Yeah, so there was like a time, if I recall, not up until I was like at least a junior in high school, and then as I
Really great on that.
yeah no, it wasn't anything like that. We weren't allowed to like sit with each other. We weren't allowed to date. Certainly, we weren't allowed to date. Dating was if you did, yeah, if you dated, you got kicked out of the school, and so there was nothing like that. There was like maybe we might have a speaker or something, and the girls would say, you know what? There were some real positives to it, and um, I liked being with all kids. I mean, it was. I know girls were distracted, and that happens where a young man gets a crush on a girl, and that's all he can think about. But when you're having just classes with men, it that doesn't become an issue. Um,
Yeah, I
and
think it's just less distracting.
yeah, I mean, it is less
I went to a mixed school and distracting crushes.
yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, if I ever had any kind of like, I'm trying to think, like, you would have maybe you had a crush on someone outside of school or something, but we were not all dudes, and I can tell you, it made us more um, mischievous. Like instead of flirting with girls, we were making like pen launchers or spitball or um, like doing what we could to get away with just being mischievous kids. And um, like we, yeah, I mean, there's no perfect system, um, but I found it to be much distracting. And like for instance, we learned Torah, and if you're reading Torah and they're talking about, so and so knew so and so in biblical sense, that means this thing and sex. Well, you're going to laugh about that as a seventh grade boy or something like that. And if girls are there, it can become more awkward. When you were just with boys, it was like the male teachers would just correct you if you spoke out or anything like that. It was generally kind of that kind of stuff. I would say with most kids and most people, I would say that when I got to know girls, when I got older, I think
I mean, you rarely speak to girls outside school or outside of school and girls' boyfriends.
no, not till I was a senior in high school. Like then, as a senior in high school, um, I got to be friends with college kids, which made me really cool because here I am going to college parties and like my friends are still in high school, so I was like a big man on campus. Um, and I could take girls, like um, perhaps like I found a senior in high school. I mean, I never kissed a girl in high school or anything like that. I had my first kiss the night of my graduation party or something like that. So I didn't kiss anybody, and it was a whole softball team. It wasn't just one chick; it was an entire softball team. Uh, and
But
yeah,
you made out with yourself.
that's exactly right. Yeah. So the way that went down, we had my graduation party, and we had a very close friend of our family who came to the city to um, basically just wish me a happy graduation and stuff. And um, he had had a few drinks, and I took him to his hotel. And as I dropped him off, there were a bunch of girls in the hotel as well, and they were like, I remember like dropping him off and making sure he was okay, and they were like, "Hey, come, like who are you?" Like I'm one boy. There's like I don't know, at least half a dozen softball chicks, and they're like, come to our room," and I'm like, "Huh?" And they're like, "Come to our room," and I'm like, I'm really nervous and shy, boy, especially when I've never dated a girl, and they're like, "What are you guys doing here?" And they were at some like softball tournament, and they, yeah, I think I was so shocked that there were so many girls in one room that I was just like, no way. So they're like, I don't know, we got to talking, and they were like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not allowed to date a whatever." And they're like, "All right, well, have you ever kissed a girl?" And they're like, "Okay, well, do you want to kiss us?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah." And some of them were really pretty. And then it was just, it was girl after girl. They lined up to kiss me. And then it was like, wow, I just had like all of them. Yeah. And so I just like, I don't know, between 6 and 12 girls. And I can't even remember how many. It was a softball team that I dated. No. And then they wanted to see me again. And they were in town for this like baseball tournament or whatever. And um, I remember, again, this is like almost 10 years ago, but they told me to meet them at the hotel again, and I did. And then I remember just like being there. That one of them had like a Ford expedition, an expedition, and one of them drove around, and um, she, well, yeah, one of them drove around, and I was in the car with like the other 5 or 6 of them or something like that. And then there was one part, like the previous one. So, okay, well, this girl, she, we didn't live close together, and I got her mom. And I remember the time I was working at my insurance institution as like a bank teller, and I had to go to work the next day. And so I couldn't stay home that late. But it was like, I went from like no chicks having made out to making out with her double digits, like in 1 month. And um, I gotta say, I think that was really good for me because I didn't like fall head over heels for some shit. It was like one after another after another after another after another. And
Well, that's great. And, I guess it's good. It is great.
yeah, I mean, I'm not.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not recommending it. And it was different than from like the standpoint, like girls would think more like about. I guess like he was more innocent than his own. In today's day, people would be like, I don't think people just go that long without. And it's the exception to have such a certain effect. But that's how it was. And I think today, I mean, kids start so much younger that not have your first kiss while you've been in high school is quite unique. Um, that's kind of that's how it went down. And as I got older, I explored finding a lot of chicks, and like basically became more mature. But not only once, it's still a process. And then once I became like an adult, then I started having sex. I then became really good at it to the point where women would ask me to have sex with them, even if they were married, or they'd ask me if they came to have sex with them. And so I became very gigolo, and that was all cool and everything. But then around, like, there's nothing in particular that happened, but I just started becoming religious again, and realizing that I wanted a family, and I had sowed my oats, and then I started attending synagogue every day, and started ensuring that I found really the traditional teachings of Judaism, especially Orthodoxy, and then basically back to God and stuff. Um, and now I'm at this point of I think it's neutral. I mean, what do I mean by that? I'm just saying my health is, but I'm okay with that because I know if this works out, if this plan works out, oh, I got every chick I've ever wanted. I could have any chick on earth, married, unmarried, the hottest chick in Hollywood, the hottest chick, hottest international model. I got it. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm making a sacrifice for the, the future of my lineage, um, and I'm okay with that. Dude, when I dated chicks, I've never dated like on action. So I only dated, and not just pretty. I mean, looks are one thing, but really smart. I don't know. I go for pretty faces certainly. I go for really smart chicks. So do I think I could pull them down? I know I could. I'd have to get in shape though, and I can certainly do that. And you know, have a career. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't exercise the way that I should. I could golf, run, swim. I'm a very active person. I'm active in school, live stream things. But I know that if I go viral, I'll be able to afford the best of the best medical care to be able to get Ozempic and Wegovy and all that other shit to lose weight very quickly. I'll be able to get if I need it. Testosterone replacement therapy. I'd be able to get nootropics and uh, everything that I need to just be in super good shape and like really life extension. And I, let's say, I know if I do this for 10 years, I'm going to get that. But let's say I didn't, for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. I can find some lady out there who wants to help me crash and maybe not or whatever, and just live a normal life. Live the rest of my life, and I'll be okay with that. But the flip side of this is, if I'm right, I basically discovered like a new gold rush or a new oil boom. This is the biggest event in history. And so I'm taking a big risk, but I know that that risk could potentially give me digital immortality. If I don't do this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford all of the peptides and the oxygen therapy and all those other things that would be really great that extend your life. Even if I go back to having a six-figure career at some Fortune 100 companies, that's still not enough to have like huge amounts of money. It's nice, but I mean, at least in Southern California, it's not enough to even like purchase a house. And so perhaps with a combined income, I might be able to, but even that things will be tight. And I'm getting valued at age 80. If I live stream my life, there's there's the possibility that it will. Exactly. And that's not even kidding. I'm not. You know I'm not kidding about that, and I know you're not kidding about that. With mind-blowing technology, life extension technology, I'll be able to afford those things and be able to help a lot of other people too. And that's important to me. So it's like, all right, so I'll dedicate. Like before I did this, I dedicated like I don't know half decade of my life to being extremely religious, and now I'm dedicating a half decade of my life to live streaming, if not more, if I need to, and I'll we'll see where it goes. But this has the opportunity to pay off, unlike any lottery ticket that you can ever win. And I know the more that I do it, the more people I'm going to meet, the more opportunity that I'm going to have to be extremely successful. The way that I see it is like a lottery ticket that I just know is going to pay off if I do it for lucky. And that occurs. There's immortality, I suppose. Without a doubt, man, we're going to make it the world reserve currency. But I mean, think about what I say when I say the risk that it takes. I could have had. I mean, right before I started live streaming my life, I had a matchmaker, and she was setting me up with people that perhaps set with me, set it down. Really serious girls, great families, and to have traditional Orthodox marriages, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But chances are, I'm not going to be able to afford all the things that I want to be able to give my kids, and perhaps not be able to live forever. And there's a real chance with children. I don't think we can even. I know I can't wrap my head around that. I just see it as something really good might happen, and perhaps that's true. But I mean, the conversations that we're even having right now might be watched by people generations from now or centuries from now. People would say, look how smart that motherfucker is to make the sacrifices that they made. And now that they're still alive. They're still alive. When before they would have just died. Sue comes in here all the time. Sue comes in here all the time. He asks me what intelligence is. And this is and it is. I saw this documentary once ago, like I don't know, 5 years ago, when I first started streaming, and it was on the Monkees, which were a band that were like the Beatles, but they had their own television show. They were very popular. But the reason why they didn't become as big as the Beatles is they didn't play their own instruments. And this became a very taboo thing. They don't play their own instruments, so let's not let them. And at least within this documentary, this guy who was their manager, who was kind of a scumbag, had this quote that I'll never forget, or I hope to never forget. It was something along the lines of, genius is the ability to identify analogy. And then I went back to watch this documentary, at least the one that I just found online, and it was like that part of the documentary information and such. If I had to identify an analogy in what I'm doing, it would be like, I mean, just coming up with like Christopher Columbus, who people probably said, you're crazy, dude, to just want to sail westward. You don't know anything that's going on. And he eventually had to say, convince enough people, look, I'm going to do it, and we'll see what happens. I will either. Dog, I talk about this all the time. I talk about this all the time. Oh, all the time. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't mentioned it to you. I love that meme. I always think about that. And the one guy who turns around, and then the other guy just keeps on digging. Exactly. And that's I think about that meme all the time. Perhaps almost daily. I don't think about it daily, but I think about it. And I know that if I just keep going, then we're going to be done. And um, so I just have to keep going. And it's just like with an explorer. Columbus could have said, I'm going to just die an Italian man in Spain, just like anybody else. Or I'm going to take the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria across the Atlantic Ocean and whatever's out there, and we're going to see if there's anything there. And then if I discover something, I'm going to be remembered in the history books forever. And what I have done to is very heroic. That he is what he did with enslaving people and all that other stuff cool. No, not at all. But nevertheless, we remember his courage for what he did. And I think people will see me in the same way as a modern day Christian Columbus, somebody who has dedicated their life, passion to something they love, and perhaps a better future not just for themselves, but for the future of humanity. Yeah, so well, LA Times and Orange County Register, and what they say is what you're doing has to become newsworthy. Just live stream your life. There hasn't been anything newsworthy. Well, yeah, and then other people who I contacted. Yeah, the New York Times and Washington Post. I emailed them, and sometimes there's a newsworthy aspect of it, and then the other one becomes I run into an issue where I show copyrighted content, but they have advertisers, and they don't want their until there's advertisers because someone basically got a loophole in the system. What's the loophole? Well, you can watch the Super Bowl if you put it on a projector and play other music over it. Or, if you want to listen to any music that you want, you just have to play multiple versions of the music simultaneously. And you can get around all of these, the content ID identifier, content identifiers. I mean, I developed a lot of different, strategies that I think aren't, uh, aren't that attractive to some. Yeah, I mean, I'm basically showing copyright material. I get copyright strikes. What I'm doing isn't technically illegal, but it is a gray area because I've lost accounts. What do? I just create another account. You're not allowed to do that. Once you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another. So I do. That's against their terms and conditions. when they hear allegedly, yeah. When I tell them that I made 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, and 500 Twitch accounts, and 1,000 TikTok accounts, and 2,000 Twitter accounts, and 5,000 voice accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts, that sounds great to the common person. But to these giant corporations that own these companies, they don't like it. Well, yeah, because I'm just announcing it on my stream. And, like, did I tell you about? I think I told you that guy who came in the other day from uh, UAE Falcon and Finance. Did I tell you about him? Yeah, yeah. Exactly. So I just need somebody like that who has. He brought in like 25 people. I just need someone like that who has a big home, but a bigger home, to just tell people what I do, and I'll go viral. But I'm going viral anyway. It's a slow and steady process. But every single hour, I get 2 or 3 people who comment about it. Just while I've been talking with you, I get people who talk about, who either complain about me or say what they think I'm doing is really funny or that they love what I do. And that's all I need to continue. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can get that. You know, you were saying, you were saying, exactly. Space. Um, you, you had asked me about, well, have you ever contacted any organizations to do that? I did, and I've had stuff published. So when I surpassed 444 straight days, I had some press releases that were published not long after that. I'm at like 1,300 days now. And but I did do that. They were published, and I think the biggest one I got was like temporarily in Newport News or something like that, which is great. But unless you're reading that kind of stuff, it's not. It didn't stick. But I didn't. I got some that are still out there. But so to answer your question, why don't you contact the organizations? I do, and I have. And then the most recent things that you said about starting a contest or whatever. I mean, I don't really know what a giveaway. Yeah, okay. A giveaway. This is a contest. Repost, you become a triple. And I mean, what do I mean by that? When I go viral, I'll be able to give anybody whatever they want, and all you have to do is show me proof that you try to help me along the way. That's it. The whole thing is like a graph. And so I do talk about the space and life extension technology and mind uploading technology. So I am basically running as a graph. And the way you get a raffle ticket is by promoting. At least in California, you have to be careful about the some of the laws that and there's like also have to get okay, what am I going to get more? Right. If I could, I would. And I'm sure those things are like hundreds of thousands of dollars. What's it that? How much do you think it is? That's what I think. Yo, now, how much is one of those slides for a cruise ship that allows you to take like 2 tubes into the water onto rafts that inflate? Oh, there's no separate purchase. They're using the ship's built-in. No, they don't know that. No, I'm talking about the emergency tubes, the emergency slides. How much are the emergency slides and escape rafts of a cruise ship? Just to buy one system. I bet it's more than $100,000. Okay, so each life raft, the big one, is at $60,000, and then the marine evacuation system, the slide capacity. Okay, it says like 200,000 to $1 million for the slide and shoot plus the rafts.
Yeah, I guess so.
That kind of stuff has to work. So can you imagine the quality of shots that they do?
Right. Yeah, yeah. It's not just like a cheap, it's like a giant.
Right. So all I have to do is put together 200,000 to $1 million per station. That's per station. I don't know if that means 2 tubes or just 1 tube. I think it means 2 tubes, but I don't know. And I don't know if people will believe it.
I was thinking you can reuse those slides again and again.
That's a good question. Let's see. Yo, Doug, can you reuse one of the slides, the emergency slide systems, and the boats? Or is it just like a one and done thing? Once that stuff is scanned, it's done. You have to buy them. Those marine emergency drafts are not just one and done. But they aren't exactly reusable. Can you reuse an emergency slide system? Yeah, but only after repacking and servicing. The slide that goes around that can technically be reused after the point, but they have to go through rigorous inspections, drying, testing, and repacking by certified technicians, usually under SOLAS and IMO rules. They're not designed for casual use, like the playground slide. They are life-saving tools. So what happens after the retrieve it? You send it to an offset service center. They deflate and clean up, inspect it again, and replace the gas cylinders to the side. The cost to service these can be several $1,000. But that's good.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's good. But
Well, I know what it's gonna do. It's like the last, my dad,
what happened to your
uh, she's like first year of college in the US, and so she just got a car like last week. She was staying at my mom's house 2 days she got her first car ever. And so 4 days after she got her first car, she was driving on the Florida, which is like this congested, crazy highway in Toronto. And she rear-ended somebody in Sarah. Her car is totaled because the airbag and the other cars totaled because the airbags don't know.
It's unfortunate that you have insurance.
Oh yeah, she has insurance. Her insurance.
Right? Is she okay?
Yeah, she's luckily she's fine. I don't think she was going extremely quick or anything. Probably like, yeah, I don't know how much she was going to play.
Is she going to be okay to play golf again and everything?
Yeah, she's totally fine.
How are her golf clubs?
I'm sure she's a fan. If those are the car, but she's like it's not very deep women's golfer in Canada.
She's excellent.
She is excellent. Yeah, super excellent.
What's her handicap?
And it's very light. It's like single digits depending on the course.
That doesn't make sense. You mean like low
So like
70s?
single digit handicap, like
Oh, okay.
103 over or something.
Wow.
Like very, very.
Does she want to play on the Canadian tour?
Oh, that would have been funny.
Yeah, no, she's held NFL scholarship, and I think that's her life is golf. She travels around all over the place playing these golf tournaments. It's pretty cool. And she's, I think, it's kind of like there's sports where like you can play the sport and be just considered good at it because there's just not a lot of people that play that sport, you know.
Right.
Like I got into kayaking and canoeing when I was like, I don't know, probably like 10 or something. And I was competing first year in Canada, but I did like the national regatta or something shit. Like I went to like the national like I don't think I was competing for Team Canada, but like I was just like already for like one of them was like the C1 was because I don't know I was good at C1. People were in C1 races, so I got to literally like feel inside of it, but I feel like the same thing happened with her because she started golfing when she was like 5 or 6 years old, like super, super young. So I think there's just not a lot of girls, especially like way back when, like 15, whatever years ago, that were into golf. Probably has increased now as the popularity of golf has grown and more popularity. But yeah, I think that has given her an edge, but she's also talented. I'm not trying to discredit her talent, but it's just a good combination of being in a sport that is so overpopulated where you have like zero chance of actually making it.
I get what you're saying. So you're coming from a very athletic family.
Yeah, we've got some athletes in the family. Yeah, I have golf with my cousin grandmother.
Are you that good?
I get some amazing shots and some not shots.
What kind of fun?
Go up enough to be consistent, but
You know, we can have
I
that
have the ability. I have the ability to hit the ball well and anything else. Like at least plus 18. Like, I don't know, I shoot like the 90s usually.
Yeah, you play both stuff. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, all games are very
So,
few cars, but
what's your
mostly the result.
what's your handicap in mixed?
0, I went.
Today you didn't, son.
I did win.
No, you didn't. You tied the win.
I did win. You, the tie counts as a win. You won that one because your ball bounced into a tree. That's
You know what's interesting? I don't understand this with Plato. Zoo would have shit himself, especially because I was so far behind. And on top of that, you almost got that hole at 3, which is like the best you can do. Okay, in Montala, if you tie, no one gets the point. Nobody gets a win. But in mini golf, if you tie, you both get a win. Isn't that weird?
very,
I mean, I should know that, but I don't know. Are you going to ever play Montala?
I honestly, I've played it before, like a while ago, the first time. I've played it I don't know if it seems that exciting.
It's pretty amazing.
You like it?
Yeah, I do. I like that.
Is it actually good?
Yeah.
What's your strategy?
On the first time, if I'm going first, it's to go.
Yeah, you take the 3 miles of
Right, right. That's exactly right. And then my second shot, so I get to go again though. And then I get the ones wherever there was an empty one that I had. I do the math so that it's the right one, and then I get the other person's. So I start off with like a +5, and then from there I have a strategy to try to get it so that I get the individual pebbles like in a good spot to where they can take advantage of my opponent at the right time. So like it's not good if like I'm gonna only get 1 or 2 pebbles from him or them. That's fine. 1 or 2 is fine. But what you really want to get is when it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. That gets you a lot of points. And another thing that I do, I don't want to go too quickly around the board because if you do, if you go too quickly and you don't have any stones on your side, the game ends and the opponent gets all that were on their side. So like there's some strategy to it. And I feel like I played the same type of strategy that the Pharaoh from Egypt would have played. I think I would have made a very good opponent for them.
probably, arguably one of the world, probably the world's greatest power player.
It's my color. Let's look this up. Let's see if there is one. Yo, dog, is there like a world's greatest Moncala player? And if they are, is there like a deep blue chess version of someone who has like figured it all out? And is it played competitively and like for money and stuff? Yo, dog, that's actually a really interesting question. I love how ChatGPT always is like, that's a really great question. Moncao's been around for thousands of years, but it's kind of slept on when it comes to big time competitive things like chess. Go and even backgammon. Let's break it down. Is there a world's greatest Moncao player? Not officially like Magnus Carlsen and chess or Hikaru of Blitz, but yes, there are elite Moncao players, especially in countries where it's deeply rooted, like West Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Southeast Asia. Depending on the variant, there are many. Certain players are known regionally for mastering the game. A few big variants in Ghana, East Africa, and popular in the United States, Thailand. In some African countries, there are actual national championships, and top five players are locally recognized legends. I want somebody someday to go, oh, that's a Mancala player. Not that I'm a live streamer. Has anyone deeply in Mancala? Yep, Mancala is solved in some form, specifically Kala. The common American version was solved by computer scientist Glenn C. Rhodes in the 1990s. For Kala with 6 points and 3 C's each, perfect play from both sides results in a draw. That's very interesting. Some algorithms play perfect Mancala, like deep for the game, just not as hyped because it's a smaller game space than chess or Go. There are AI bots and computer programs that can play optimal Mancala, and they absolutely smoke humans unless you're playing a variant like Bao, which is a way which is way more complex and less solved. Is Mancala played competitively for money? Yes, but not often on big money international level. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for. I just thought of something really funny. Okay, so you know how like in American basketball, every once in a while they'll get some guy from Africa who's like the ringer, who just comes here and destroys everybody. Imagine getting off a little plane in Ghana, and it's just this little Jewish Rabbi comes in and smokes everybody in Mancala. I love it. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for variants like Aware and Bao, sometimes with cash prizes or TV coverage. Some African cultural festivals and games expos include Mancala tournaments. You won't find the Vegas style Mancala tournament with $1 million stakes, but there's an underground grassroots feel to the people who do take it seriously. So TLDR, there are Mancala players, especially in Africa and the Middle East. Some versions of Mancala are solved and computers can play perfect games. It's played competitively, sometimes for money, but more at a cultural and national level than internationally. The more complex versions, like Bao, still challenge humans and computers alike. If you want to gnarly and if you want to get gnarly and play like a beast, we can break down some perfect opening strategies. Fuck it. All right, you go to bed, big dog.
Just remind me of that. Which it's too hungry. Okay. Just like over this video with like 15 million views was like the national championship or something. And it was just like this fucking weird game that like no one has seen. And it's like it's this board. It's basically like ritual shuffleboard. But with your fingers and you're flicking these like tiny little passes and you try to get into like this little like perfectly like heart-shaped circle and you have to hit it perfect to get into like the circle. And score points, like you have to like you can shoot it from like 2 angles and you have to defense off the other times.
Is it like arrows? Yeah, it's similar to Carol. It's Crokinole. 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 It's of Canadian origin. It's similar to Carol. We've played Carol. You and I have played Carol. Maybe tonight. Before you go, I know you want to go to bed. Just you don't even have to play, but just look at the invite I'm But no, look, look in, um, look in. Go to, go to, go to, go to Plato for a second. Okay. Look at the invite I just sent. It is. No, I sent you a different. You pull back, and you want to get exactly. Oh, like that. So you just, yeah. So you just got one. I think so. I think you do. You can slide it. You can slide it like left to right. You can slide as far left to right as you want. And you can play with up to 4 people. That's what the other two spots are for. There you go. Oh, there you go. Definitely. No, so the red one is the queen, and that's at the very end. You do that one. Or like the second to last one. Oh, shoot. I just put it all. Exactly. If you've ever seen this game played, though, it's played in the Middle East a lot, and it's got like sand or like or like sawdust to make it slide through the sun. Exactly. No, nothing happens. That's, I think so. It's called the striker. Yeah. And the little ball things are like the white things and the black things are known as carrots. No, you have to get 9. You have to do them all. Yeah, but that doesn't mean the game is over. No, because if I don't put it in now, it goes back. Yeah, there you go. It is. It is not. It is not. You just have to get that red one in before your last shot. So a lot of times it's like the second to last. Right. Oh, I think you're right. Right. I mean, then you just get into pool. No, I mean in some versions of it, but generally, no, that's exactly what it falls in your sign. I can tell you this, at least on here, I am very, very bad at pool. It's my worst game. If I look at my record of all my games, it's like it's unbelievable how bad I am. Like I usually win most games with people that win my play, but not pool, not pool at all. Um, you never played pool? Yeah, it's not that sensitive. I just always put in. Well, guys, I just always put it in my own the 8 ball in. 8 ball would go. I know we're playing a game. Do you know what carom is? Oh, excellent. You want to play? Okay, download an app. It's called Plato. Plato. Okay, excellent. And I'll send you friend me. Oh, shoot. I'm the Rabbi, Rabbi. Send me a friend request. Okay, excellent. We're almost done. And then I'll send you a camera invitation. How's your day going? Excellent. Guys, these are my friends from Estonia. That's hilarious. Uh-oh. So now you have to, or you have to get one more of the black caroms in, and then you have to get the red one. Isn't that hilarious? That he was like, yeah, I have. Like, do you know what carom is? Like, I'm thinking it's like this esoteric thing. It's like, yeah. Oh, do you have Play-Doh? Yeah. Remember. Okay, so now you want to get the. Do you see the red one blinking? Dude, you're gonna win. Oh, yeah. It's easy. You want to play again? Oh, tight. Okay. So there are different ways to play. There's classic, which we'll play, but there's also cool, freestyle, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. I don't know what any of those are. And then we can have turn-based or live. We'll just play the way we just played. I don't know all the differences. So this is like the game that you saw on YouTube.
this is a different version, which I like. I really like the other one is very well. This is a lot like cool. I think there might be a strategy. I want to tell you this strategy. Is it the strategy to just not care all this one I don't really know. You suck the first game, but this game is like literally now you're gonna get a bunch of it's so dude, but everything's gonna go in. Okay, now you put the thing in. Oh, so it's my turn now. It's like a, it's like a, it's like a scratch. It's like a scratch. I did. I didn't know. I've only played this game like a while ago. So my knowledge there goes just goes back. Put the other one on the table and then the call goes back. Yeah, I did have a big shot. That one that you were like, I don't think that was planned. Yeah, that other one. Oh, what a good shot. This is a really good shot. If you shoot them up to the not down the back. Well, there might be that. I don't know. Just play the best. Look at this.
You just helped me so much. Oh, it's over, baby. I had it counted. Now the red ball comes back. You don't. You can do the other ones, but chances are. Go, baby, go, baby. That makes it really hard to hit. I know, I did the same thing. Okay, I got that. Ready for this bank shot, babe? This is a plus one. I was trying to get to the side. Easy shot for you. Now these are fun. These are hard shots. Oh, yes. Get in. So what happens? I think that it comes back out. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Dude, you put that thing in the wrong spot. What an amazing shot. Now I had this pitch counted earlier. Got it. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. First go. I like how you said you're leaving like 4 hours ago. That's right, baby. Oh no, I just put one of yours in. God, nothing. Oh, that was great. I love it. Excellent. I did too. I the way that I learned about it was on like TikTok or something. I saw these guys in the Middle East playing, and I was like, that game was pretty tight. It looks like this game that I've seen played like shuffleboard. It's called like Marble shuffleboard or something. and you like use these little cups. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Hey, why don't you do it? Oh, that was smart. Oh, it's hard. So if I put one of yours in, it goes back to being your shot. No, I thought mine went in one of them. I did. I think I put one in, and I still get it counted, but because I put one of yours in, it's your shot. I could be wrong. You just pick one. No, we won't see right now. That's not what happened. What I'm saying is if I put one of mine in and I put one of yours in, I think they both count, but stop. I don't think so. You just said that. No. Oh, dude, go to your check. Oh, look at that. Okay, I'll just try this out. Okay, I put one of yours in. I put one of mine in. Okay, you're right. So I must have not put any of mine in. Get there. Get there. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, baby, come on. For sure. Look at this. Boom. I think they're hard to get when they're on your side. That was good. If you miss this, I'm gonna destroy it. I'm gonna now just clear the board. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, because your thing went in. Your slider. shot, and you made it. You made it really difficult for yourself. I wonder how they came up with the idea of the queen. That like that has to go in before the other. Uh-oh. Now you have to get the queen in. Uh-oh. You have to get this in. No way. No way. You just fucking played like a champ. And, no, actually, there's a trick. Yeah. It's not supposed to damage, or I at least allow it to be damaged. So, whatever. Okay, then. Look how sick. There should be like an Olympics for board games. For board games. Okay, I put one in, and I put another one in. It's still my turn. Alright, what do I do here? That's a good shot. Alright, let's take the shot. Yeah, it's okay. I'll skip it. Just so it's easy. Is your thing starting up? Okay.
I'll let mine go. And in the meantime, please rest.
Alright. Yeah. Well, it's your turn. Just hit it. Is it my turn? Or it's your turn? Hit it. Okay, is your iPad charging?
It sure is.
So I don't really know what to do. I don't really know what to do here though. It's like if I hit it, it's gonna hit all your shit. Oh, don't hit the shit. Don't hit the shit. Fuck. No way is this a good try. You just gave me a good shot right here.
They're mostly not that.
Right.
The other person's the
No, 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 no. I did what I wanted, which is to get it in the middle. Hey, my thing went in, and it did gain. I did gain an extra thing. No, I don't think so. I think you do. I think it goes. You add an extra one anyway. You just weren't noticing. No way. Okay, here's one of the greatest 1, 2, 3s you're ever gonna see in your entire life. One, fuck. Wait a minute. Oh, fudge. And I just opened up the board to you. You have the iPad again. It's a major advantage. In the World Board Game Olympics, it's gonna be seen as like juicy. What is that bullshit? Shut the shit off. Don't fuck up. Oh, you helped me. No, you didn't. Neither are you right. Dude, mini golf is easy. You just have to get it like somewhere just remote close and then it's something. Which I'm happy. I like that it's like that. Right, and I'm glad that it is. Look at you. You got this. Now you got to get the red one. Yes. No way. No way. No way. No way. Don't miss. Okay, that's easy. And this is super easy. Don't miss. And he didn't fall. Got it tied up. 3-3. All right, now I'm going to start playing. Talk. Well, I've only won one game. You won 3.
Oh, that's boy. Okay. That is going to be good. Good. I don't know what it is. Was that, what is the syrup?
A slide? A slide? Oh, the first one?
Yeah. Is there a name for it?
Dude, I don't think it added one to you because you had never put one in.
I don't have
Right. Dude, I don't know where to go with this.
because my like syrup was too good.
I'm going to try to move for fucking thing. Wait, I just put it in. Yeah. Why not? Dude,
Now it's really, now it's just like, oh,
come on, baby. Totally planned. Totally planned. Oh, fuck.
secret, secret. That's some more fun.
Dude, where did I put this? Oh, that was funny. Come on, baby. I planned on that.
Let's see.
No,
It goes to what percent?
that was my bitch. Oh, miss. Sure. Fuck. Dude, it did go back. It did go back. Look, you're gonna get an extra one. Oh, easy. Dude, I just spread it out. Easy for you. No way. No way. No way. No. What a good shot. Yeah, you're fine. I wouldn't worry about it. I need like the great shot of like the window. I don't even know how to get this. What you said, freebie? It's not my street, but we share her. And she's been afford to. Actually, she's been good. It's that last cast. So. No way. Shit. Oh, this, yeah. Both of them. Now you're talking. That might have done it for you. You might be got it. Well, comes down to this. But get in. What are you talking? Oh, I absolutely am not good. Okay. Oh, get in. Get in. Thank you. Oh, what a good. No way. No way. That would be amazing. Dude, I don't know what I can do. Oh, that's bad. But I had to get one back. Oh, no way. Dude. I get it. Boy, this should be an incredibly bad shot. No way. Oh, get my name. Easy shots for you. I mean, I know you're gonna make it. This is big shot. That was fucking. That's the best I've ever played. Like where I actually had to like, wow. I can't. I can't believe it. Yeah. I wonder if it's possible to make one on. I think I made one of those. But that was good. Oh, and you screwed right up. Just got through the road. Get my hand. Just get my hand. No way. Look how tight those pedals are. One, 2. I just made all the shots really. That was a good shot. No, it's not. gotta get the thing out. Oh, no way. No way you can get this. This is like such a hard job. No way. No way. Alright, now I'm gonna make the greatest comeback you've ever seen. So let's see. One. Oh, fuck. No. No way. No way. Game winner. Game winner. Fuck, man. That was great. Take care, big dog. We'll play again soon. Isn't that funny that you were just randomly like, yeah, I saw this thing on your YouTube out there of like Canadian ski ball or something. Oh, you mean like there? You're like, what? We played that before. Yeah, this is like this really. We have to do it. Take care.
All around the world, but in an even smaller concentration. Whereas if you look at this comparison map, you see the size of the historical land of Israel is just so tiny in the geographic scope of the country of contemporary time. And as this map indicates, Israel is 437 times smaller than China. So again, it boggles the mind that these are still that by so much. The tiny little territory from which they have been separated for the last 2,000 years until 1948 when it was reconstituted as a modern state. They're still waiting things. It really is. I mean, even though I spent so much time studying. Okay, so that describes the ancient civilizations that were around when Jewish people moved onto the historical. If we were to look at empires that fell since then, we would see that so many of these people have witnessed the rise and fall of so many empires, including the Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, although Zoroastrianism is kind of a faith, Persia is still around. The Greeks still around, but they're very different from the ancient Greeks of the period of the Periclean age. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, the language is modified. Of course, it's Christian now. Difference of that era. The Roman Empire, of course, is very significant Jewish history. And this is the same thing that's true of empires outside of the Roman as well, like Harappan civilization in North and West India, or the Peruvian civilizations, the Nazca peoples, the Mesoamerican peoples like the Nazcas and so on. They're all talking about these empires. Rome itself, which destroyed the temple and much of Jewish sovereignty in the first century, it falls just a few hundred years later, and Jews see the rise and fall of Sabuki, also empires, Safavid, Maya, I should also add the Mughal Empire, also Muslim, and a whole slew of European churches fall during the modern period, France, Germany, Russia even falls twice, not counting Mongols. Jews have gone through all of this previous astounding. And if I were to deliver a single message about Jewish history to my children, my students, I would really emphasize how Judaism has the ability to last through such dangers of human condition, historical circumstances, different cultures, different languages. Jews are still here celebrating pretty much the same kinds of things they did for centuries, engaging in conversation with rabbis who left their thoughts 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago. This is all still part of the contemporary conversation. I can't emphasize much how phenomenal that is. So if we look at it, so the timeline is just this. Of this, the green bar here represents Jewish history. It's very schematic. Basically, it's an Excel spreadsheet, and each box represents 500 years. So this is the extent of Jewish history. Overlap that with Roman history. You can see that's a big chunk of Jewish history, but Jewish history predated it and certainly postdated it. There's other major faiths, daughter religions of Judaism. Christianity occupies roughly half of Jewish history, but there's another half of Jewish history that extends way back before Christianity started. Islam even more so. And just to give it a contemporary feel, the United States has been around for over 200 years. If you place that against the rest of Jewish history, it's almost like an hiccup on history, very unusual. Okay, so that's just a very quick look at answer the question, just how awesomely long is history. How good is traditional video? And I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. One of the things that I find most incredibly valuable about Jewish history is not only that it gives you personally a sense of my place in space, in my community, in my family, and so on, but also my place in time. Just the minimum of historical awareness, I have a sense of where my family comes from. One family, particularly a long time ago, we spoke to this about how awesome we were Jewish history is. And so precocious children may ask the question, how do we get back here? And that's my goal in this short video, to give you a very quick look at overarching patterns of Jewish migration throughout the centuries and help you answer that question. As your child, as your student asks you, how did Jews end up there? Or how did I end up here? So let's start with the ancient period. I'll blindingly fast through all this, but I hope in subsequent lectures to spend a lot more time checking out these periods. The very beginning, as we discussed last week, what we see southern Iraq, as described in Genesis, when Abraham takes his family and makes this roundabout journey up the Euphrates River, and then makes a sharp left down to last Israel with a very short stay in Egypt. That stay in Egypt, of course, would be extended under later generations. That's the whole Passover story. That's not for our topic today. But the end result is that the Jews settle the land of Israel. Here's a map that shows you how the Bible describes the distribution of land according to the tribes. And ultimately, they come together as a monarchy. This exists under the kings Saul and David, and then later Solomon, who has expanded considerably. Unfortunately, this doesn't last. After Solomon, there is a split between the northern tribes, known as the Children of Israel, and the southern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Judah. And ultimately, that northern kingdom is going to be taken away by the Assyrian Empire. You see in this map here how there are several population transfers from the northern part of Israel in particular, and they're sent off. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. I'll say about that later. In the 8th century before the Common Era, where you would be in a contemporary map would be something like the boundary of Lebanon and Syria, and a little bit to the north between Syria and Turkey, and then to the east, in eastern Iraq and Mexico, Iran. That's where these 10 tribes would have ended up. They ended up, however, later combining with another exile, this time under the still Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, who destroys the temple of Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era. This beautiful image by Rembrandt, who himself was not Jewish, but lived in a very Jewish neighborhood in Amsterdam and had many Jewish subjects for his art. Here is Jeremiah lamenting the destruction of Jerusalem. It's very evocative painting. And another evocative painting while we're at it, one of my favorites, showing the Jewish family on the banks of the Euphrates River, retracing that route that Abraham took, and in the distance you can see the Babylonian ziggurats, and they're about to cross over, very depressed that they haven't crossed there. But nevertheless, even in Babylonia, which again would be today's southern Iraq, the Jewish community flourishes. Eventually, hundreds of years later, create this massive document, Talmud, which is an incredibly important multi-generational document involving thousands of voices, actually fascinating, but beyond the topic here. And also some really cool things like these Aramaic curse words. Again, this is just a little teaser for what we'll talk about in later lectures. By the time you get to the beginning of the Common Era, the land of Israel is now controlled by the Romans, and in the context of a disastrous revolt that begins in the year 66, the Romans ultimately come into Jerusalem and destroy the temple, as shown here, which is very evocative by Roberts. And there is another major exile of Jews throughout ancient world. Here's the map that shows you basically where Jews lived after that major Roman exile of the end of the first century, which was not total. There were always going to be Jews living in the land of Israel, but the major migrations really began after that destruction of the temple. So you see here we've got where this dot is still a population living in the land of Israel. Even more will be exiled after the next Roman Jewish war, called the Revolt of 132. And there's a really large population over in Mesopotamia. That's like Babylonian population that goes all the way back to the first exile and the replans for the second exile, and now it's really a much more hospitable place for Jews than the Roman Empire at the time. But there are also Jews who have made their way all over the region. There are Jews living in the Italian peninsula. Josephus, the great historian we talked about in the last lecture, references 97,000 Jews taken off into slavery to Italy. Not an impossible number given the overarching numbers of this Roman war. But besides that forced migration to Italy, We've got Jews who actually settle all throughout the Mediterranean. Jews as far away as Spain in the first century. You have Jews in Asia Minor, in particular, a very large, well-established community by the second century. You have Jews in Egypt, again, an ancient community of Jews there. And then there are smaller settlements across the coast of Africa, in Greece, in Tunisia, in Morocco. It's fascinating. And in the northern part of the Mediterranean, you have a very important group of Jews living in Provence, that would be southern France. In the Crimea region, there are settlers there. We have some fascinating archaeological finds from the region of contemporary Austria and Hungary, and even in the Rhineland in Germany. There are Jews who are all over the place. Some of them because of these forced migrations, some of them because of their economic choices, looking for new opportunities and so on. Jewish geography really began to develop around this time, and you can see that they're giving names to places. Like, for example, the Rhineland region is known as Ashkenaz. France, of course, Safat, that's the modern term for France as well. The southern part, Provincia, we spoke about earlier, that's the Provence. Sepharad, a very important region, that's Spain. And these are regions which are referred to by Jews when they want to talk about these Jewish settlements, even when they borrow biblical terms like Ashkenaz or Sepharad to describe these modern settlements. However, the region is subject to a variety of expulsions of Jews, beginning really in the 12th century and increasing over subsequent years. Now, the reason for the expulsions beyond our scope right now, they're primarily economic. A certain amount of anti-Semitism as well is very significant. It basically begins to drive Jews eastward. We'll pick that up in 1 second. But the most important of these expulsions is massive expulsions from Spain and Portugal, which sends Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin backwards, really, along the trajectory that they had first traveled to these regions in the West, but also taking them out to the New World, taking them to South America, taking them to North America. In fact, the foundations of the United States Jewish community is related to the Portuguese expulsions. That's basically how Jews are spread out through the region. A combination of migration by choice for economic reasons and unfortunate expulsion for often anti-Semitic reasons. Taking it up to the modern world then. So basically, the big chunk of European Jews throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, Jews who were seekers. And these are Ashkenazi Jews, meaning they come from the Rhineland in northern Germany, and they move into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, countries that would today be called Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. And that becomes a much larger group of Jews who are called Ashkenazi. They eventually would get to the 19th century, they would begin to make their way westward because they were taken over by Russia, and a lot of really discriminatory policies in place. So this map here shows you the movement between 1882 and 1917. Those dates are significant, but I'm not going to talk about them here. And you can see that from that red section there, 250,000 moved to Western Europe, 1.750 million moved to the United States, 70,000 to Canada, smaller numbers to the land of Israel, 45,000, the same number to South Africa, and tiny numbers to places like Australia. By the way, I haven't talked very much about movements within the Middle Eastern world or North Africa, the so-called Mizrahi Jews, sometimes they're referred to. Sometimes they're called Sephardic, which is true especially for those Jews who were exiled from Spain, but later are identified with Jews such as Syrian Jews, for example, who were never in Spain, but nevertheless the communities began to emerge. The population movements there were similar in type and in nature, but were much smaller in scale. For example, the huge population shifts from Europe. The major exception of after World War II, there was a huge exodus of Jews from Arab countries, sometimes forced expulsions, even in the 20th century, to the land of Israel, sometimes a voluntary migration to the land of Israel, which of course is now established as a state back in 1940. So you have a massive concentration of Jews in the land of Israel from these North African and Middle Eastern territories. This is something that really has huge scope and it altered the trajectory of Jewish communities that have been living, let's say, in Iran and Iraq for 2,500 years, suddenly those populations were reduced to a fraction of their original size as most of the Jews made their way to Iraq and Israel. And even today, in this very short video, I've given you a very quick overview, but it's impossible to categorize all of the migrations of Jews, all of the places in the world, and it's still happening to this very day. In fact, it's accelerating. And it's very exciting to see a lot of communities that have developed quite differently from the bulk of the Jewish population, such as the Jews of Ethiopia, making their way to Israel. It's a very exciting time to be Jewish. I hope you found this video useful, and I hope you'll have success teaching your children and your students about Jewishness. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Solutions for Parents, Adult Teachers, and Children. I'd like to speak today about the question of existence, or why do some people choose to live in that Let me state at the outset that this entire video is intended for educational purposes only. I will be discussing or expressing cognitive thinking and showing you some potentially very offensive images, but our purpose here is just to try to understand where this comes from and perhaps to get some sense of how our used to cope with it. A larger question is, how are you supposed to communicate this to your children or to your students? It's a very difficult question to answer. A lot of it has to do with how old your child is, how the experiences they participate in all the I'll be able to use a type this information down to a level where so the goal of this brief video is to give you a personal introduction about how I come to this topic, and then I'd like to walk you through what scholars see as the four main stages of anti-Semitic thought, and is what do anti-Semites think when they think religious Jews, and show them how that changed over time. And then unfortunately, I'd like to speak a little bit about the other ominous implications of the present moment that actually are driving me to give this talk before I really intended to. Now, since this series is really directed to parents and teachers and children, I was thinking